Kent take the lead with leaning 90. Only 34 overs were possible on a weather-disrupted first day at Emirates Old Trafford, but Kent used the conditions to their advantage. Navdeep Saini with 3 to reduce the hosts to 112 for 4 when play was brought to a premature end. A brief but productive day for the visitors. And day 2 started in similar fashion. 2 balls into it, Sundar departed. A peach from Henry uprooted off stump. And he had another before the over was done. Lavelle out, well taken low down by Crawley. Lancashire off to a sorry start. Henry started the day on fire though. The last recognised batter Croft his third in quick succession, caught by Jordan Cox for 31. Bailey was a fourth. Off stump tumbled away, the number 9 out for naught. The score was up to 145 when Henry sealed his 5-wicket haul. Luke Wood outcaught by Stewart at mid-on for 17. Lancashire's innings heading towards its conclusion now. Gilchrist finished them off. Williams out, taken by Daniel Bell-Drummond for 2. Lancashire skittled for 145. The second time in as many weeks they failed to breach 150 in their first innings. And Matt Henry's 5 for 45 had played a major part in their misery. All of his wickets had come in the first hour of day 2. But Kent's impressive showing with the ball wasn't reproduced with the bat early in their innings. Compton out to just the second ball, caught by Sundar off Williams. Bell-Drummond followed in the 4th over, out LBW to Williams for 5. And when Crawley fell for a 27-ball duck, the 3rd wicket of the innings, Kent had only put 12 on the scoreboard. Denley and Leaning, who was taking over the captaincy from Sam Billings after his positive COVID test, clung on through to lunch. Kent in trouble on 24 for 3. The 4th wicket duo were in a precarious position, but they had their wits about them at the resumption, watchful in their approach, tiptoeing their way to 50 without a single boundary scored after the break. It was an effective recovery. They moved the score past the halfway mark to Lancashire's first innings return. And when Denley flicked Morley through the leg side for 3 to bring up his 50 off 106 balls, Kent were now closing in on 3 figures. It was the experienced number 4 that got them there, a single off Sundar, all that was required. They were now trailing by 45. The Lancashire body language changed. Kent were taking this match by the scruff of the neck, and the hosts needed a wicket. Relief for them. Tea just around the corner when Denley departed, caught behind to Bailey for 59. And when they headed off, Kent were now trailing by just 25. Some authority stamped on the match by the visitors. Lancashire came surging back at them after the break. Cox out caught by Wood off the bowling of Tom Bailey. Smiles returned to the hosts' faces. And Billings' replacement in the order, Ollie Robinson, followed before the end of the over. LBW to Bailey for a 3-ball duck. Stewart stopped the rot, sticking with Leaning and watching on as the stand-in skipper moved to 50 off 140 balls as his edge ran away for 4. He'd bring up the 152. Kent now in the lead. Stewart too had found his feet quickly, and with 4 off Sundar, he brought up the 50 partnership. It was a typically enterprising innings from the all-rounder, Bailey suffering as he chipped the bowler for 6. He'd also be the man to bring up the 200, the scoreboard rolling on when he calmly cut Morley for 4. Their partnership was worth 100 runs off 140 balls, but Morley brought it to an end. Leaning denied his 100, out well taken at slip by Wells for 90. You couldn't keep Stewart out of it. Up to 50 from 62 balls with a single off Morley. Kent's now heading for a 100-run lead. They had 253 on the board and a lead of 108 when Henry was strangled down the leg side for Bailey's 5th to leave Kent down to their last 2 wickets. Gilchrist fell to Williams, defences beaten, stumps rattled, and the visitors were 9 down. Bailey wrapped it up, Saini out caught by Bohannon for 3, Kent all out for 270, their lead worth 125, only 20 short of Lancashire's first innings return. They'd had to endure some of their own nervy moments, but Leaning, Denley and Stewart had produced crucial innings to give the visitors their advantage. Bailey once again shone for the hosts, finishing with 6 for 64. Wells and Jennings navigated the 2 overs remaining and finished the day with 2 on the board, knowing that their real work will start tomorrow. Kent had built on their decent platform and now were chasing down a win. Their lead is a handy one. The hosts in a tricky patch with 2 days left. They'll need to bat for quite some time if they're to turn this around.
the best seats in the house, it matters where you stay.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are unified.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements, with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.
The live stream as well. Lancs TV are with us. Good morning, everybody. And a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford. It is day 3, Lancashire Kent. Scott Reed and Matt Cole with you. And I get a brief chat from Matt, because he has to disappear in a second or two. So, good morning, Matt.
Good morning.
What do you reckon, day 3?
Well, I mean, a great day for Kent yesterday. Just looking back, those 2 century partnerships and a lead of 125. I don't think we were expecting that when we got here yesterday morning. But yeah, I mean, from a Kent point of view, just try and get in amongst them early. Matt Henry and Navdeep Seni, since they've been playing for Kent this season, have both proved they've got great penetration as bowlers. And if they can get something out this surface this morning and yesterday morning, we had 6 wickets falling for 33. Did we 9 in total in the morning? If there's anything in this pitch early doors, Kent could put themselves in a really dominant position. Obviously, on the flip side of that, Lancashire looking to dig in here and make sure they eat up that lead as soon as possible.
Yeah, it was a balmy morning session yesterday. It was. I mean, and then we had such a... Well, it felt quite placid, but I'm sure it wasn't if you had Jack Leaning and Joe... Actually, you spoke to Jack, didn't you, last night?
Indeed so, yeah.
What did he make?
He said there's still stuff in the pitch, but yeah, they had to be patient. It was a question of concentration, and but typical of Jack, he was mostly praising Joe Denley and Grant Stewart of how great they were, and particularly Grant Stewart, he said, took all the pressure off him coming in and attacking. That was a big part of the match for them, and obviously Stewart's 68 not out, I think, at the end. He said that was really key to building yesterday's lead.
Yeah, 64 not out, Stewart, off 91 deliveries. That really did give Kent a bit of energy at the back end of the that day's play yesterday. So that's where we're up to. This is the state of the game. Lancashire 2 without loss in their second innings. They trail by 123 runs. And Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells had 2 overs to survive last night. And they got through them. So it's going to be Matt Henry sending down the first delivery of the day. Ollie Robinson again keeping wicket. He's had a interesting couple of days, hasn't he? Having arrived yesterday to replace Sam Billings, who has COVID. We hope Sam's going to get back fighting fit soon for Kent. And of course, he came out and got a 3-ball duck. Well, now he's keeping wicket again. We've got a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm, which is all quite exciting and hugely frustrating, I suspect, for everybody out in the middle. I don't know what the problem is. Keaton Jennings is pointing there. Neil Pratt, yeah, over there. Not you, someone behind you. Someone moving around, I don't know. Oh, thumbs up, thumbs up. Happy days. Maybe it was a door open or something like that. Sometimes that has a bit of an impact. A loose door. This is Wells driving into the offside. It's a good stop by Joe Denley. It was hit hard, but they will come back for maybe even 3. Yes, they run 3. First runs of the morning. Denley got something on it and took the pace off the ball, but perhaps even saved a run there for his side. But they do get 3, so Lancashire have their first runs of the day. And Luke Wells moves on to 5. He's got all 5 runs so far. That brings Keaton Jennings on strike. So yes, it was a busy day yesterday. We had lots going on in the morning session. It was a pretty breathless morning session. Lancashire losing 6 for 33. And then picked up 3 Kent wickets. 9 wickets fell in the morning. As Jennings defends into the offside, and Wells is a decent way down, and then he's rather frantically sent back by Keaton Jennings. Gives him the thumbs up. But yeah, it was to turn pretty quickly, the big man, Luke Wells, to get back. And then we had 9 wickets in the morning session. Then we had just 1 to fall in the afternoon session. And then some more after tea, so it was a real quirky day. This next delivery is left. And through to Ollie Robinson. And there is no run. So we'll see what day 3 has in store. Defended this next delivery from Henry, who had a special moment at morning yesterday. He picked up 5 for 14 was his spell. Got the whole thing going pretty much straight away. I think 50 minutes it took for Kent to bowl Lancashire out. 5 for 14 for Henry. Again, there's no run as Jennings works the ball to the leg side. And that completes the first over of the morning. That 3 off the bat of Luke Wells. We've had a few 3s in this game. I think in the Kent innings there were 12 3s. I appreciate I need to get out more, but that's quite exciting. 12 3s. It's a big ground. It was quite a slow outfield yesterday as well. So the ball was timed well, and well enough to get up towards the edge of the boundary, but not quite reaching the boundary rope, and it allows them to come back and run 3s. There were 12 3s in the Kent innings of 270. Now, we got 1 over last night from Nathan Gilchrist, and it's going to be Navdeep Saini to open up, which is what I kind of expected to be the case last night. But it was Gilchrist that got the over from the Brian Statham end. I've no idea why. Saini was out on the was out fielding for Kent, but they went with Gilchrist to send down that 1 over from this Brian Statham end in the back end of last night. But it's Saini who picked up 3, I think, in the first innings. He did, yeah, 3 for 63. So Saini will be for Kent from the Statham end. And a little fine glance away down to fine leg. That's 4 runs. That's nicely played, just eased off the hip by Luke Wells. And 4 runs takes a total on to 9. A little nudge away off the hip. Mentioned the slow outfield, but there's plenty of pace on the ball there. And Luke Wells, he's been greedy here. He's got all the runs so far, 9 of them for Lancashire, all for Luke Wells. As he twirls his bat around, he's a ferocious twirler. Luke Wells. He does like a twirl. 3 slips in a gully. Saini in and bowling, and Wells off the back foot defends away to the leg side, and there is no run.
Yeah, nothing's beating the bat so far, is it, in the opening few balls this morning? Is there thoughts maybe that as it's got drier and brighter that perhaps it could flatten out here? But to say from Kent's attack, we've seen from Henry, from Saini and from Gilchrist, from Stewart to an extent as well, have bowled very well. But that'll be a test of them this morning as well as the Lancashire batters.
Saini over the wicket and bowling to Luke Wells. Let's defender back down the pitch, and there is no run.
I was asked on the preview for Radio Kent. So what do you think is going to happen today? I have no idea.
That classic question.
Which is not great, as you're supposed to be the expert, bringing the cricket to the masses in Kent.
What's going to go on? I've not got a clue.
I did say, given yesterday, 9 wickets fell in the first session, 1 fell in the second. But,
true though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's difficult to second guess, though.
It certainly is, but we definitely didn't expect that when we turned up yesterday.
Wells playing forward again, just defending away to the leg side, and there is no run.
But you know, the most optimistic you could be about Kent is that there's still life in this pitch, and you've got good quick bowlers out there as well, consistent bowlers. Kent could bowl themselves. That's not beyond the bounds of belief. By tea, they could have bowled themselves into a winning position.
Oh, definitely. Yep.
Equally, if 3 or 4 of the Lancashire batsmen dig in the way Kent did yesterday, the likes of Leaning and Denley and Stewart, could be very competitive on the last day.
Saini to Wells, that's left. Through to Robinson. Yeah, deficit still 116 runs.
Yeah,
it's a lot of runs to get just to draw level, and then try and push on. Tom Bailey last night was saying that Lancashire have got to get a score. He said they're probably going to get 300. He said that could be quite a tricky chase, batting last, but 300 is a lot of runs to get in this match, where so far we've seen scores of 140 and 270. Final ball of Saini's first over of the day. And there's more runs for Wells. Behind square on the leg side. Comes back for 2. And that completes the 4th over of the innings, the 2nd over of the morning. 11 without loss, all 11 runs to Luke Wells, with Keaton Jennings on naught.
I spoke to one of the reporters downstairs, was saying, I think he was talking about one of the Lancashire games this season, where no wickets at all fell in the morning session of days 1, 2 and 3. Completely counterintuitive to the way cricket normally runs, where you think, well, you know, if it's a bit of a flat pitch, you'll get the wickets in the morning and not the afternoon session. But he was saying, and plenty then fell in 2nd and 3rd sessions in that particular match. And those are the vagaries of this game, which is to a great extent why we love it anyway, isn't it? It's the unpredictability, and over the 4 days, the way things can sway between the two sides, and weather conditions, pitch conditions. Henry coming down from the James Anderson end. Keaton Jennings on off stump. Holds the pose of that defensive. He's not going anywhere. Beautifully done, Keaton. And it's a dot ball. It's cloudy here, but we're set fair, I think, for the day, aren't we? The forecast is probably the best of all 4 days. Although I noticed that the showers, potential showers tomorrow, have now been, as Henry Bowles gets a bit of movement. It's back of a length though as well, so left on length by Jennings through to the wicket keeper and wide as well. And there's no run. Sorry, the showers that had been in the forecast for tomorrow I think now have disappeared, certainly during cricket playing time. So as you say, we could end up with a very exciting final day here. Both sides pretty desperate for a win as Henry bowls to Jennings, and that one moves back, but after it's left the stumps really, it's a leave 5th stump line for Jennings, but Ollie Robinson ends up taking it down the leg side. Jack Leaning, as I said, very self-deprecating, was also talking about Ollie Robinson, saying what a great sub he was to have for Sam Billings, not only as a batter and a wicket keeper, but he's great in the dressing room as well. Behind the stumps now, Jennings cuts that away to a point. It's fielded, I think, by Gilchrist there, and there is no run. So 3 slips, a gully, a point, slightly backward point. There's a man on the drive, that's Joe Denley coming up from mid-off, or is he just going to receive the ball? So yeah, going back to mid-off for Keaton Jennings, mid-on, and a square leg. Is that Fred Clarson again? No, don't think it is. But Henry bowls now to Jennings outside the off stump, and there is no run. And then Senny's down at long leg.
How did Jack Leaning talk about kind of the captaincy and the way things happened with Sam Billings yesterday? Was it?
It was a late call, I think it's fair to say. From what he said, he found him out in the dressing room as they were preparing for the day, so it really was late as far as they were concerned. He then said, "I can take absolutely no credit for what happened in the morning." He said, "I was just still at 3rd slip, watching on and admiring, basically." So Henry to Keaton Jennings tucks that into the onside, and they'll take a single as Stewart hares after it. He played an important innings yesterday, and Jennings gets off the mark. Those are his first runs, aren't they?
Yep.
2 for him, 11 for Wells, 13 for none. The deficit for Lancashire at 112. The good news for them so far is we've not seen much past the bat, have we, from either of these two? I know it's early, but yesterday it looked very difficult to bat out there indeed.
It did, yeah. It was an absolute terror 50 minutes, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Phoebe Graham was with us yesterday, and so it was like SAS Survival. That was quite a nice description. Oh, but your booking Bronco,
yeah,
that received quite good. I got a few messages about that, saying that was perhaps the best line that they've heard all season on commentary.
Oh, it's very kind.
That was from Stephen. So it's like a booking Bronco. You know you'll eventually going to fall, is what you said, wasn't it? And there's a few that have been quite impressed with that. It's Senny bowling to Wells, who's playing a forward defensive and gets a run for it. Just squeezing it away into the offside. Denley comes across from mid off the field. Wells moves on to 12. The score moves on to 14.
Send those on to me. I'll stick those on my CV. unpredictable old game this, you never know.
Yeah.
Well, that's very kind anyway. But yeah, it was just a... and it's the same, effectively the same bowling attack as well, which is what we're comparing, I suppose, to this morning. In the sunshine, the pitch doesn't look quite as frightening today, certainly, with Henry and Senni, who will be well refreshed as well. Henry bowled 1 over last night, didn't he? And Gilchrist bowled 1.
Why it was Gilchrist last night and not Senni? I wonder what. And then it's Senni first thing this morning.
You know, I didn't ask, so there's quite a lot to get through in the interview. But yeah, that's an interesting point.
Senni in and bowling a full ball just on off stump, and Jennings plays it safely away to Denley at mid-off for no run.
As you say, with Lancashire psychologically, they've got to bat big in the third innings, or they're in real jeopardy, aren't they?
It's almost the season on the line, really. You know, in terms of if they want to be involved in trying to catch Surrey and/or Hampshire in September, they've got to win the match. Senni balls left by Jennings, taken by Robinson, no run. Oh, no ball. A few of them.
Yeah. See, I think he bowled 12 in his first innings against Warwickshire, and 12, something like that, and then took 5 wickets as well. It was a real strange effort, but yeah, just overstepping there again.
He bowled 5 in the first innings too.
Yeah.
16 without loss. 3 slips. And Gully is in and bowling. Forward again goes Jennings to defend. Away into the offside for no run. They'll be hoping for a nice calm morning, Lancashire. All day to bat. That's what they'll be thinking, I'm sure. 104 overs again today, so we're back to the 10 past 1 lunch.
Yeah. 4 o'clock tea.
4 o'clock tea.
Just to mark your card if you're listening and watching.
That's a lot of cricket, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, 2 experienced batters here. They've both had outstanding seasons, Jennings and Wells. Looking to break the partnership nice and early. Bounce and carry through to Robinson as Jennings doesn't offer a shot. Again, there's no run. 318 Keaton Jennings scored in Lancashire's last home fixture, which wasn't here. It was at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. Triple century for Keaton Jennings. Said he dreamt as a kid and read about players scoring 300 and never ever thought he would do it in his professional career. Senni to Jennings. That's dabbed defensively towards mid-on, and there is no run.
Not been to Southport.
Oh, it's a lovely ground. Yeah, it was great weather, which helps. And it produced 4 good days of cricket. The pitch was probably better than what I think maybe we were expecting it to be. You tend to get results at Southport. I think most people were expecting it to be a result rather than a draw. But like you just struggled to bowl Somerset out on the final day. But it's a lovely venue. Got great crowds. One of the days they were turning people away. They were full. And Jennings forward in defence, and there's no run. End of the over. 16 without loss. 6 overs gone. Of course, it's on the west coast of Lancashire / Merseyside. And it just allows supporters who are out towards the west to get a little bit easier access to watching cricket. Lancashire played at Blackpool, obviously more central Lancashire position, and they're up to Sedbergh in the north next week for a 50-over game. So they're taking the cricket around, which is nice.
Yeah. That sort of missionary work, taking the cricket to the people. No, as you say, it makes a big difference, doesn't it? I think we're mentioning Beckenham and Tunbridge Wells as Kent out grounds, and as Henry bowls to Wells, goes on the drive there, hits strongly at Denley, but straight at him, and he stops that. I suppose Kent much the same. So Beckenham is sort of metropolitan Kent, so people living in that part of the county, and Canterbury's over towards the east of Kent, Tunbridge Wells and West Kent on the Kent-Sussex border, so it does make sense from that point of view, though not always financially for the clubs. We realise that.
Can be tricky, can't it?
Yeah. Henry to Wells. Just drops that into the offside, falling forward slightly, perhaps fuller than he'd expected, but absolutely safe. It's actually Jordan Cox, I think, at point. He's out of the slip cordon, so it's Crawley, Leaning and Compton, with Daniel Bell-Drummond at gully actually having a conversation with Jordan Cox. Is he going through a couple of golf strokes there? A bit short and wide from Henry, though Wells responds by trying to club it back at him. More a tennis shot, that one. Oh, he's rehearsing that one. Was supposed to be a fantastic cut through the offside. Didn't end up at it. Got a little bit close to him. No run. But not the fear and trepidation we had yesterday when every ball seemed to be, you know, a grenade coming down at the batters, didn't it? You wondered, what's the one that's going to get them out? At the moment, standing firm as a bouncer. Good one as well. Again, Wells had to adjust the shot, but not quick enough to discomfort him severely there. He's played that off his nose with the bat into the onside, dropping harmlessly. 16 for none. So Henry going through quite a variation in this over. Kent lead down to, I say down to, it's 109. Lancashire just need to dig in here, bat out through the day if they can. Wells has pushed that into the offside. Cox fields, and that will be a single. Wells goes on to 13, 17 for none. Ball of this 7th over to come. Very pleasant sunshine here. Lovely temperature, I think. Pleasantly warm with a little bit of breeze.
Nice.
It's short sleeve and sun hat out there for all the people, isn't it? As we look towards the pavilion. Henry to Jennings, leaves that, going away from the stumps, through to wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson, and that is the end of the over. 17 for none. 7 overs gone of this Lancashire second innings here on BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Kent, via the BBC Sport website and app, and of course on the Lancs TV stream as well, bringing you the pictures of, well, it is a picture today, Old Trafford, isn't it? Say, maybe the building site notwithstanding, although
just look to the left.
But I find building sites endlessly fascinating. I think it's what's that old joke? I love hard work. I could watch it for hours.
Well, there's plenty of people knocking around over there again, aren't they?
Yeah.
But all the big trucks have disappeared, for the time being at least. Sending to Wells. It's punched through the offside. Lovely timing. Playing it on the up in total control. Gets 4 runs. 21 without loss. The shot by Luke Wells. Out towards the boundary in front of the building site. Wells moves on to 17 now. Still got the 3 slips in place in the gully. Senny striding his way back in. Full toss, which produces 4 more to Wells. Driven through straight mid-off for 4 runs. Takes a total to 25 without loss.
Senny puts a hand up in apology there for bowling that ball. Realises he has overpitched severely there, but dealt with absolutely, and it's a good positive start by Lancashire this morning. Wells goes on to 21. You say he's been nicking the run so far.
He has. He's dominated it, hasn't he? They both had an equal amount of the ball, but Wells, I just think, naturally probably scores quicker than Jennings. They both say how much they feel they complement each other, even though they're quite similar physically, and of course they're both left-handers. Around the wicket this time to Wells. Just worked away off the hip out to square leg for a single. 22 to Wells, 26 without loss. They mentioned before how perhaps their similarity can actually work in their favour. Sometimes teams prefer, don't they, left-hand, right-hand combination at the top. got two tall left-handers, but they play differently. And I think they believe that the way that they go about their respective games and how they can help out each other with what plans are being created by the bowlers. It's a full ball which Jennings drives up to mid-off. Denley fields and there's no run. He was terrific yesterday, Denley.
Yeah, as much as leaning top scored, I think he really dug in, didn't he?
Yeah.
At the well, there are. Joe Denley's asking umpire Lloyd, "Is this a cricket ball, umpire?" He said it's gone almost square. Look at it. Graham Lloyd. And he bet, yeah, there's Joe Denley surveying it again. A little bit of sweat on it. Has it improved, Joe? A bit of a shrug.
Doesn't look massively keen, the umpire, to get the old...
No. Denley's persisting.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, Graham Lloyd.
Here we go.
He's getting the circle out.
I think he is, yeah.
Circle of judgment. You say he didn't look like he particularly wanted to, Graham Lloyd, but said, all right, I'll have a look. All right, it's going... Oh, it's catching there. Oh, dropped it.
Does he have to fit through both of those?
He does, yeah.
Right, okay. Oh.
Joe Denley's right. It's gone out of shape already, and how old is this ball?
7.4 overs. Well, good spot from Joe Denley.
Yeah, absolutely. It really was. I thought for a moment we were going to have to talk away Denley's concern as, well, you know, it doesn't seem to be doing much. Let's give the try of the umpire. But as you say, it's stuck in the circle there, and yeah.
I think credit to Joe Denley's sweet talking there, because I don't think Graham Lloyd was keen to get the rings out.
You're right.
And Joe just whispered into his ear a little bit, said something
the
pleasant.
whisperer.
Yeah.
He's a very charming fellow, is Joe Denley.
Well, yeah,
he's quite softly spoken, isn't he? He's not one to rant and rail.
He's obviously just got the gift of the gab there, hasn't he?
Yeah. He's had a second go. No, I think it's gone a bit Star Wars there, a bit Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This is not the ball we need to play with.
And lo and behold,
here we go.
Oh, I thought we had the circle out for the... I mean, they've got to be nearly new, these. Joe Denley's over there. He's looking away now.
Yeah, you've done your bit, Joe. Don't get carried
Don't
away.
push it.
Don't push your luck now.
He starts going in the box and rooting one out himself. This is the one.
Yeah.
We'll have this one.
It's overstepping the mark, is that? I know you batted well yesterday, but come on.
He's actually nary a look, really, Joe Denley at the ball. He's having... No, he's inspecting it now, as you would expect. I'm wondering if that full toss hit very hard to the boundary, perhaps had done the damage. Perhaps Navdeep Saini has done his side a favour rather than just conceding the runs.
All part of the plan.
But fair enough. I mean, it was out of shape, and 7 and a bit overs old, and
it's not great, is it?
It's fair to say questions have been asked this year about the balls, haven't they, and how well they've done. And there's been a lot of changes too, but that's really early, isn't it? 7.5 overs, but there we are. New cherry for Saini.
Who's in with it, bowling, and Jennings turns it away to the leg side for a single. He moves on to 3. 27 without loss.
No wicket off that ball, and Joe Denley's looking at it. No, he doesn't like this one either. I'm joking. He's not had a look yet.
That's quite early, that, isn't it? 7.5. I'm trying to work out that might be the earliest I've seen this season. I mean, we've seen lots of ball changes.
That was my thinking. I don't recall seeing an earlier change than that.
Final ball of
it was definitely sticking in the.
He did,
in the circle.
Got his magic hoops out. Wells waits as Saini comes in and bowls. It's angled down to backward point. And Cox chasing after it and catching up with the ball. And Wells coming back for 2. And he moves on to 24. And that is the end of the 8th over, so 29 without loss. Wells on 24. And Jennings unbeaten on 3, so 96 behind. We've had about half an hour of day 3, and it's been certainly a contrast to what we got yesterday morning. I'm trying to think, half an hour into yesterday, at least 2, if not 3 wickets down at that stage. 9 fell throughout the course of the morning. Slightly calmer start to the day. Kent, I'm sure, will be hoping that one will bring a flurry. Delivery left by Keaton Jennings as Henry comes in from the Anderson end. And there is no run. .29 without loss. Keaton Jennings 3 to him. Henry comes over the wicket and balls. A little short and wide. Encourages Jennings to cut the ball, which he does. Chopping the ball away through the offside for a single. Moves on to 4. Over 800 runs this season for Keaton Jennings. Average of 74 currently. 3 centuries. Brings Luke Wells back on strike. Trailed by 95. Of 24 deliveries now for Wells. As Henry's in and bowling. Left. Through to Robinson. 3rd wicket keeper of the match for Kent. Started with Billings, then we had a bit of Cox. And now we've got Robinson. Three slips there. Gully in place, says Henry from the Anderson end. And bowling to Jennings, that's defended. Pushed away into the offside. Again, Denley comes up from mid-off to field. And there is no run. Looks like everyone's playing elsewhere in the county championship. We've had 1 or 2 little patches of dodgy weather. But play elsewhere across the country. Just ease into the offside by Jennings. And again, there's no run. Warwickshire have lost a 2nd wicket at the Oval. They're 16 for 2. Still trail Surrey by 47 runs. That's the end of the 9th over, that. Here at Emirates Old Trafford, Lancashire 31 without loss. Trail by 95. Correction, 94. So Warwickshire 16 for 2, trail Surrey by 47 runs. Yorkshire 41 for 2, trail Hampshire by 18 runs. Gilchrist coming into the attack to replace Senny from the Brian Statham men. Bowled that one over last night. Having a chat with his captain there. Elsewhere, Northamptonshire 372 for 7. So they lead Gloucestershire by 55 runs with 3 wickets remaining. Somerset made a good start, 109 for 1, replying to Essex declaration of 505 for 9. 3 games in Division 2 this week as well. Again, play across all those 3 fixtures. There's Gilchrist from the Brian Statham men, 2 slips in position. And that's hammered by Wells, but again to Denley, who has perhaps been the busiest of all the Kent fielders in this match. The ball seemed to follow him around in the first innings as well. And he has barely let anything go past him fielding's been outstanding by Denley. He's had a terrific game. I thought the way he batted yesterday was outstanding, either side of lunch. Off the back foot this time. Again, Denley Fields, no run. So the 3 Division 2 fixtures, Durham against Middlesex. Durham 421 for 7 declared. Middlesex 44 without loss. Worcestershire 185 all out. Derbyshire 130 all out. Derbyshire's second innings 307 for 7. That's a lead of 252 runs. So a good recovery for Derbyshire. Sped off the back foot by Wells, steering it backward a point, and there's no run.
It's a bit more shape with this second ball than there was with the first, but still these two looking pretty secure. 31 for none.
Pretty quiet first half an hour for Lancs. The final game in Division 2 to update you with is Sussex at 128 for 7. Trail Nottinghamshire by 112 runs, Notts made 240 all out. It's Gilchrist over the wicket, pushing it wide of off stump, fullish length. Wells plays the ball away into the offside. Again, Denley Fields, and there's no run. 31 without loss. Wells this season with a couple of centuries, averaging a 50, just a fraction under 700 runs. Another forward defensive. Smothering the ball back along the pitch, gathered by Gilchrist off his own bowling. And there is no run. So he'll go wandering back to his mark from this Brian Statham end. .31 on the board so far for Lancashire in their second innings. Final ball of the 10th over. That's played off the back foot through the covers beautifully by Wells. Might be his 3rd boundary of the morning. It is. In fact, I think it's his 4th boundary of the morning. Yeah, that's more accurate. His boundary number 4 for Wells on this 3rd day. And some looking back foot drive through the covers for 4. 35 without loss.
Jack Leading saying last night he just could stand and admire from 3rd slip what the bowlers did yesterday morning for Kent. Got some work to do today to work out how to get a breakthrough. Already you can see Lancashire shooting away, particularly Wells, you're saying, hitting the ball very sweetly indeed. Either ball, the first one, or the one that was replaced, came in his replacement after 7.5 overs. So a bit of a conference between Leaning and bowler Matt Henry. Wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson has got involved as well. Joe Denley. Now there is a change to the field. The gully comes out, so we've got 3 slips. Actually, no, the gully stays, but Ben Compton effectively has come out from 3rd slip. So 2 slips, Compton at gully. Daniel Bell Drummond is dispatched into mid-wicket. Deep backward square. That's Nathan Gilchrist. That's mid-on and mid-off, who are Grant Stewart and Joe Denley respectively. And Jordan Cox is at cover, sending it deep fine leg. It's through from Henry, defended by Keaton Jennings. And there's no run. Yeah, I think I've got everybody there. I thought the subfield was on to start Fred Clarkson, but I think I am mistaken. I think that is everybody now. Chat between Ben Compton and Jordan Cox. Jordan Cox is very lively in the field. Here's Henry, round the wicket to the left-hander, but blocked away by Jennings, and there's no run. Again, we don't seem to be getting the movement for the bowlers this morning that we had yesterday. It seems to be significant today. A significant lack, if there is such a thing. Comes Henry once again to bowl to Jennings. Oh, he's just wafted at that one outside the off stump, back of a length. Got some good bounce, good carry from Henry, and that was a rather inconclusive shot from Keaton Jennings. Yeah. Unlike him. Not sure quite what he was doing there, just sort of offered the bat at it vaguely outside the off stump. But will compose himself again now. Henry from the James Anderson end too. Jennings almost on the walk, defending that one up to mid-on to Grant Stewart. Great innings yesterday from Stewart. A few lusty blows, hit the ball very hard indeed, and pushed the Kent score on, as Jack Leaney was saying, in partnership with him just when he needed that as a batting partner himself. Stewart taking some pressure off by rotating the strike, getting the scoreboard ticking over, and that 125 run lead now down to 90 as Henry bowls again back of a length, short ball. Leading looks for a moment at the umpire to see if that was hittable. The umpire says it's fine, through to wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson, and there's no run. But I'm struggling to think of a ball that really has beaten the bat this morning, Scott. And
not yet, I don't think so. No. I suppose Kent just got to keep. It's still 90 behind.
Yeah.
Keep putting it down in the right place more often than not, and believe that if they can get one, then a couple will follow.
Yeah, just chip away as Henry bowls to Jennings. Again, that rising delivery. Just patted off his chest more or less into the offside. A misfield by Jordan Cox, which is not something you'll see very often. And they come through for a single. End of 11 overs, 36 for none. And all quiet on the Lancashire front at the moment. It seems to be working pretty well for these two.
Yeah, 36 runs added so far. Something that Lancashire were unable to do in the first innings was build any real meaningful partnership. Wells and Bohannon's 44, the best of that first innings for Lancashire. And we know when Kent were batting, they had two standout partnerships, Denley and Leaning. Leaning and Stewart both adding, well, those two partnerships combined adding over 200 runs. Got the bulk of the runs for Kent, those two partnerships. One developing here for Lancashire. Jennings not offering the shot from that delivery, which is outside his off stump. Gilchrist coming in, over number 3 of the innings for him, his second of the morning.
So he was preferred last night, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
To send it in a single over, as we said. It wasn't.
I wonder what it was, though. It's a quirky one, isn't it? Yeah, Senny texted the new ball this morning, but just fancied Gilchrist to bowl one last night. And pushing it forward and wide and left by Jennings. Takes a little walk away to square leg. A few background sounds from the building site. Decent sprinkling of spectators in front of the pavilion and below the hotel on the point. Oh, it just gets on to Jennings a little quicker than he was expecting and just come back in towards him. Defends it away to square leg and there's no run, but that felt like it hurt him for the first time really in the morning.
Yeah, he's taken the right glove off there. That's jammed the hand against the bat handle as it hit the glove straight on, maybe. Yeah, just flexing the right hand, Keaton Jennings. As you say, that's the first one that seems to have got big on them or misplayed by either batsman. Just settling himself again now.
Just took a few seconds, puts his glove back on, and Gilchrist is in again. Oh, and that gets him forward and that beats him. I don't think he really fully committed to the shot, Jennings. He just held the bat back a fraction, but reaction from the slips tell us that they feel as though he got forward to that and was beaten by that delivery.
Kent's task, Nathan Gilchrist needs to keep the pressure on here, doesn't he? From a Kent point of view, first sign that maybe they're fallible out there.
Certainly gets forward and defends away into the offside for no run. Only bowled 6 overs in the first innings, but they didn't really need much more because Matt Henry did all the work. But 6 overs, 2 for 26 for Nathan Gilchrist.
Yeah, it's a good point. He was only on 2 balls yesterday morning, I think, wasn't he? And got the final wicket to fall.
Yep.
Otherwise, Senni and particularly Henry had done the damage.
Gilchrist bowls again. They want to run this time, and they'll get a couple, I would think. Play their way through the covers. 2 for Keaton Jennings. End of the 12th over as well. Jennings moves on to 7. Wells on 29. Lancashire 38 without loss to trail by 87 runs and 12 overs of the Lancashire second innings.
It's going full there, Nathan Gilchrist, isn't he? But it's very telling that because they're not getting that little bit of movement they got yesterday off the pitch, there's a much more comfortable drive for Keaton Jennings there. Like Wells has already got 4 boundaries in his 29. 38 for none off 12 overs. All sorts of movement to our right on the building site now.
It's a handy looking machine, isn't it?
It is indeed, yeah. A big digger coming across. Your lorry with the big arcing pipes on it isn't in today, is it? So whatever they were doing, feels like they've completed that. There we go. That's as informative as I can be. Henry to Wells. He's gone short to Wells, who's comfortably just a gentle hook down into the ground and down to fine leg for a single. So Henry has none for 11 from his 6 so far. Yeah, got the big digger with the tracks on, going hither and thither on the building site. Full-length delivery. Like that one's a good delivery from Henry, but like Jennings comfortably defending it up to mid-on. A couple of the old little dump trucks there, are they? Is that what they call them? Moving the earth around. Plenty of activity, as there is with the cricket as well. Bright sunshine. Emirates Old Trafford looking beautiful today. Here's Henry to Jennings. A sharp no from Keaton Jennings as he deflected the ball out towards Compton at point. There definitely wasn't a run there.
Yeah, he's a big fan of a very clear no. He likes to use his bat as well, just to point, send him back.
It's very Lord of the Rings, I think, that. Or perhaps Harry Potter. Thou shalt not pass. That kind of thing. Absolutely no. Is Henry to Jennings? Oh, is that an edge? No. Well, that's the best ball Henry's bowled today, and that really asked a question of Keaton Jennings, who managed to keep his bat out of the way of it. A rising delivery coming up to his body. And yeah, he's done well to keep out of the way of that, as Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, that's just been, well, that one from Henry, and with some one that's nipped back from Gilchrist in the last over.
The first signs of life from the Kent attack, really. As he bowls now, Henry, on off stump. And did he deflect that, Henry, onto the stumps? It's broken the stumps anyway, but Luke Wells was not moving at the far end from his crease. He's on 30. Jennings has 7 on strike at the moment. But yeah, it's a slightly more challenging over from Matt Henry, this one, for Keaton Jennings. He comes in again for a shortish run. Bowls to Jennings. And that one's on leg and middle, off his hip, for a single out to Nathan Gilchrist. So 2 off the over, 40 for none, off 13. The deficit for Lancashire, 85 they are behind. Making inroads today. No wickets for Kent so far in the first 45 minutes or so here on BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Kent, via the BBC Sport website and app. And Lancashire TV as well, the streaming service bringing you the pictures as Luke Wells takes a drink off the 12th man.
Warm day, I suppose. Yeah. Have a slurp. Keaton's all right by the looks of it. Wants a little toweling down too, Luke Wells.
He's scored most of the runs. I'm not sure that means that there's more effort involved necessarily. Keaton Jennings, now reluctantly takes off his gloves. I think he asked for new gloves.
I think he might need some new gloves, yeah.
45 minutes. Crikey. But I think that's the thing, is it, with the modern day batter, if you've got 5-6 pairs of gloves, you can just change them through the day.
Yeah.
For comfort's sake, why not? not sure what it'll do to Kent's over rate, which has been pretty slow all season, to be frank. But Gilchrist waiting patiently to bowl over the wicket to the left-handed Keaton Jennings.
Not got many spinning options in this game.
No.
It's kind of part-time spinners, really. Gilchrist to Jennings, who leaves the ball. Those situations where it could easily have just run off the face of Jennings' bat into the gloves of the keeper. We saw Denley depart in a similar way yesterday, but got his bat up and out the way of that.
Yeah, all from Gilchrist.
40 without loss. Gilchrist over the wicket and bowls. That's off the back foot and cut away through the offside. And Jennings comes back for 2. Cox does catch up with it, slides across the turf and scoops the ball up. Jennings moves on to 10. 42 without loss. Was there a period in the game last week at Warwickshire where Kent were using kind of a couple of part-time spinners? And did one get a wicket? You were telling me, I think.
Oh yeah, well, Jack Leaning, yeah.
Leaning, that was it.
Yeah, I mean, Leaning and Denley will bowl quite a lot during the season and bowl on the T20s as well. But yeah, that was an accidental wicket that Jack Leaning took. But
like that, big fan of that. That's a lovely drive by Jennings down the ground. Beautiful shot by Keaton Jennings. I think he enjoyed that himself. Lancashire move on to 46 without loss. Jennings moves on to 14. Gorgeous straight drive for 4 runs.
I should qualify that by saying Kent were trying to get their over rate back to level. They were at -6, I think, on the over rate scale, with Warwickshire adrift and 8 down. So Kent honing in on winning the game.
Gilchrist over the wicket to Jennings, who leaves it, no run.
But in a position where if they won too soon, they'd then be penalised points for their over rate. So Denley and Leaning were on the hurry up. I mean, it was quicker than T20. It's quicker than the 100. They were running between the overs and bowling as quickly as they could, getting through the deliveries as quickly as they could. And then Leaning, basically a caught and bowl came back and he looped back, and instinctively, of course, he put his left hand out and caught it and looked somewhat apologetic, dropped the ball.
Gilchrist to Jennings, left again, no run.
And just sort of shrugged. Not sure what I was meant to do there. Did we take the wicket or not? But
I mean, Denley bowls a lot, doesn't he? How much is Leaning bowled? Is he very...
Yeah, as much as Denley has this season, I think.
Okay,
actually, I'll find the exact statistics. In fact, Denley would have bowled less this year because of the injuries he's had. But
yeah, he's not played much, has he, this year, Denley?
No, so he was out for first 5 or 6 games. Actually injured, I think, on the first day of the season at Essex with a hamstring pull.
Again, that's fallen wide by Gilchrist, and Jennings is content with his work from the over. The 2 and then the lovely straight drive for 4. That's 46 without loss. Jennings 14, Wells on 30, so 79 runs now behind.
So Kent signed George Linder, the South African, for 2 years to play all formats, but hasn't really worked out for him this season, I think. 1 or 2 good performances from Linder, and an explosive bat as well, but left out of this one, just lacking a little bit of form. Gather he's carrying a bit of an injury as well, so they were hoping he would be a strike bowler, or at least one to hold down an end as a spinner, but hasn't been picked for this one. Hamid Al-Qadri was in the 12, who actually his best game of the season was against Lancashire. He scored 70 odd in the second innings in Kent's heavy defeat at Canterbury, and took a 6-for as well. But yes, in terms of spin, it will be Leaning. He's got 4 wickets this year in the Championship. As here comes Stewart, replaced. That's a good ball from Stewart. That straightens Wells up and withdraws the bat late from that one. So yeah, 4 wickets for Leaning so far this season, 3 for Denley. Denley's got through, or just 21 overs. Yeah, Leaning's bowled a lot more than him, but he's played more games as well, so he's bowled 94.
So could see a bit of those two at some point today, then.
Yeah, I wouldn't be at all surprised if it's doing anything out there. Stuart bowls to Wells outside part of the bat there, but kept it down well with soft hands. Compton goes after it, but that'd be encouraging for Jack Leaning. A couple of deliveries from Stuart to start. Said had a great day yesterday. Big Grant Stewart with the bat, 68 not out, and a couple of mighty blows, one big six within that. So yeah, those will be the options, but yeah, neither spinner you'd expect to be on for 15-20 overs in an inning, certainly. Without Linder or Kadri. Again, going with a seam-heavy attack, and Stewart round the wicket to Wells. It's much more convincing from Wells, who's just angled that out past point. And they'll come back for 2, and that'll be the 50 up for Lancashire. And they haven't looked much disturbed, these two. 1 or 2 have passed the bat. Stewart's opening delivery was a decent one as well. Otherwise, 50 from 87 balls. Exactly what Lancashire required this morning. 34 Wells, 14 Jennings. And the Kent's lead down to 75 now. It's a conversation between Matt Henry and Grant Stewart. Perhaps about a field change, and they are going to exercise that now. So Bell Drummond goes in at point. He's taken him out of mid-wicket, and Matt Henry goes into a sort of no-man's land between a wide mid-on and mid-wicket. A Stewart bowls now to Wells, defensive, up to Jordan Cox, cover, and there's no run. So Kent's boundary fielders, Nadeem Seni down at deep fine leg, and Nathan Gilchrist back turned at the moment, just adjusting his sweatband. Now at deep square leg. But neither batsman needing to be particularly expansive this morning, but very self-contained. Jennings has faced the lion's share of the strike. Wells has almost twice as many runs. He drives up towards Denley at mid-off, and there's no run as Denley fields on the jog. Wells is 34, Jennings 14. Lancashire relatively untroubled, certainly relative to a comparative to yesterday.
Yeah, just a bit. Well, this time we had 6 wickets, haven't we? It's been the first 50 minutes of play, I think. Lancashire were bowled out, 6 for 33.
Like a good time to be bowling yesterday. Perhaps not so much today. A little bit flatter. As that's one wide from Stewart, who just scratches his chin after that one. And Wells, that's 4 runs for him. And he is racing along, 38 now for Luke Wells. Seen the replay of that one. Just a little wide of the body there. And does just run it down backward of square. 4-4. Nice placement. Wells 38 from 37, going up more than a run a ball at the moment. 5 fours for him. Jennings 14 from 54. As he was saying, Scott, these two really are complementing each other today. Jennings looks in absolutely no hurry to score his runs.
Yeah, I've spoken to them both separately about the partnerships, and they obviously both speak fondly of each other, and they say they both see the game in a similar way, and perhaps that helps. Even though the similarities are clear in terms of they're both tall men, both left-handers, they do play in a slightly different way. Seems to help each other, I think. Wells is 38 from 37, Jennings 14 from 54. Gilchrist to Jennings, it's left. And there's no run. 50 up for Yorkshire as well, they're 52 for 2. Playing Hampshire in Scarborough. Looks lovely in Scarborough today. They've had a bit of poor weather around, but looks nice on the east coast today. Yorkshire trailed by 7 runs with 8 wickets remaining. Edged, taken, Leaning with the catch, and Gilchrist with the breakthrough, and Jennings out for 14. And Lancashire lose their first wicket, 54 for 1, just bringing up a half-century partnership. But Gilchrist with the breakthrough. Frustration for Jennings as he peels away and looks towards the skies. And Leaning with a good catch at about waist height to his left-hand side. And that's the first breakthrough of the morning. 54 for 1, Jennings out. And Gilchrist strikes for Kent.
Yeah, that was a smart catch from Jack Leaning, wasn't it? Turning to his left. It was going at quite a lick, but so there was just a little bit of interest from Nathan Gilchrist in the last couple of overs. A bit hesitant outside the off stump. Keaton Jennings times was going for the drive into the offside. He goes for 14, and Kent's job is, as we were saying before, just to chip away. They've got runs in hand, and that first wicket will be very welcome. As there was a hint that things were going a bit flat, you'd think Josh Bohannon will probably enjoy this surface a lot more than he did yesterday. Or was it first day, actually? He was out, wasn't he? He hit some lovely strokes on the first day. Great shot maker. But 54 for 1 then. Nathan Gilchrist makes the breakthrough. Josh Bohannon comes out. I see the label says Josh Bohannon's 0 from 0 balls so far. Well, there's a very good reason for that. He's just coming out to the middle and joining Luke Wells at 54 for 1 in the 16th over here at the Emirates Old Trafford.
Yeah, 626 runs this season, averaging 44. The big double century, 231 in the game against Gloucestershire. That was back in April, may have just been in May, but certainly in the early stages of the county championship season. Comes into it though on the back of a couple of good scores. Century last week in the second innings at Northamptonshire to help Lancashire win the match, and then a 90 in the game at Southport and Birkdale against Somerset just prior to that. Gilchrist breaking the partnership though between Jennings and Wells to get the new batter out in the middle. 2 slips and a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Bohannon leaves this first ball from Gilchrist, and that's through to the keeper, and there is no run. Yes, the signs, certainly good signs from Bohannon. He's finding a bit of touch again. He's a good player. He's had a terrific start to his first-class career. That's edged. Oh, has gone through gully. Compton there diving to his left. Down towards the boundary. It's gone for 4. Bohannon gets his first runs. Thick edge, and Compton's leaping away to his left-hand side. 58 for 1. 2 slip fielders, Crawley and Leaning, and then that gap to where Compton is. That flashed away to his left-hand side. It's worked up to mid-on this time by Bohannon, but there is no run. Senny Fields for Kent. Left by Bohannon and taken by the keeper. Yeah, just lost the first wicket, Lancashire, in their second innings. Keaton Jennings, the man out for 14, caught by Jack Leaning off the bowling of Nathan Gilchrist. Just brought up a half-century partnership, Jennings and Wells, before that first wicket fell. Wells unbeaten on 38, Bohannon on 4. Lancashire 58 for 1, trailed by 67 runs. So that's the first hour of play this morning. Wells has negotiated it safely enough for 38 runs. double bowling change. We're going to see Grant Stewart replacing Matt Henry. So Henry and Senny bowling through the first hour for Kent. Gilchrist about to start his second over of this spell. It's played up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Timely breakthrough for Kent just gives them a little burst of energy. Slightly extended morning session by an extra 10 minutes. So catching up for the time lost on the first day. Wells happy just to work the ball again through the offside. Gathered by Jordan Cox, and there's no run. The additional overs as well today, 104 overs to be bowled, so we've chipped away at a few already, down to 989 remaining today. Short from Stewart, as Wells half advanced down the pitch. Short ball ignored by the Lancashire opening batter. Enjoyed a good day with the bat yesterday, Grant Stewart. 2 slips waiting. And just defended pretty calmly away through the offside for no run. Wicketless in the first innings. Only bowled the 5 overs actually. Grant Stewart, 5 overs, 2 maidens for 9. Into his second over now, 2 balls left of it. Stewart to Wells, that's crunched away into the offside. 1 bounce and out towards cover where Jordan Cox fields, and there's no run. Not a lot of gaps to try and work the ball through in that offside. Denley at mid-off, Cox at cover, Bell Drummond at point. Final ball of the over. A breeze fluttering through the hair of Stewart as he comes in and bowls. Defender from the crease, Bell Drummond, who took a stylish catch in the first innings, comes up to field the ball. And there's no run. So 17 overs gone of the Lancashire second innings. 58 for 1, trailed by 67. Wells on 38, Bohannon on 4. Day 3, live from Emirates Old Trafford, the LV County Championship. It's the Division 1 fixture between Lancashire and Kent. Lancashire batting second time round. Bohannon, new batter out in the middle, replacing Jennings, who fell in the previous over to Nathan Gilchrist.
Will apply his trade once again from the Brian Statham end here. 2 slips and a gully, standing next to Ollie Robinson. Bohannon takes the bottom hand off here as propels it through the onside. Hamid Kadri is on as a sub. They'll get 2 there actually as Kadri rather dives over it. Always loath to criticise fielders on those cut strips because it can be a little bit unpredictable, the bounce, but like he got his body behind it there, Kadri. It's gone through him for 2, 60 for 1. Sort of thing it might give you get you a bit of a look from the bowler. I'm not sure. Not sure if Gilchrist is one of those entirely though. Seems to be a fairly calm young man. It's bowls now to Bohannon on middle stump, defended back at the bowler. 1 bounce taken by Nathan Gilchrist, who throws the ball, underarms it to polisher in chief Joe Denley. Also big ball, that's Jordan Cox there, tossing the ball to Denley now. Polisher-in-Chief Joe Denny also, he is leather consultant, is that right? He'll go to the umpires anyway to give them the state of play on the ball. Through to the wicketkeeper here, getting some good carry. Gilchrist outside the off stump, left by Bohannon, 60 for 1.
You describe him as being umpire whisperer.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, yeah.
Quite like that one.
I think it's better than leather consultant, maybe. I'm not sure. I feel quite where I was going with that one. Let's move swiftly on. Andrew on Twitter this morning on @BBC Kent Sport. Great to hear from you, Andrew, in Japan. That's where he listens from. As Gilchrist bowls to Bohannon, full delivery. That was close to the off stump as he shouldered arms, Bohannon. But in that fashion, as it goes through to the wicket-keeper, you'd have to say that's a good leave. It's not hit the stumps, Andrew's saying. Fascinating game. Could be a classic, he says. Lancs batters looking good. Cricket heaven. And but yeah, I'd agree, Andrew. If you, I know Andrew's a Kent fan, but looking at it from a neutral perspective, as you were saying, Scott, if Lancashire do get up to 300 or odd by the end of the day, as just a little bit cross-batted there from Bohannon, trying to play the ball on the offside, outside part of the bat of the offside, but safe along the ground. But yeah, from a game point of view, for an excitement point of view, if they do get 170 lead, 180 lead going into tomorrow, then think about declaring sometime perhaps to have a bowl at Kent, and Kent within perhaps sight of possibility of a victory on a sporting surface. That could be a very exciting finish to the game. As Gilchrist bowls to Bohannon, full length delivery and dealt with. That's a lovely shot from Bohannon, all timing that, very little backlift, on drive, 4 runs. Almost as soon as it left the bat, he didn't really move, just admired it, did Josh Bohannon, as we did. 4 for him. He's on to 10 from 10 balls. Luke Wells has gone under a run of ball now. What a slouch. 38 from 43, 64 for 1. Rattling along here, Lancashire.
Well, Luke Wells was suggesting the other day when we spoke to him that they might have to bring in the opposition with a view to give themselves the best chance of trying to win the match. Obviously, they're still 61 behind. But if Lancashire are in a position where, for example, they're still batting after tea and have a lead over Kent, that will potentially come into it, because they have to win the match. There's no, I don't think there's much point in, for example, batting through the day and into tomorrow, if that was even a possibility for Lancashire, and trying to, because they have to bowl Kent out again and win the match. So they've got to keep that on the table, haven't they? And they might have to keep Kent interested in order to try and create the best possible chance for them to win the match. So we could be in for a couple of really interesting days.
Stuart from the James Anderson end then.
It's defended away by Wells for no run out towards Jordan Cox.
It's a good point. Kent, a draw's not a disaster for them here at Lancashire by any means. It would hopefully for them keep them mid-table and away from the bottom 2. But yeah, definitely be a tempter if Lancashire offered them something on the final day to go at. A win for Kent, obviously, from their point of view, if they could take the win, would really start to ease any fears of relegation. But you say Lancashire will need to keep them interested.
He comes back in towards Wells a fraction there and defends. And into the offside, there's no run. .38 to Luke Wells. 64 for 1. Trail by 61 runs. An hour left of the morning, because it's just gone 10 past 12, so we've got lunch at 10 past 1. It's an hour to go this morning. That's just eased back along the ground. Stewart fields off his own bowling, no run.
My apologies if you were emailing yesterday, by the way. The game was so absorbing. I appear to have missed a number of emails, so if you're listening again today, I'll try and get through a few of those this morning, in this morning's session, and points for discussion. Our good friend Kester has joined us. This one's from day 3, so Good to hear from you.
A flick of the wrist this time, and Wells takes the ball out through square leg for a single. Gilchrist comes up to field. Wells moves on to 39. Scott moves on to 65 for one.
Kester says, I've been listening for the past 2 days, but most of the time with a lag of anything up to 2 hours, as I had to work. Oh, it's a terrible business, that, working in the way of the cricket. So I stopped the recording and listened quite late into the evening. There's no deep, incisive comments. You talking about me there, Kester? Oh, no, sorry. Just have a good game and bowl Lancashire out before tea, and I reckon we should win. Well, yes. From a Kent point of view, obviously, Kent supporter, Kester. But I think it's looking like a challenge for the bowlers today. More of a challenge than it was. Has been certainly for the first 2 days to take those wickets.
Stewart to Bohannon. Squirts away down to backward point. Gilchrist at point, chasing after the ball and does catch up with it. Bohannon moves on to 11. 66 for one.
So an email here from Steve. I'm definitely too late on this one, Steve. I think you've Steve from Ulverston and Cumbria responding to Paul Lannett was saying on the when was that? That was Thursday, wasn't it? So yeah, I think he's forwarded it on yesterday. So apologies, Steve. Too late for that, obviously.
He's left by Wells. That ball pushed full of wide of off stump. Taken by the keeper. Into the over, 66 for one.
But not the first to talk about, and Paul Lannett's not the first to talk about the county schedule and how it might be rearranged. And Steve, not a fan of the 100, but he says, but last year that Royal London was a fascinating competition, allowing opportunities for younger players and allowing cricket to be played in different venues, thus stimulating interest indeed. County committees are going to have to be very careful. They will get to the stage that membership is not worth it and interest simply wanes. There's the balance, isn't it? If they reduce the number of county championship matches, what that will mean for membership at the counties. And
it's definitely something that, well, one of the many factors that will be considered, I'm sure.
It's a delicate balance, isn't it?
Just a bit, yeah.
So Gilchrist to bowl to Bohannon now, 66 for one, Lancashire on middle stump, and Bohannon treats it with respect back at the bowler, runs up to Matt Henry at mid-on. Steve saying, listened with incredulity to Paul Lannett regarding his comments on the 50-over competition. Myself and many others looking forward to games at Sedbergh next week, particularly as I live in Cumbria, he says.
Yeah, well, that's one of the reasons why Lancashire have taken games to Sedbergh.
It's Gilchrist to Bohannon. Just the outside part of the bat there to adjust the shot. Not for the first time against Gilchrist, but again, keeping the ball low. George was in touch yesterday as well. At least Kent have avoided the follow-on, he said, ho-ho. Well, they couldn't because Lancashire didn't get enough. There we are. Always look on the bright side, George. On a side note, this is not a happy side note. Even up on his hand, keeping wicket, broke 2 fingers and a hairline crack at the knuckle.
Oh dear!
Goodness me, George. Season's over. On the plus side, I did take the catch. That's the spirit. It's Gilchrist too. Oh, that's very close. Has he got the edge? Inside edge. Big appeal. Umpire unmoved.
I don't know, are they appealing for a catch?
Or maybe for LBW. Did it flick the pad?
Big shout, wasn't it?
From clamour, it's gone to absolute silence.
Yeah.
Some looking on with incredulity.
I think they're appealing for LBW there, aren't they?
It was a good delivery though, wasn't it? Yeah, I just wondered if there's enough bat involved. But yeah, could well have been an LBW shout, as you say. Just maybe flicking the pad.
May have flicked his back leg. He didn't offer a shot, did he?
No, he didn't, no. Gilchrist to Bohannon. Straight back. Oh, was that a chance?
Yep.
I think it was. It's gone through the hands of Gilchrist on his follow-through. One of those which has been a very sharp caught and bowled indeed, and takes a low 5 from Jordan Cox. Just about had time to get his hands down to it, I suppose you'd say. Gilchrist in his follow-through. Hit smartly back at him, but on the up by Bohannon. But couldn't cling on. I don't think there's... nobody's pointing fingers at Gilchrist for that, because it would have been absolute reaction catch, wouldn't it, to get the hands down to it?
It would, yeah. It's one of those kind of type of ones where if they stick, don't they? But I guess it could go down as a chance.
3 slips in a gully. Bohannon leaves that one outside the off stump. Feels like this is a battle, doesn't it?
It does
for Josh Bohannon at the moment.
First time really in the morning session it's felt like this, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Really?
I'd agree. George from Romney Marsh continuing. Get under a season like this a few years ago. Lost most games in the first half of the season, then went unbeaten right until the end. Again, I would say that's the spirit, George. From a Kent point of view, they'll very much be hoping for that. It's Gilchrist to Bohannon, full-length delivery, and once again dealt with as he just over-pitches slightly, driven through the onside. Henry Fields have come back for 2, 68 for 1, so a small victory for Bohannon right at the end of the over, but a testing one for him from the young Kent seam bowler, Nathan Gilchrist. 68 for 1. The Kent lead down to 57 now. Rob, Kentish man, marooned in Essex. Saying Phoebe Graham had a Kent link. Oh, she's not with us today. There we go.
Does she? Well,
does she indeed?
She played down there, did she? Is it possible?
Now I'm not sure. There's a Wikipedia entry which I haven't got time to go through the whole thing, but Peter thinks that she has a Kentish connection. Oh, well, there we go. So we'll claim her anyway. Thank you very much for that.
You can't claim her, she's ours.
So is she related to the great Norman Graham? Quite possibly. Does it say somewhere in that? I should really watch the cricket at the same time, but
into Wells, that's driven into the offside, and Drummond Fields is no run.
So her father... Oh, there we go. Her father, Peter, is a cousin of Norman Graham. So he played... Did Peter play cricket for Cumbria and as a cousin... So what? Cousin's daughter, where does that put you? Is that a second, third, fourth cousin?
It sounds a bit
twice removed.
Sounds a bit tenuous to me, does this? Clutching at straws a bit for this Kent connection. It's banged in short and wide of off stump and left by Wells and through to the keeper, no run.
A relation, if somewhat distant, but yeah, there we go. Thank you for that, though, Peter.
I'm not sure I'm having that one, Peter.
Scott's just not having it. Well. All right, then. We'll talk about that off air, Scott, you and I, shall we? We'll have a
third cousin twice removed. Once went to Kent for a day.
I'm with you. Sorry, that's Rob, isn't it? Sorry, Peter was her father. It's Phoebe's father. Thank you for that, Rob. Kentish man from Woodford Green.
Drummond drops back towards a deep point boundary. Oh, and that comes back in, and Wells defends it back to the bowler, who has a big beaming smile on his face. And there's no run. 68 for 1.
Richard, one of the crew contingent of Kent X.
Not our dishwasher man.
No.
Okay.
It says, I know who the Sean is. He of the dishwasher. Sean from Tom's Tap. There we are. Yeah, he's a brewer. Has moved from Kent to the northwest. Thank you very much for that. Do get in touch today on kentcricket@gmail.com. I'll actually try and get to some of them today. That'd be probably better than doing it a day in advance. On arrears, rather. Shot.
Yeah, that's 4, I think, more for Wells through the offside. Short covering position, went to the left of that man there. And to the right of Denley at mid-off. Timed the pants off that one, didn't he? 4 runs. Hit firmly through the offside. 72 for 1 now.
Christine yesterday was talking about the difference between ties and draws. That's to say, I looked at that twice, but that's probably just my mind. But yeah, different outcomes, absolutely. In terms of results of these games, could be a tie. All results are possible, very much at this point, I have to say.
43 now to Luke Wells. Stewart balls to him. It's deflected down through gully for a couple more. Drummond on the point boundary. Went to probably move 30 yards or so to his right to stop it. And Wells runs 2, so 45 to Luke Wells, 74 for 1. Deficit 51 now.
You were talking with Phoebe about women's Test cricket, I think, yesterday.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yep.
In 4 or 5 days, and Paul was on there. I hope you're listening again today, Paul. Great to hear from you. Had a bit of a rant. That's no problem with that, Paul. That's what we're here for. We're up for that.
Another forward defensive by Luke Wells into the offside for no run. End of the over. 21 gone of the Lancashire second innings, 74 for 1.
Paul was saying the reason women's cricket tests are only 4 days from a very narrow-minded view that it can't sustain 5 days financially. This dates back to the dark ages, says Paul, when it first started. I think it's time it gets the same treatment as the men's game. 5 days, 90 overs, and new pitches, not used ones, he says.
Quite. Pitches are the big thing in that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Having proper new pitches to play on. It makes a massive difference.
I mean, it does take... It's just a little bit of... It is a bit of extra investment, isn't it? But yeah, absolutely. Surely you should give it the respect it deserves in that way. But yeah, Paul continues. Not a fan of the 100, I think it's fair to say, or the ECB's decision of where to put that. So, but anyway, that's certainly an argument we'll be having for years to come, or maybe not. But thank you for that, Paul. Albeit, as I say, a day late from me.
Better late than never, Matt. You know, you got there eventually. That's the main thing.
Thank you for that. And an emailer here saying, apparently Darren Stevens kept wicket back in 1956. I can't believe he wasn't considered as a like for like.
Where is the great man?
He's actually had trouble with a shoulder injury, and has been, they're hoping he'll be back for one-day cup matches. But yeah, he's been notable by his absence this season. So Senny replaces Gilchrist at this Brian Statham end, which seems in some way a bit of a shame, because Gilchrist, that battle with Bohannon in the last over was fascinating. But again, from Jack Leaning's point of view, wants to use them in spells and exhaust his quick bowlers on the day. Just trying to see how many he bowled. So he bowled 6 already, so you can understand him being taken out of the attack, but certainly asked some questions of Bohannon in the previous over. Indian Navdeep Saini is back now, bowling to Bohannon. Full Yorker, well dug out from Bohannon. Had to toe crusher that one, got the bat on it. Puff of dust as it comes back down the pitch. Nicely done. But yeah, do get in touch. KentCricket@gmail.com. No, really do. I'll try and read them out. Well, David has already been in touch. There we go. Seek and ye shall find and all that. Ball polishing, says David. This is the head of his email. Perhaps I ought to pre-read this one.
No, it's more fun just to read them.
Oh, no. Yeah. It's more sense of jeopardy for the broadcaster. How am I going to lose my job? Here's Senny to Bohannon. Just plays that with soft hands into the offside. Full length again. No run. There's an interesting article in today's Daily Mail about the owner of Duke's Balls, in which he points out that balls should be polished with natural fibres and that shirt sleeves being polyester are no good. Remember this coming up years ago, Mark Elam carrying a piece of cotton for polishing. So why do players still use trousers and shirt sleeves? Joe Denley being an offender in this match, says Dave from Canterbury. That's a very good question. Using the wrong fibres to polish the ball. He's using his cuff, Joe Denley, to polish it today. Here's Saini to Bohannon. Straight drive, and there is that man, Denley, tumbling to field. Does really well, actually, to stop the ball firstly, then does tumble over as he gets back up. Looking gets a bit heavily. Just hands on hips there. I think maybe just twisted, did he, as he fell. But single anyway, 75 for 1.
He's been great in the field, hasn't he, Joe Denley for Kent, across the 2 innings so far.
Has indeed.
He's had a good game, hasn't he? Good batter, brilliantly. Chief ball polisher, even if using the incorrect material.
I don't know if he's got something like a tubey grip below his on his left hand, which he maybe that is a little bit of. His cuffs seem to go down a long way, and certainly when he's polishing the ball, I wonder if maybe there is something below that he's polishing it with. But some less than good news coming out of the club today for Kent. about a player injury. Bouncer from Senny and goes over Wells's head, but she bounces once before it gets to Ollie Robinson. That's not an easy take for the keeper, but manages it. Marcus O'Riordan, again spinning all round, and will miss the rest of this season with a shoulder injury. Another one who's been out of the action for some time. So the club's medical team have said that Marcus will be undergoing surgery. So expected to return to first team action next year. We do wish him well. Here's Saini now. Short ball pulled away, but only to Daniel Bell Drummond at square leg. Single taken, 76 for 1. Just 49 behind now. Lancashire have made good inroads in this first session of the day. Wells 46, Bohannon has 14.
Yeah, decent first hour and a half, this, isn't it, for Lancashire? Frustration for Keaton Jennings. Only wicket to fall. Wells has batted nicely. A 22-run partnership between Bohannon and Wells so far. About 40 minutes to go before lunch on the third day. Lancashire 76 for 1 in their second innings. A wicket to fall this morning. Keaton Jennings for 14, caught by Jack Leaning off the bowling of Nathan Gilchrist. Luke Wells is 46 not out, and Josh Bohannon unbeaten on 14. So a pretty decent hour and a half so far for Lancashire. 76 for 1 in their second innings. They trail Kent by 49 runs. Just smothered away into the offside by Wells. Coxfield's at cover. And quite a clear cry of no run as the ball is deflected away into the offside. Yorkshire have lost a third wicket in their match against Hampshire. Will Frayne, the man out, bowled by Ian Holland to Yorkshire. Well, they were 66 for 3 at the fall of that third wicket. And Wells looking to advance a step down the pitch before covering up defensively, and there's no run. Now 78 for 3 Yorkshire in their second innings. So they have a lead. It's 19 runs over Hampshire with 7 wickets remaining. Warwickshire 45 for 2. Alex Davis 14 not out. And trailed by 18 runs still, Warwickshire. Again, defended by Wells, and there's no run. Danny Briggs, actually. Warwickshire came out to bat last night, and Danny Briggs opened the batting with Don Sibley. So didn't last very long this morning before Davis, who obviously is due to open, did come out. But yeah, they sent out a night watcher, night opener. Flicked up through the onside by Wells, but safe enough. Gilchrist out there on that leg side boundary. Wells comes back for 2. Moves on to 48. And Lancashire to 78 for 1.
So I'm starting to think if this pitch has a little less life in it now, certainly than in the first 2 days, that'll come into the equation. If Lancashire bat on through the day, for instance, they're set pretty well at the moment. Again, that'll come into the equation for what they set Kent, won't it? Because if they want it to be competitive to keep Kent interested, but if the pitch is flattening out, that's going to be very tricky for Stephen Croft and the head coach to work out just what they can do. I know I'm leaping ahead. There's a lot of cricket to be played before then.
Final ball of the over. As Wells deflects the ball with an angled bat down to Compton in the gully, and there is no run. 78 for 1. Luke Wells 48 not out. Josh Bohannon on 14, so 47 behind.
But cricket's much like chess in that way, I think, is you feel like you're trying to work out 3-4 moves ahead, So what happens if Lancashire bat out the rest of the day? This at 3.5 over. Where will they be at say 4 o'clock? Where will they be at the close? How many can they set Kent? Will that be interesting enough for Kent to give it a try? What will the pitch be doing? All those fantastic variables. That's why we love this game so much. Saini will continue from the Brian Statham end. Bowls to Bohannon now. And defending into the offside. And a good length delivery from Navdeep Seni on kentcricket@gmail.com. Graham's been in touch. Greetings from Spain, says Graham. I hope you're well. It's been very hot there recently, hasn't it? It was dangerously hot in places. But I hope it's pleasantly warm for you today. But he's talking about the weather. Could all be in vain. Tomorrow's weather forecast is not good, he says. I thought it was all right.
I thought it was okay, yeah. Let's have a look.
You sure you haven't checked the one for Spain? This one's defended by Bohannon into the onside, and there's no run. Well, it's slightly changed, but perhaps a hint of rain at 2 o'clock now. I'm looking at the forecast I'm looking at. So, yeah, but maybe. Only got one drop, one blob coming out of the cloud. 50% at 2 o'clock, the weather forecast I'm looking at tomorrow. But that actually is better than the forecast has been for the past couple of days, talking about thinking ahead. We'll see, Graham. But thank you for that. It's cut into the turf by Bohannon, off stump, fielded by Danny Bell-Drummond, and there's no run. We hope not, because this could be, whichever side you support, if you're a neutral, this could be a fantastic finish to this game. All that's still to come. So a light plane appears to be, well, I say appears to be, we can't see it, so it sounds like it's overhead. It's Seni to Bohannon, wide that one, and cut away. Drummond rather dives over it, can't stop it from going for 4 backward of point. And decent shot that one, but Seni just strayed a little bit wide there. Bohannon's on it quick as a flash. Needing no second invitation. Yeah, he's just slightly back of a length maybe. Bohannon gives it the treatment. 4 runs, 82 for 1. And eating up that lead.
Yeah, they've scored a decent rate, haven't they? Kind of pushing up to 3.5 and over. 80 runs scored so far for the loss of the 1 wicket this morning.
Saini now to Bohannon on middle stump. He's trying to turn that into leg. Kadri fields, and there's no run. Seeing who Kadri might be on for, actually. He's appeared again, hasn't he? Have some sort of count up before I start guessing. I've done that so often at these games, I don't know if you have. Is it? No. Work out who that is in a second. Daryl's been in touch. A Lancashire supporter, I think, on kentcricket@gmail.com. Very welcome indeed. Seni bouncer to Bohannon to finish the over. Lancashire 82 for 1, trailing by 43 here. You get to parity, and then they'll want to power on and try and set Kent something on the final day, or trying to bowl them out at the very, very least. Daryl says, just wanted to add an interesting stat to the comments. The coin toss has been a factor in Lancashire's season so far. We've only won the toss once this season.
Yep, that's true.
And that was the first game of the campaign. Thanks for that, Daryl. Yeah, it doesn't help, does it?
They've had a shocking run, yeah.
Yeah.
First match at Canterbury. Not won the toss since.
Oh, we know what happened to Canterbury. Kent fans try not to think about it.
It's Stewart into Wells. That's defended. And there's no run. .48 to Luke Wells. Looking for his 3rd 50 of the season. and tries to pull it and probably thinks that was it. Just dropped a little short there, Stewart. Trying to muscle the ball away through the leg side. Ball just deflects back down the pitch and there's no run.
Yeah, it sounded like came off a bit of bat, has it? I don't know if he's thumped that down onto his pad, has he? It's not gone very far away from him, but yeah, didn't catch it.
Two slips in a gully. Deep backward point actually now. Long leg. Drives a full ball to mid-off where Denley fields and there's no run. 81 for 2, so exactly 80 runs scored so far in this morning session. Loss of the 1 wicket. That being Keaton Jennings. Stewart into his 6th over. Gone for 18. Going to come round the wicket to the left-hander. Drops into the offside and gets through for 1. Moves on to 49. Bell Drummond fields. Score moves on to 83 for 1. Brings Bohannon back on strike. So they've got the right-hand, left-hand combination now. The two tall left-handers to open the batting. Bohannon, the right-hander, taking guard. Field changes around, 2 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Bell Drummond is jogging all the way back towards the party stand, deep square leg. A single hit, but Bohannon just turned out towards the leg side. And here's Bell Drummond coming up to field. Scoops the ball up one-handed. Bohannon moves on to 19.
It's a reaction from Grant Stewart after that ball, looking just very frustrated. I don't know if he felt there was a bit of an inside edge on it. He felt that was going through there, but suddenly he's not tremendously demonstrative normally, Grant Stewart, but that for some reason made him very grumpy.
Will he take out his frustration on Luke Wells? Wells turns it to the leg side. Matt Henry fields at mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over. 84 for 1. 49 to Wells, 19 to Josh Bohannon.
Yeah, Stewart's an Italian-Australian, as we like to say. He's been, I won't say roped in, because that sounds like he doesn't want to do it, but has played some international cricket for Italy. Gareth Berg is the captain of Italy and is looking for connections, obviously, but he's an Italian-Australian via Kent, European passport, so was playing cricket for Sandwich in the Kent League. A friend of Mitch Clayton's, former Kent player. Clayton recommended him to Kent and has worked his way into the team since then. So through club cricket, Grant Stewart. Navdeep Saini, slightly more straightforward. Indian international, been signed by Kent for 3 games plus the Royal London One Day Cup. Through to the wicket-keeper. A little bit of movement back towards Josh Bohannon, but it's a safe lead for him. Getting good carry. It's got a decent pace on it, this pitch. And there is no run. Welcome wherever you're listening on BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Kent, via the BBC Sport website and app, on Lancashire's TV service, streaming here at the Emirates Old Trafford. Following Saini to Bohannon, drives it to Denley, who again has made good ground at mid-off. It's a no ball again from Navdeep Saini, so that adds 2 runs to the total. It'll be 87 for 1. Scott Knight started the day with a message from our friend and colleague Mark Church. think they finished their day at Scarborough with a bit of Barry Manilow. Is that right? Was that actually at the cricket? I'm wondering if that was a...
It was being played around the... yeah, it was being played around the ground. It's at the Oval, isn't it? Surrey playing Warwickshire this week at the Oval, and yeah, they had a bit of Barry Manilow being played around.
Copacabana. Was it when the sun came out? Maybe a celebration.
Could well have been.
It's certainly to Wells plays and misses outside the off. It's another no ball from Senny. He just slapped his thighs in frustration there. A bit of a shrug. He's overstepping, but this is not something that we've not seen before from a Ken point of view. He's just had trouble with his feet since his first innings bowling for Kent against Warwickshire. Graham Lloyd saying he's just overstepping at the moment. But then we got into a bit of Manilow this morning, didn't we?
We did.
Playing the original version of Could It Be Magic?
Oh yeah, it's quite long, isn't it?
Yeah. Quite stately, quite slow pace, but massive orchestration. It's Navdeep to Wells. Bottom hand comes off as he plays that down to fine leg, but that is his 50. Well played, Luke Wells. 50 from 69 balls, 4 fours. And he's looked pretty fluent throughout, has Wells. And acknowledges the applause from the crowd to the balcony, to the dressing rooms on this side, the Brian Statham end, and all 4 corners of the Emirates Old Trafford. He's on to 50 exactly with that single. 90 for 1. Wells 50, Bohannon 20. Sending back to his mark. An expensive over because of the 2 no balls in it. And good length delivery. Bohannon checking the ball up to mid-on to Matt Henry. And there's no run. But yeah, sorry.
Third 50 of the summer for Luke Wells.
But that got me thinking whether, Scott, with the fantastic production values on the TV service here, and of course the BBC as well, that maybe you should have some sort of orchestral overture as you start each day. I think that'd be very classy. Outside the off stump, bit of a drag maybe from Senny. It's not a good ball. It's been dispatched to the offside boundary by Bohannon, who's very quick on anything loose from the bowlers. Bohannon, such a good timer of the ball, and yeah, it's just wide and a bit short, as I said. Almost felt like it got caught in the fingers from Senny there. Back of a length wide, and Bohannon needs absolutely no encouragement to flay that to the boundary. He's on to 24 from 32. So perhaps they can work that in. What do you think, Scott?
Well, the video that we were watching of Barry, he had a lovely little sequined pink number on it. Do you think I should wear that as well at the start of the commentary?
I mean, it's up to you, I think, really. But yeah, but if you've got the stream here and you get the camera on you, it might be worth doing it. Picking out the sequins, maybe. It's a bit of dazzle for your fans as they defended into the offside. Much like the Harry Styles. We were talking about him as well, weren't we, this morning? Because he was here. He's playing here.
Yeah, he was. Doing a turn.
He's an absolutely massive star, isn't he, Harry Styles? I mean, because I'm a bit older, it does seem not incomprehensible, but going from it seemed to be a talent show, wasn't it? And then One Direction, who were massive worldwide. He is absolutely huge star. Navdeep to Bohannon. Bouncer there, just shies away from that. That's Bohannon. End of the over, 94 for 1. Great work from Lancashire this morning. Wells 50, Bohannon 24. Those are the not out batsmen. 1 man to go this morning. Keaton Jennings, who faced a number of deliveries but was out for 14. Edging Gilchrist to leaning at second slip. Smart catch that one, but other than that, it's been pretty plain sailing for Lancashire. Have done a good job and needed to this morning as well to dig in and make up these arrears. Now 31 behind Kent, and we will see some spin. 12 minutes. Who had 12 minutes to 1 on the sweep this morning? It'll be Joe Denley. So not a peremptory over before lunch, because it's going to be 10 past 1, isn't it? Kent turning to spin now. Jack leaning, just seeing if there's anything in it for the leg spin of Denley, and maybe the off spin of leaning. From this end, we'll see.
Derbyshire have been bowled out for 343, so they've set Worcestershire 289 to win. Could be a Good day at New Road. 289 to win for Worcestershire against Derbyshire.
Down in the field then is Crawley at slip for Wells. This is. It's a short leg. Is that Jordan Cox, I think? His helmet and pads on. Then they'll come round the wicket in the sunshine here at Old Trafford.
For the first time, actually, isn't it? We see a bit of Kent spinner into the game. Wells is defending out to Daniel Bell-Drummond, and there's no run. Wells on 50 not out. Denley in and bowls, goes back and across. Drops the ball away into the offside, no run. Mentioned it's his third 50 of the summer for Lancashire. It's his 60th of his career. 50 for Luke Wells. Denley to Wells. He looks to try and cut the ball, but a play and a miss. There's no run. See how much Denley can get with his leg spin. A few footmarks there. Aiming in towards those. Ball spinning back in towards the left-hander. Pushed down to the offside, no run. He's got a little bit of something to work with as Denley there. Forward goes Wells, good stride down the pitch. Bell-Drummond flicks it up with his boot. So 5 dot balls to start the first over for Denley. Watchful from Wells. It's tossed outside the off stump, and Wells kind of shuffles across the stumps and through to the keeper, and there's no run. End of the over. It'll have a little burst, won't he, Denley? Now we've got 20 minutes until lunch. 94 for 1.
It's an interesting end to the over, I thought, that one, wasn't it? Maybe just got a little bit of turn there, Denley. It's Daniel Bell-Drummond who's going to bowl from the Ryan Statham end.
Not seen much of Bell-Drummond bowling, so he's got what kind of medium pace then?
Yeah, absolutely. Deceptive, though.
Right.
Because he jogs in, but gets a bit of skid off the surface as well. So, I guess one of the Kent staff told me on the... he bowled a bouncer a couple of games back. Was his effort ball, but he was clocked at over 80 miles an hour. I don't think he's bowling ball and ball, but as I said, he's deceptively fast, if you like. Bell-Drummond. He's not taken many wickets, hasn't bowled much in his career, and that's partly to do with Kent protecting him when he had a back injury for a while, to make sure that, you know, bringing him on as a part-time bowler wasn't going to ruin him for batting, which obviously is his stock in trade. But let's see what he does here. I thought we might see leaning on this end, but it's Bell-Drummond instead now. Bowling to Bohannon, full-length delivery. Back up the pitch and there's no run. Is Keaton Jennings bowling still?
I don't know. I've not seen him bowl for ages. I don't think he's bowled this season. I'm pretty certain he hasn't. No, he hasn't.
I was just thinking in comparison, the same sort of effect that Jennings used to have comes on for some handy medium pace. Just trying to break the partnerships here. Bell-Drummond to Bohannon then outside the off stump, and Bohannon cuts that away. Compton's on the run, the offside boundary, and they'll come back for a comfortable 2, just a little bit loose from Bell-Drummond. Just looking at his season average, I think he's probably bowled more this season than we've seen him bowl before, in fact. So through 50 odd overs, taken 4 wickets so far this season. There's broken a couple of important partnerships, but it's Bell-Drummond done now on the leg stump, bit of bat and pad. I think it's mostly pad going down the leg side, so it's signalled by Graham Lloyd, the umpire. He got a Hashim Amla out at Surrey, which is not a bad scalp. But we had a brief conversation. I said, because he'd got Dom Sibley out before, a couple of other pretty high-class players, and he said, he just sort of half smiled, said, is Amla the best I've got? I said, I think Amla's probably the best anyone's got if they've got him. Just sort of joking. So he's quite a high-quality scalp, isn't he, as a bowler, Hashim Amla. But it's Bell Drummond then to Wells, who has 50 so far, 97 for 1. Lancashire, and up on his toes, Wells guides that out to the offside boundary, fielded by Gilchrist, and a single taken. But no disrespect to Daniel Bell Drummond, of course, but it is a metre of how well Lancashire have done that Bell Drummond's on 20 minutes before lunch to bowl. It's not worked for Kent today. This is Wells 51, Bohannon 26. On a pitch which is not looking nearly as lively as it did yesterday morning, and some. Appears to have flattened out a bit, but is that just that Lancashire are batting better the second time round? So down the leg side, Bohannon decides to shoulder arms rather than risking a glance to that.
Tom Bailey suggested last night when I spoke to him that he did seem to get a little easier after lunch when the sun got out. The sun came out and dried it out a little bit. Said it was doing all sorts in the morning, so it was a bit tricky in the morning, but he suggested it was a little more friendlier in the afternoon.
So Bell Drummond to Bohannon. Middle stump, defends it. Murmurs of approval from the Kent fielders for that last ball from Daniel Bell Drummond. 3 off the bat, a leg by as well, 98 for 1. Didn't look like that was particularly challenging from Josh Bohannon. And Denley will continue from the far end. This will probably be of more interest for Kent and for Lancashire, of course.
Yeah, it's true.
If Denley's not a prodigious turner of the ball, but if he can get something out of this pitch, Lancashire will be looking at it thinking maybe that Jack Morley and Washington Sundar could have a real influence on the final day.
Bowled a bit, didn't he, Sundar? In that Kent first innings. 22 overs, so 9 from Morley. We had thick end of 30 overs of spin in the Kent first innings. Denley bowling a foolish ball. Wells picks out Bell Drummond at cover. And there is no run. Use of the feet this time from Wells. Hopping down the pitch and defending back to Denley, who's enjoyed a good game with the bat and in the field over the course of the first 3 days. Wells down on one knee, driving away into the offside. Bell Drummond fields. Again, there's no run.
Yeah, toe end of the bat, that wasn't it? Not quite hit truly.
Back and across, a ball that's wide of off stump and guides the ball safely away through the offside. Zach Crawley has to go chasing after it from first slip.
I suppose they're aiming for a bit of rough, aren't they, from Denley outside the left-handers off stump. See if they can get in the footmarks there.
There's a few options there for him. Wells doing his best to try and negate that by coming towards the ball, meeting it and pushing it out towards the offside. Bell Drummond again fields, no run. A little short, and Wells whips the ball away through the onside. Gilchrist on the leg side boundary fields. Wells gets a single, keeps the strike as well, so he's 52 not out. Lancashire are 99 for 1. Just the wicket there of Keaton Jennings for 14 in this morning session so far. Bohannon's on 26 not out. And Kent have used Henry for 7 overs, Gilchrist for 7 overs, 1 for 25. Senny 6 overs for 37. 6 from Stewart for 20 runs. Denley just completed his second over. And Bell Drummond about to start his second over.
If nothing else, it's just slowed Lancashire down a touch, bringing Denley on, hasn't it? 0 for 1 off 2 overs. Bohannon immediately into action, turned away to leg by Wells for a comfortable single. That's the 100 up for Lancashire from 175 balls this morning. They've gone from strength to strength. Wells on 53, Bohannon on 26, and these two came together at 54 for 1, the only wicket to fall so far today. Keaton Jennings caught by leaning at second slip off. Gilchrist for 14. So 25 in arrears now, and then they start building in earnest their second innings as Bohannon treats that with respect. Defended up towards Denley. Wipes some sweat off the brow. Onto the ball. Shining it onto the whites. Not cotton these days. Some sort of sports fabric. It's been a long time since I played cricket. I know about these fancy whites they've got. Here's Bell Drummond to Bohannon. The bottom hand off as it perhaps just gets a little bit big on him, but nothing too worrying for Josh Bohannon. And there's no run. But yeah, I think when they were, our correspondent was talking about polishing the ball with man-made fibres, he wasn't talking about the polyester blend perhaps we saw on Barry Manilow's shirt on the video that we were talking about earlier on. I think the jumper was 70s polyester into the onside.
Sounds itchy.
Yes, and flammable. Who knows? A lot of static on there. And no run. If you didn't hear that conversation about an hour ago, you'll have no idea what we're talking about. Why are we talking about Barry Manilow? Well, more and on, I'm sure. His Mark Church, our correspondent, they finished the day with that at Scarborough yesterday with a bit of
No, it's
Barry.
at the Oval. At the Oval.
Oh, it's the Oval, of course. What am I talking about? It's not Scarborough. There is cricket at Scarborough, but they're not playing Yorkshire. There's a ball afflicted to the onside. Single taken. He was at Scarborough a couple of weeks ago, wasn't he? One ball to come. Do you want to take over, Scott, as you're about to do an update? I should hair off as well. I know there's only one ball of the over to go.
Sure. No
or have we got time?
Can you fit in one more?
Well, I can. I just don't want to blunder into your.
No, we'll be okay.
Into your live update.
We'll be fine.
And blunder, I assuredly will. It's 101 for 1. Last ball of the 30th. Oh, well, it would be. Oh, Luke Wells, come on. He's not thinking of us, Scott, is he? He's not got the commentators on his mind at all. Goes away, does a bit of guarding. Just wonder if there was an insect flying up towards his grill there. But we will get the end of the 30th over. Any moment now, listener. In comes Daniel Bell-Drummond bowling to Wells. Defends that top ball. 101 for 1. 30 overs gone of this Lancashire second innings. They are 24 behind.
Yep, we've got 10 minutes then until the lunch interval. Good morning so far for Lancashire. Just the one wicket to fall. Start of another partnership. 54 for the first wicket. Bereft of partnerships in the first innings, Lancashire. Got themselves another one here worth 47. Quite a bright day. Certainly much brighter than we had for most of the first 2 days. Denley going to start a third over. First two quite intriguing. Might not have as much assistance for the right-hander, but certainly has something there for the left-hander. A little forward defensive. There's no run. Tom Bailey suggesting that the pitch was starting to get abrasive, and he's still of the opinion that it will turn. And Bohannon brings his bat down and defends along the pitch to Denley. And there is no run. Late cut out towards that backward point boundary. Stewart will chase after it. Come back for 2 in the end. So 29 now to Josh Bohannon. 103 for 1. Bohannon looking to try and force the ball away through the offside, but for no run. 2 off the over, 1 ball left of it. Slipping a short leg. Gets Bohannon onto the back foot to defend this ball back along the pitch and gathered by Denley off his own bowling, and there's no run. So that completes the over. 75 left today. 31 of the innings. So we've had 29 sent down in the morning session. And Lancashire trail by 22 runs. It's edging towards lunch in the other games across the county championship. In fact, lunch taken in 3 of the other Division 1 games. It's Daniel Bell-Drummond. And that's Wells defending, and there's no run. So lunch at the Oval. Warwickshire 74 for 3. In their second innings, lead Surrey by 11 runs with 7 wickets remaining. Yorkshire 94 for 3, leading Hampshire by 35 runs. Still playing there in the morning session. The back foot and punch through the offside for a single. Gilchrist Fields. Partnership is worth 50 now between Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon. 98 balls for the 50 partnership. 104 for 1, deficit 21. Elsewhere in Division 1, lunch also between Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire, with Northamptonshire 454 for 8, and they lead Gloucestershire by 137 runs with 2 wickets remaining. And that's worked to the leg side by Bohannon for no run. And lunch also in the game between Essex and Somerset. Good start this morning for Somerset. Tom Abel is 71 not out and Matt Renshaw 79 not out. Somerset 186 for 1. Trail Essex by 319 runs.
That's a lot of runs in that match for not very many wickets. That's my sharp analysis.
This is fallen off stump by Daniel Bell-Drummond and driven into the offside for no run. I think that's a pretty accurate assessment.
That's why I get paid the big bucks.
It is. It's been hard.
Alternatively, that's why I get played so poorly. Yeah, they made 500 odd, didn't they?
They did. They declared 9 down.
Yeah,
505. Bell-Drummond mops his brow and will come bouncing his way back in again. Just a slip in the gully. Short ball. That's that bouncer, perhaps, you mentioned before. He occasionally sends in. Bohannon bends his knees and gets underneath it. Middlesex 84 for 3 in their match at Durham, who declared on 421 for 7. So Middlesex still trail by 337 runs with 7 wickets left. Lunch in the other 2 Division 2 games. Bell-Drummond over the wicket, balls short again. Again, Bohannon creeps underneath it, and there's no run. 104 for 1. We've got time for 1 more over before lunch here at Old Trafford. So the other 2 Division 2 fixtures. Worcestershire at lunch on the 3rd day. 31 without loss. Require a further 258 runs to beat Derbyshire. And Nottinghamshire 49 for 3 in their second innings, lead Sussex by 146 runs. Plenty of scores and reports filtering through on the live text feed via the BBC Sport website and the app.
Yeah, heartily recommend that. You get a sort of blow-by-blow picture of the day in County Championship cricket, don't you, on the page? Wickets as they fall, changing situations in all the games. As this one from Denley is whipped away into the offside. Senny will reach it before it gets to the boundary. They come back for a jogged 2, though. A shot from Luke Wells, who's been imperious today. He's on to 56, Bohannon, that's 29. Let's just taking a quick look at the table, actually, in Division 2. That's, this one again's outside off stump, but a push from Luke Wells. So they come back for 2. They will, taking on Senny's arm for the second. He realises they're more or less through the second. Good running, applauded by the crowd. And they're on to 108 for 1. So it's Nottinghamshire and Glamorgan, the top 2. Glamorgan have played a game fewer than both Nottinghamshire at the top and Middlesex in 3rd. Then a bit of a gap to Derbyshire and Worcestershire. As Denley bowls, defended by Wells. Of course, that could all be... They do go to a 12-team top division next season. The top 2 of Division 2 may well go up anyway, but I suppose that would mean no relegation for Division 1, but that's all still to be decided, turned into the onside. They couldn't possibly decide that this late in the season for next season, could they?
No, they could just leave it till September instead.
Yeah. They decide after it's all done. It's Denley to Wells outside the off stump. Cut away. I was going to say discuss. Perhaps we ought not to. I think the listeners won't probably know what they think about it already. Single there, 109 for 1. And a ball to go of the 33rd over and last one before lunch here on day 3. Lancashire have held sway, particularly Luke Wells, 59 from 91. Bohannon faces this last delivery. Over the wicket comes Denley, spinning it away from the right-hander, who just defends that gently back down the pitch, and that will be lunch. 109 for 1. Kent's lead down to 16, and Lancashire have dominated this session. It was definitely Kent's day yesterday, but Lancashire counter-attacking on the 3rd morning. Wells with 59, Bohannon with 29, the not-out batsman, Keaton Jennings. So 1 man to go this morning. Smart catch, a second slip, driving off the bowling of Nathan Gilchrist, who's the only wicket to fall in the Lancashire innings so far.
Indeed, thanks, Matt. Wells and Bohannon to resume after lunch at around about 10 to 2 with the Red Rose on 109 for 1, trail by 60.
The best seats in the house, it matters where you stay.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladway Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are unified.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements, with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.
Good afternoon. It's session 2, day 3 of Lancashire against Kent here at the Emirates Old Trafford. Back on Scott Reed, commentators today, as Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon return to the middle. They've done so well in the first session of the day. Wells on 59, Bohannon on 29. They came together at 54 for 1. He made a decent start already. Jennings, the one man to go so far, caught off the bowling of Nathan Gilchrist, who's warming up, and I think he'll take the first over after lunch as well. But very much Lancashire's day after Kent dominated day 2 and set up that lead of 125. That lead now is just down to 16, so I wouldn't say Lancashire start again exactly when the scores are level, but they're tasked to bat on through the rest of the day and then see where they are at the close, probably, to perhaps set Kent an enticing target for the last day, or bowl them out one way or the other for the victory. Kent hoping that the wicket drought that they had this morning with just 1 taken will turn into 2, 3, 4 and beyond to put themselves in a winning position as they go into day 4. But Gilchrist shining the ball on the back of his white trousers. Ball this first ball of the afternoon session to Luke Wells, 59, defends it outside the off stump. Denley fields, 2 slip in the gully are the close fielders. Then we have a deep point, mid-on and mid-off. Actually, Joe Denley's at extra cover for Luke Wells. Deep square leg and a deep fine leg as well, more like a long leg actually at this position. But they dominated this morning, did Lancashire, which is great news for Glenn Chappell and his team, Scott. But here's Gilchrist. Oh, that's a good delivery, coming back at Wells a little bit, falling forward as he defends that into the onside. No run.
Yeah, it was a good morning, wasn't it? 107 runs added for Lancashire, and the 1 wicket to fall. Keaton Jennings played positively. It wasn't just a case of kind of survival. Far from it. Scoring over 3 and over and ticking along nicely. For any session of cricket, 100 runs for 1 wicket, you're taking that as the batting side. So they enjoyed a good morning, but they're going to keep going here, Lancashire.
Gilchrist to Wells. It's a good line again from Gilchrist. Just a little bit of movement into the batter on off stump, but defended, no run. Yesterday, looked like an absolute viper pit to bat on when particularly Matt Henry was bowling, and then Kent were 12 for 3 at one stage, weren't they? And then they had a session like Lancashire have just had, second session of yesterday, with Denley leaning, more or less batting it out. An entire session for 100 partnership as a full-length delivery, and this one is angled away to point by Wells, and they'll take a single. Then wickets falling in the afternoon, in the evening session rather. Leaning getting to 90, but a fine 68 not out from Grant Stewart in a century partnership with him as well. Building that 125 run lead yesterday. Just 1 wicket to fall today.
Yeah, contrast to what we had yesterday. Denley's interesting, isn't he? When Denley's bowling, it'd be quite interesting to see how that progresses through the course of the afternoon.
So he's got 1 or 2 to turn as Gilchrist bowls. Full length delivery to Bohannon. Defended, no run, up to Senny at mid-on. Wearing a sleeveless cable knit jumper. Much excitement for Kent when those arrived. Halfway through the season, and ironically, on the hottest day in British history.
That's when the jumpers arrived.
Indeed so, yes.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, I had other jumpers, but just not the cable knit ones. But no numbers on those, which is not helpful for spectators or commentators alike. Is Gilchrist to Bohannon. Again, good length delivery, defended by Bohannon. Back at the bowler, end of the over, just 1 off the first over after lunch. 110 for 1. Wells on 60, Bohannon on 29.
Yeah, they've enjoyed the lunch interval to Lancashire batters, but they've just got to keep going, haven't they? Lancashire here, and getting to keep plugging away. Deficit's 15, so these two have helped to shape that with the partnership that they've had so far. 2 half-century partnerships for the first wicket. 54 between Wells and Jennings, and now 56 unbeaten between Wells and Bohannon. I'll start with Matt Henry from the Jimmy Anderson end after lunch. He was the star turn for Kent yesterday, 5 for 14. But looking for his first wicket of the second innings. Just got one slip, which is Zach Crawley, and then Jack Leaning at gully. Bell Drummond at deep point. In fact, Leaning just moving a couple of paces to his right-hand side. Short gully position, really, for Leaning. Wells gets one, turned away through the onside for a single. Gilchrist comes up from mid-wicket to field. 61 not out. Luke Wells now. 111 for 1. Ben Compton is marshalling in the troops for Kent here. He's got his arms outstretched and waving in different directions. He wants certain fielders in certain positions. Of course, Jack Leaning acting as captain in the absence of Sam Billing.
Yeah, tested positive for COVID, I believe, yesterday morning. So it was a very quick turnaround trying to get Ollie Robinson up from Kent. On the train, arrived halfway through yesterday, in time to bat.
Henry balls to Bohannon. That's flicked beautifully away through mid-wicket. Come back for 2. There's enough pace on that to reach the boundary. Lovely shot for Bohannon. Real stylish shot through the leg side with that snap of the wrists. 115 for 1. Nice way for Bohannon to himself going post-lunch. 33 to him now.
He's a stylish batsman, isn't he? It's Josh Bohannon.
Deficit down to 10. Defends his next ball from Henry back down the pitch, and there's no run. Yeah, I mentioned in the morning session he's found a little bit of form of late. Century last week against Northamptonshire, got a 90 in the game against Somerset and Southport. One big score this season prior to that, double century against Gloucestershire, but then some low scores in and around that. Works the ball again to the leg side, this time behind square. Senny comes around to complete the fielding. Bohannon jogs back for 2 more.
I think Kent's task here is just to have to try and generate some pressure here, don't they? If they can reduce the run rate. Lancashire, as you were saying before, they want to win this game, so they want to get the pedal down at some point to offer something that Kent will try and chase on the final day.
It's short and wide and cuts up and over. Backward point and down towards the wide third man boundary for another 4. And some intent being shown from Bohannon, but it was a delivery from Henry that was there to be hit. 121 for 1.
Yeah, a bit wide from Henry. Is he trying to want to move in from outside the off stump? Having been flicked off his toes a couple of balls ago. But expensive over this one. 11 off it so far. Balls come.
Deficit down to 4. And left alone by Bohannon. Wideish ball actually, which just shapes a little further away from the batter. Jack Leaning gives the ball a bit of a polish. End of the over. 35 gone. 121 for 1. So 4 behind. And 1 back underway after the lunch break. Plenty of runs being scored in the Essex-Somerset match, and the headline from our colleague Anthony Gibson, who covers Somerset, on the BBC Sport website and the app, the live text feed: blame the pitch, not the players. 505 for 9 declared. Plays 186 for 1 at lunch. It's a firmly hit shot from Wells, and he gets through for Well-run single as well. I mean, he'd mind up quickly that there was one there for him. Senny having to come round from mid-off to complete the fielding, and by the time that all happened, Wells takes his total on to 62. Denley just jogging from cover to short mid-wicket now. 2 slips gully and Denley at short mid-wicket. Gilchrist bangs one in back of a length, and it gets Bohannon up onto his toes to play the ball safely into the offside for no run. Gilchrist is bowling to Bohannon, a slightly full length delivery, just wide of off stump, again it's left. 39 to Josh Bohannon. .122 for 1. Gilchrist is the only wicket taker so far, dismissing Keaton Jennings this morning for 14. 4 defensive from Bohannon. It's a decent catch from leading too to get rid of Jennings. It's to his left-hand side, about waist height, and Jennings, well, a frustrated figure as he walked off the pitch. Out for 14, maybe. Sure enjoying watching his teammates now. Forward goes Bohannon in defence. Final ball of the over from Gilchrist coming up. 122 for 1 at Lancashire, so they trail now by just 3 runs thanks to Luke Wells and beaten on 62, and Josh Bohannon on 39. Just the 1 wicket to fall this morning. Keaton Jennings out for 14, so Wells and Bohannon batting. Lancashire 122 for 1, trailed by 3 runs. Bowling options for Kent there. Henry, Gilchrist, Senny, Stewart, Denley and Bell Drummond all used. With Denley and Bell Drummond leading up to lunch. Gilchrist and Henry to start things off after lunch for Kent. Here comes Matt Henry running in from the pavilion end. Nudged back along the pitch by Luke Wells, and there's no run. Quite a still day today. There's not too much wind around. Very gentle atmosphere around the ground. The odd clatter and the odd bang from the building site, but nothing too sinister. Again turned to mid-on by Wells. And Stewart coming up to field for Kent, and there's no run. Quite a warm day still. There's a look outside at lunch, and it is quite pleasant. Temperatures are decent, so there's plenty of short sleeves in the crowd. 1 or 2 in shorts as well today. Forward again goes Wells, and defends out to Ben Compton at cover. And there is no run. One, 2, 2 for 1. So Lancashire just 3 behind. in a position now where they'll, with 9 wickets still remaining, trying to build a lead. Oh, that comes back in, and Wells does ever so well to get the bat down just in the nick of time. Seemed to keep a little low, that one as well, watching it in real time. Certainly a sense of movement back in towards the Lancashire batter.
Was it back onto pad there? Did he jab it down onto his pads? Yeah,
he did.
As you say, good late reaction.
Emery in, bowls again. And it comes off the inner half of the bat, just deflecting away to mid-wicket. So perhaps Emery just getting the ball to come back in towards Luke Wells here. Inside edge onto his pad. That was an inside edge out towards mid-wicket. Watching the first one that came back off the bat onto the pad, it felt, watching it live, it may have just kept it a wee bit low. Final ball of the over. And turn to the leg side. Jordan Cox will catch up with the ball. Wells gets a single. Moves on to 63. And that completes the over. 37 gone of the Lancashire second innings. 123 for 1. So 2 behind. 69 overs left today. Tea will be at 4 o'clock. These slightly revised sessions yesterday and today, so tea to come at 4, and 4 days allocation will take us way past 6 o'clock tonight if we get through the 69, and the forecast is nice and clear for later, so we should be okay.
So depending on how quickly they can bat here, Lancashire, if they can keep wickets in hand, could they have a couple of hundred lead, maybe more than that, if they can really expand towards the end and then decide what they want to send Kent on the final day. Kent want to be the boss of that, as this ball from Gilchrist. It's a leave from Wells, flamboyantly outside the off stump. Decent delivery, no run. At the moment it appears that Lancashire will dictate what's going to happen later on, but a lot can happen in 2 sessions, as we found out yesterday. So in terms of the weather, it's been high cloud and sun most of the day at Old Trafford today. It's good batting conditions. Edged through third slip. Even if they'd had a third slip there as it goes for 4, it probably would have been too low. But Gilchrist bowls a full delivery. It's a full shot from Wells, who's just unsettled a little bit. I think Gilchrist bowled well this over. It's got a bit of movement outside the off stump, and disappointment from Kent's slip corner and bowler there as it whistles on the ground for 4. Wells on to 67. So good start to the over from Gilchrist after Henry had well, the end of last over as well. So pushed back at the bowler this time from off stump by Luke Wells. There we go, the dump trucks are on the move to our right. That's what you can hear. I was checking out my effects microphone for the updates. There was a sort of low hum on there. I thought, oh, what's going on with it? The wires changed all the wiring. Oh, it's still there. And then I actually went outside and realised that the low hum was coming from the building side, of course.
Wasn't a dodgy cable?
No, not at all. Could really have just gone outside to check it first and found out what the sound actually was. But here's Gilchrist to Wells. Comes down the pitch there. It's hooked away. It's aerial for a bit, but not close to Grant Stewart, and that'll be 4 runs through fine leg. I'm not sure if Gilchrist saw him coming there, but he's dug the ball in, and not sure if Wells was in full control, but enough anyway, and fine enough that it was never going to be anywhere near Grant Stewart at fine leg, and that will be 4 more to the total, 71 for Wells, who's got 2 boundaries off this over. So either of them were the most convincing, but he's still got his wicket intact, and that's the important thing for him. 1-3-1 for 1. They lead by 6. There we go. So is it 6 for 1 in a 1 innings game, if you like? is Gilchrist to bowl to Wells. Defends that. No run, says Wells.
Well, 71 off 107, 8 fours. It's a classic Wells innings, really. He's good fun to watch when he gets himself going. He's a fine player. I mean, Lancashire, delighted to have got him from Sussex. I mean, why would Sussex want to let him go? I'm not quite sure. His first-class record is outstanding, and it's a really kind of classic Wells knock, this.
It's off stump from Gilchrist again. Defended up the pitch, and there's no run. They've had a bit of a revolution at Sussex, haven't they, in the way they're going about their cricket now. A lot of young players there. Ben Brown's gone. Laurie Evans has gone. A number of the senior players.
They have, yeah. Jordan's gone, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's true.
There's one or two suggestions that a couple of their bowlers might be on the way as well. Got a young team, haven't they, Sussex?
Very young indeed, yeah. Rumours have been flying around, as you say, about more leaving over summer. I mean, there's not a financial danger to Sussex at this point. I think they're having a change around, basically, to try and change their fortunes. But certainly T20, they've got one of the best bowling lineups in the country. With Jamal Mills, George Garton, I think the variety they've got there, and Rashid Khan.
This is Henry Bowling driven down the ground by Bohannon, but for no run.
Ollie Robinson, of course, when he's fit. And I was going to say Jofra Archer, but that's been a long time since he's played for Sussex, I think.
He's playing this week, isn't he? I think Robinson.
Robinson, game. Sorry, I think he's back in the lineup.
Yeah, I think he's got some wickets. Sussex playing Nottinghamshire this week.
Yeah.
Bohannon drives up towards mid-off. Again, there's no run. Yeah, he's picked up 3 in the second innings, not to 56 for 3. Robinson has all 3.
Oh, yeah.
Got 4 in the first innings as well, so he's back.
Yeah, if he can stay fit, I mean, he's a heck of a bowler.
Seems to have just dropped away from England recognition for the minute. Potts appears to be the man with the spot. Again, foolish ball and off stump, and Bohannon driving, but again, Denley fields. Denley always fielding. He's constantly fielding.
If you're right, there have been rumours about Ollie Robinson. I mean, surely he's got to go to Kent. He's Kent born.
Excellent.
And as I was pointing out the other day, if he ended up at Kent, the Kent fans could sing 2 Ollie Robinsons. There's only 2 Ollie Robinsons. They'd have them both. Absolute commentator's nightmare.
Yes, it would, wouldn't it? Yeah.
But yeah.
I see work by Bohannon through mid-wicket, but Beltramond will emerge from the boundary to field. They're going to come back for a well-run 2. Noticeable it feels since lunch as well. They're running between the wickets. Lancashire in front now, and point that you made before, Matt, about wanting to keep pushing on at a decent rate. Yes, plenty of time left. 67 overs and a full day tomorrow, but Lancashire have to win the match, get themselves in front in a position to declare. That's worked away by Bohannon towards mid-wicket. Compton Fields, no run, but the running between the wickets has been good between these two. Partnership is worth, I think it's 79 now.
Yes.
Which is by far Lancashire's biggest of the match. It's not the biggest of the match. 2 century partnerships for Kent, but wraps the pad of Bohannon as he tries to flash it away with the leg side. There's half an appeal from behind. There's nothing from the bowler. It is the end of the over. 39 overs gone. 133 for 1 Lancashire. Wells on 71, Bohannon on 41, so a lead of 8. 67 overs remaining in the day's allocation. And the best partnership of the match so far for Lancashire is between these two now, Wells and Bohannon.
Yeah, Gilchrist to continue after lunch here. 1 for 35 from his 10. Didn't want to get a scalp in the first session. Gilchrist well outside off stump there, and Wells is down on his knees there trying to turn that into a cover drive, I think, but ends up, as it over pitch delivery, just scuffing it into the offside. Not a great delivery, not a great shot. Paper over that. Top ball. Gilchrist then to the tall left-handed Wells. Defensive. Denley fields.
Of course he does. Yes.
The covers. So the ball's followed him from mid-off to the covers, isn't it, more or less? As they've decided. He is a great fielder, Joe Denley, so it's worth having him in the place of the ball's going the most. I can understand that. It's another reason why Jordan Cox perhaps has come out of the slip cordon. Not because he's not a good slipper, but he's very fast across the ground. It's Gilchrist to Wells, driven past Denley. I think he's got a hand to it. He's slowed it down. Senny goes to retrieve the ball, and they'll come through for 2.
Even when he's not stopped it cleanly in this match, he stopped it enough to save some runs, Denley. And again, that was hit hard, wasn't it, by Wells? It's a really good piece of fielding. He's fielding on some used pitches, and that was absolutely thumped from Wells, and he's got enough on it to take the pace off it.
So Gilchrist is back to his mark over those after those 2. 1-3-5 for 1. Lancashire now dug in by Gilchrist, or just back of a length anyway, pulled away to Danny Bell-Drummond at square leg, and there's a single there. Wells on a 74, Bohannon has 41. Field changes over. See, I don't know how that is for Jordan Cox. He's a natural chatterbox, and so normally the slips suits him absolutely fine. There's conversations going on, but he's boundary fielder as he is for T20 in this game on the 3rd day, so he'll be missing a natter, I reckon. Here's Gilchrist to Bohannon. He just tries to drop it into the offside and just ends up chunking it into the ground, straight back to the bowler. No run.
There might be the odd pigeon for him to chat to later on. When we get pigeons arriving about 3 o'clock-ish, so a little chat to a pigeon.
I don't know how chatty umpire Pratt is, but they don't seem to be engaging each other in conversation, so...
Looks a bit frosty.
Needs Nick Cook out there for him. Could be getting like a house on fire. Over the wicket comes Gilchrist. Last ball of the over to Bohannon. Flashes and misses. He's definitely played at that outside off stump. It's a good delivery from Gilchrist as well, hugging the stump line and just bouncing through to wicket keeper Robinson. Smart take. 1-3-6 for 1, but close. But no cigar for Kent. Still just 1 wicket to fall in this Lancashire innings as they move all but serenely on. 136 for 1. A lead of 11 here at the Emirates Old Trafford.
Looking at the Surrey Warwickshire match, Jed and Ben, who are on the live stream today, reporting that Warwickshire have regrouped since lunch with Alex Davis and Sam Hain, building on their side's slim advantage. Now at 33 in front, Warwickshire. Wells defends into the offside, no run. Davis on to 32. Hain on to 15. So 96 for 3. Warwickshire lead Surrey by 33 runs.
See, Northants have finally finished their first innings at 479 all out. A lead of 162 over Gloucestershire.
Henry around the wicket and balls, and he's busy, Luke Wells. He's shuffling across his stumps and up onto his toes to smother it away into the offside. There's no run.
Yorkshire's lead against Hampshire at Scarborough is 48 now, 107 for 3 in their second innings.
Got well beaten Yorkshire last time they were at Scarborough against Surrey. It was a fantastic win for Surrey. It's the last time they're at Scarborough this season, so they want to end well. There'll be a good crowd there. It tends to be at North Marine Road. It's Lancashire's next game, actually, in the Championship is Yorkshire. Again, Wells defends back to Matt Henry off his own bowling, and there's no run.
That vehicle is reversing, as you can hear. The effects microphone. Big old concrete mixers come to join the fray on the right-hand side.
It's not been there this morning, has it? That's a new arrival.
No, first sight today of the concrete mixer. At 2:20.
Henry to Wells. Flicked away through the onside. Out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Wells comes back for 2. Doesn't need to complete the second because the ball has gone for 4. There is a fielder short in on that leg side. Diving attempt.
Yeah, it's Jordan Cox there throwing himself at it. Again, if anyone's going to get to it, these Kent fielders, Jordan Cox would be the one you'd pick, but firmly struck by Wells. Goes back to my point last over, that playing a miss from Bohannon. It's close for Kent, but at the moment they still only have the 1 wicket.
Further runs for Wells. Turned behind square on the leg side for a single. 79 to him now, and 141 for 1.
Yeah, end of the over. Is it? No, they're just changing over, beg your pardon. It's 5 balls.
Yeah, on change with the right-hander back on strike.
Can't quite get them counting past 5, unfortunately, so turns out.
We had a few problems in Bristol a few weeks ago. In fact, the umpires were struggling to get to 6 a few weeks ago in Bristol. Bohannon drives to mid-on. Stewart fields, no run. That's the 6th ball of the over. And it's the conclusion of the 41st of the Lancashire second innings. 141 for 1. Wells 79. Bohannon on 41. There's the old concrete mixer twirling around. Always busy there, isn't it?
That's the barber's pole livery, that, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it has. Yeah, it has. Yeah.
We need to go a bit faster to... Well, no, they shouldn't. Obviously, probably doesn't need to go a bit faster than that. Health and safety. Oh, it's going the other way now. Oh, it's as if they're listening. Putting it through its paces. Fantastic stuff. Truck there ready to receive the cargo.
What does that mean when it goes the other way?
I don't know. Meanwhile, Gilchrist to Wells, it's wide. Thumped that solidly into the covers. Who else but Joe Denny stops it, of course. I wonder if it goes around one way and some of the concrete will get stuck to the edge, and so you put it the other way to rock it back, and then some will fall from the top.
Like that logic. It's like when you get a sock stuck in your washing machine.
Good point, yeah.
And you've got to give it a bit of a twirl around, and you've got to get in there and twirl it around to get it to
it's
come loose.
Exactly like that.
I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it could well be. Gilchrist to Wells. We could have actually just stumbled upon something which is actually true, as this one's defended at the offside. Who would have thought that would happen on the 3rd day of a match? But yeah, well, it seems to make logical sense, doesn't it? Just to loosen it up so you can pour it down the chute into. They're not called dumper trucks, those things, are they? What's the thing with the? Is that that vehicle?
Yeah, it's like a little truck thing. I don't know what you call that.
It's got a sort of skip on the front, half skip on the front, as a digger dug in towards Wells, resists the temptation to take that on with the pull outside off stump. Or is that what a dumper truck is? Maybe it is anyway, but yeah, it's carrying the cement. Tipper truck?
I'll Google it. That looks like that. Yeah, dumper truck.
Dumper truck. Oh, there we go.
That's spot on.
So yeah, now the digger is out there with the tracks on it. It's going to dig some of that. Oh no! Now the dumper truck is backing away. Is Gilchrist? It's a lovely shot from Wells. Cricket has broken out. Beauty on drive. And Senny just jogs after it to retrieve it after it's hit the rope. 4 more to Lancashire. 145 for 1. 20 ahead. Here on BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Kent. Via the BBC Sport website and app. Lancashire TV as well, with the pictures on the live stream with Matt Cole and Scott Reed. A couple of emails coming in. Mike from Ashford. Kent losing the toss, he said. Heard you discussing Lancashire and Kent losing the toss just now. Sam Billings lost the toss in Kent's last home match at Canterbury, and I felt partially responsible. Oh, crikey, this is an admission from Mike. I mean, it's very bold of you to come out on international web stream and mention this, but as Gilchrist comes in to Wells, bounces again. Wells close to the body on the onside, won't take that on. As I mentioned the other day, on the first morning of the Northants match, neither Sam Billings or anyone else on the cashless St Lawrence ground had a coin on them. So I had to lend him £1 to toss up with. He duly lost the toss, but to be fair, he did give me back my £1. Times are hard at the moment for everyone. I was glad to help out. Thanks for that, Mike. The only person in the ground with £1. It's Gilchrist. Down the pitch comes Wells, smartly straight driven for 4 as well. That is a lovely shot to finish the over. Not lovely viewing for Kent, but glorious for cricket fans of any other persuasion. 149 for 1.
He's putting in a bit of an exhibition of some shots here, isn't he, Luke Wells? They always do look extra lovely, those done with those straight drives.
Especially he took a pace down, didn't he? Commandingly down the pitch, and yeah, beautiful. I've got a bit of a dishwasher update from our correspondent Sean in Crewe.
Has he got it plumbed in yet? That's the key question.
He's got a bit of cricket to mention as well.
Oh, right, OK.
Writing just as Joe Denny comes into bowl for the first time. I wonder if he might get some extensive work this afternoon. So the pitch, as the pitch deteriorates, he said, no sign of that yet, I have to say, but deterioration.
Here's Henry to Bohannon. Plays 4 in defence and there's no run.
But we do have the dishwasher update. No update. Oh, no update. Sorry to report on the dishwasher front. My contact at the letting agency gone on holiday without putting her out of office on, so nothing's happening just yet. I could have gone to the cricket yesterday. Ho hum, says Sean. I can feel the frustration. Oh, waiting all day.
It's frustrating, yeah.
Could have been here at the cricket.
Bohannon just turned around a little bit. The ball squirts away down towards third man. Gilchrist chasing after it. Does get to it. Come back for 2. Brings up the 150 for Lancashire. 151 for 1. Bohannon moves on to 43. Lead up to 26.
Charles from Sevenoaks, big fan of the live stream coverage here at Lancashire. Good to see the different angles, the following the ball, etc., etc., he says.
Henry to Bohannon, and that's defended to Denley at mid-off, no run.
He says, is this a product of Old Trafford being a test ground? Because it's different from Kent's coverage. Well, they've got a sizable team here doing it. That's Lancashire, haven't they?
Yeah, it's great as well. Yeah, Badger and Coombs is the guys behind the stream, and yeah, they've got a great setup. Henry to Bohannon, edged, and to in front of and to the right of Crawley at slip. Actually, I think Crawley did well to stop it.
Yeah, I think so.
Got his right arm down and stopped the ball from squirting underneath him down towards the boundary.
Yeah, Giles, I don't know on your question about whether Kent are planning on more extensive coverage in terms of cameras, etc. But obviously there are budgetary issues on that.
Henry to Bohannon. And that's defended, and there's no run.
I should imagine those are the differences, as you say. Maybe between Kent and Lancashire in that respect is that... well, it costs money, basically, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
But, yeah, I agree with you, Giles. It's been fantastic coverage this week on the stream.
Final ball of the over is Henry to Bohannon. Again, that's just nudged back down the pitch, and there is no run. Collects his cap from umpire Neil Bratt. Matt Henry still wicketless in this innings. The only one to fall came off the bowling of Gilchrist. Jennings out for 14. Henry now 12 overs for 33. It's tidy stuff from Henry. Bowled well in the match. Gilchrist 12 overs, 1 for 46. Senny 6 overs, Stewart 6 overs. And that Denley Beldrummond spell just before lunch, either from the spinner and from Beldrummond to try and carve out a wicket before lunch, but neither could. Looks like Gilchrist is going to come out of the attack now. And Lancashire edging towards their first century partnership of the match. 3 runs shy for Wells and for Bohannon. Yes, Senny comes back into to the attack from the Brian Statham men. The chap there with his captain, Jack Leaning, who's taken over the responsibility from Sam Billings. There's a Lancashire skipper, Stephen Croft, having a chat with Keaton Jennings. 151 for 1 Lancashire in their second innings, lead by 26 runs. Just 1 wicket to fall so far today. Keaton Jennings, the man out for 14. Lancashire have gone from being 125 runs behind at the start of their second innings to now leading by 26, thanks to this partnership, which is edging towards a century. It's worth 97, with Luke Wells unbeaten on 87 and Josh Bohannon on 43. Lancashire 151 for 1, lead by 26 runs. So Senny returns. 6 overs for 37 in the innings. Wells lets it go, that first delivery. Robinson takes it into his gloves. 87 not out, Luke Wells. $125 balls faced. He's at 11 fours. Couple of little flicks off the hip to find leg, and then some beautiful on drives. This morning, a couple of back foot punches through the cover. It's a wide ball which he hammers away into the offside. It's an outstanding stop again from Denley. Bouncing around on those used pitches. Wells seemed to time it to perfection, but Denley's quite difficult to beat. Saved countless runs for Kent in this innings, but in the match. Fielding of the highest standard by Joe Denley. This is hit to his right now by Wells. Take him into the 90s, is this? All the way towards the boundary for 4 runs. 91 not out. Brings up the century partnership as well. Glorious way to reach a century partnership. Lovely follow through of the bat. Swashbuckling from Wells. 101 they've added now for this second wicket. Wells into the 90s with that. It's wide again, and Wells is reaching for it. And it's taken by Robinson. It's a good take by Robinson. He's landed there at the feet of Zach Crawley at first slip. In a desperate bid to try and get some glove on it. Speared wide of the off stump by Senny. Wells trying to clatter it away through the covers for 4 more. 30 in front, Lancashire, 155 for 1. And bowls back of a length. He pivots back and pulls the ball out through the onside. Beldrummond is at deep square leg. Luke Wells moves to 92 not out. Score moves on to 156 for 1. He's in good form at the minute, Luke Wells. Top scorer of the season, 170 5 not out in the victory against Warwickshire at Edgbaston a few weeks ago. Final ball of the over. Bohannon waits. Here's Senny. Deflects off the pad down towards Compton at leg slip, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. 156 for 1, so Lancashire lead by 31 runs, live from Emirates Old Trafford. Day 3 in the LV County Championship fixture between Lancashire and Kent on the BBC Sport website and app. Live ball-by-ball commentary alongside Lancs TV, sending some pictures all around the world to where you may be watching or listening to us. And Lancashire now moving up to a 31-run lead, thanks in no small part to that man, Luke Wells, 92 not out.
I was suggesting earlier on that maybe there should be some sort of orchestral overture for you to come on to every day. Scott came after a conversation. For some reason we were talking about Barry Manilow. I can't remember his version of Could It Be Magic, all sorts of orchestration. I was thinking, would it be fantastic that Scott comes into entrance music every day almost, as this ball's turned into the onside. Henry continuing from the James Anderson end, and a couple of suggestions for you. I'm not sure I can play this off my phone because there are rights issues and that sort of thing, so I probably shouldn't do. But I've played a little bit just outside the commentary box after my update.
Did you?
Okay. Andrew from Japan suggesting Bach's Orchestral Suite No. 1 in C major, which I have to say is a lovely pice.
It does sound lovely. I'm not aware.
I just played a bit of it. I was like, this is stirring stuff. Love a bit of Bach anyway, but. So there's that. You might want to look up later. I'll play that for you later when we're off air. Excellent. Ball pushed into the offside. You can coordinate with the fabulous crew here. I'm sure already looking it up themselves and working out if they can afford the royalties. So there's that. One suggestion. 157 for 1, by the way. You're not missing any cricket, as we mentioned this. But Elizabeth, a Lancashire supporter in the ancient city of Rochester in Kent, has suggested a group called the Lancashire Wallopers. There we go. Again, I can't play this on air for reasons of copyright. But as Henry comes in to Bohannon, pushes it into the offside, but there's no run, as Denley Fields, of course. They're called the Lancashire Wallopers here, a compilation including, it's not quite Bach this, but With My Little Stick of Blackpool Rock, The Lancashire Lads Are Disgraceful, and A Lassie from Lancashire, apparently.
Right.
Those could start the day.
Good suggestions.
All grist to them in, I think. Suggestions for you. As Henry goes, bowls to Bohannon, wraps him on the pad. That's a half appeal. I think it was going down leg. Maybe even got an edge on it, an inside edge, but not a full appeal there. So there we go.
Good suggestions, thank you.
How is Bumble these days? Another question?
Yep, hoping.
You've been commentating with him.
He has, yeah. Been great to have Bumble with us early part of the season. And did a few championship matches. Yeah. I think I did the odd T20 with him as well. Hopefully see Bumble soon.
That's John of Preston, a Lancashire supporter, as this one is gently driven up to mid-off by Bohannon off a full-length delivery, and there's no run. So I was given to understand at the start of the season he was going to make several guest appearances during matches on Lancs TV. I miss his wit and well-considered insights. So I just think, yeah, you're not going with the Bach chat then, John. Here's Henry to Bohannon, defended back at him. We were talking about Barry Manilow's sparkly jumper earlier.
Not one of them about that, is he?
Where is Bumble? You're absolutely right. Quick, get him on. End of the over, 157 for 1 Lancashire. 32 ahead. Wells 93, Bohannon 43. Helen's on the emails. kentcricket@gmail.com for fans of either persuasion, by the way. Talking about, well, it's headed biscuits, so I want to read this out straight away, but I'll tell you what. It's a lengthy email, Helen, so I'll read it while Scott goes through this over and give you the highlights as we go through. It's a teaser, they call it in radio.
Senny is going to run back in to start his second over of the spell. And Wells playing at this delivery. That's wide. Moves away from him and playing a miss and taken by the keeper. And there's no run. 93 to Wells, 157 for 1, Lancashire. 32 in front.
Helen saying, well, some lovely comments about the commentary and the stream as well, the video stream. Helen, thank you very much. Your female colleague, that was Phoebe Graham yesterday, wasn't it? Did a good job. Had the right voice for commentary, which is tremendously informed too, of course, Phoebe.
It's full and wide again, left by Wells.
An actual professional player rather than Scott and I. I mean, I don't mean to denigrate you at all,
no,
there, Scott. But
absolutely accurate description.
But you get you get a good deal of insight about how the game's actually played in 2022 from Phoebe Graham. She says, I think that biscuit was hers. I was wondering when it would get gobbled up. Was there a spare biscuit yesterday?
Biscuit, yeah.
Oh, there we go.
I think didn't I eat it?
Did you?
I think I may have eaten
Great.
it. Senny over the wicket, balls. Again, it's wide, and it actually deflects off the glove of the keeper. It's gone behind the slips. Crawley just collects it. It's gone for a bye. That was full and wide off stump. I mean, it's almost wide to be signalled that by the umpire. Tricky one for Robinson to try and stop. In front of the toes of Crawley at first slip.
Helen saying it's all about the ladies at the moment. In brackets, soccer, or football as many of us call it, but cricket is still my #1 spectator sport, says Helen. I hope Kent don't falter this time, having done so well get at least a draw from this match, and best not to mention the T20 blast this year. No, let's not do that. Maybe next year I might finally be the time I can come over and actually watch a match in person, perhaps a 100 match featuring the Oval Invincibles. There we go. Thank you, Helen.
Send it to Bohannon. Good ball that comes back in towards Bohannon. Deflects right into the offside, no run.
Dave from Sig Cup. His email headed, can you mix it up a bit, please? I thought, oh, what have we done here? Can we have some concrete puns, please, to lighten the weight of Lancashire runs? Oh, Dave. I was going to talk about a high aggregate.
That sounds like a building term.
Is aggregate not? Oh, there we go.
I think
aggregate of runs. Oh dear.
Senny in, bowling again down the leg side to Bohannon. That's a good take by Robinson, tumbling away to his left-hand side. And there's no run.
How was that? How was that as a start?
That's a good start.
Our correspondent Dave. There we go.
Started high.
Yeah.
Ways down.
Perhaps slightly uncertainly, but yeah. Does that mean, Dave, you count as one of the hardcore of the Kent support?
Oh, dear.
I mean, he did ask for it. I'm not sure it's going to please the rest of the listeners, though.
Ready to complete the other balls, and it swings in towards Bohannon, who plays it beautifully away through the onside. And that's 4 more runs for Lancashire and for Josh Bohannon. 47 to him now. 162 for 1 at the end of the 46th over.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot from Bohannon. And Dave's looking for some light relief as a Kent supporter from this onslaught by Lancashire. Well, I say onslaught, they've not been flashing at this stuff, have they, and smashing it to the boundary. It's just good cricket shots. They're playing really well. Composed stuff from Wells and Bohannon on a pitch which appears to have flattened out. Kent really reaching for breakthrough here. Only one so far today. Wells and Bohannon past the century partnership. And looking every inch like they could bat through this session as well. Lovely shot, that one. So, Henry continuing, none for 34 from 13. The lead at 37 for Lancashire. 2 slips in, Crawley and leaning beside Robinson. The lead on this occasion as Wells turns it into the onside, fielded by Cox at mid-wicket, but patrolling that square leg area as well. And no run there. You're not going for the concrete puns now, Scott. I don't blame you for that.
I thought I'd just leave it to you. You were doing so well.
Well, I'm not sure well counts with puns, really, does it? I don't know. They're very much an an individual choice. Here comes Henry to Wells, comes down the pitch, ends up defending it to Compton in the offside. You know our man Alex Hode here. He is the man for the pun. Our fellow commentator on BBC Radio Kent. If he's listening, there'll probably be a list by the end of the over. So he may not be around at the moment. But for Kent listeners, Alex will be at the One Day Cup games next week, Worcestershire and Glamorgan. Oh, this one's just guided past Jack Leaning. That's not pleased Henry as it goes for 4. Wells, to be fair to him, he's come down the pitch. I think he's adjusted that shot late, but with soft hands has just played it on the ground past second slip. It's not an edge, but you can understand why a fast bowler, firstly been given the charge and then been steered past second slip along the ground. Not a particularly happy man, that Henry. 166 for 1, but Wells is 3 off a ton now. I should let you have the honour, Scott, here, because he's closing in very quickly.
It's been a really impressive notch, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Real display of high-class batting from Luke Wells. Get a couple more here. Actually, maybe just the one. Turned away towards the square leg boundary for a single. Gilchrist quickly coming up from the rope. It's a 98 to Wells. 167 for 1.
Bohannon's nearly on his 50 as well. I'll tell you what, you stay on for the rest of the afternoon. It's going to be landmark after landmark.
59 overs left in the day. That's a gorgeous shot by Bohannon. That'll bring him, I think, 50. It does. What a beautiful way to reach a half-century. He's played that shot a few times in this innings, and that was right up there with the best of them. 51 not out, Josh Bohannon. 90 deliveries. That was his 8th 4. 171 for 1.
Yeah, characterised this innings, didn't it, really? Lovely shot from Bohannon. 171 for 1.
It's forward and defends his next delivery from Matt Henry. Away towards the offside for no run. End of the over. 171 for 1. So Bohannon's reached a half-century. Wells is 2 away from a century. Lancashire lead by 46.
I think seem to have started my own transfer rumour. I mean, it is the season, isn't it, in football as well as cricket. Andrew in Japan. Would love to see the other Ollie Robinson join Kent. There we go.
Now you've started things now, haven't you?
Just inadvertently. He said not only would we have 2 Ollie Robinsons, but he joined Jordan Cox as a second man of Margate. There we go. Of course, Ollie Robinson, talking to Paul Allott about Kent perennially not really bringing through international fast bowlers, but Ollie Robinson, the bowler, came through Kent's academy. So he was a product, obviously, but not playing for Kent at the moment. At the moment. ...
171 for 1. Wells on 98. Edged. Gone. Jack Leaning takes the catch. Senny strikes. Wells departs. It's an excellent innings from Wells, but he falls 2 shy of what would have been his 22nd first-class 100. The edge taken superbly by Leaning. Really good catch away to his left-hand side. Frustration for his teammate Josh Bohannon. Frustration, I'm sure, for Luke Wells in particular. But he's played a really, really impressive innings there. 98, but caught Jack Leaning, bowled by Senny. And Lancashire lose their second wicket. 171 for 2.
That 117 partnership has changed the game, though, hasn't it, between the two of them, as you say. Frustration for Luke Wells. Beautifully played. Looked like he could have been in for another couple of days at this point. But finally, for Kent, Senny getting the edge. Another good catch from Jack Leaning. Very safe hands. He's taken both to fall today. Has Leaning in the slips. But a platform for Lancashire here. Stephen Croft comes in, the captain. I'm sure he would have had a word of congratulations to Luke Wells as he went for a job well done.
Yeah, highest score of the match. Still waiting for a batter to get to 3 figures. Yeah. And 90 in the Kent first innings. Jack Leaning 59 and a 64 as well for Denley and for Stewart. 98 for Luke Wells, but still waiting for our first centurion of the match. Senny picks up his first wicket, so 171 for 2. Lead by 46 runs. Good catch again by Leaning.
Yeah, safe pair of hands at slip Leaning.
It's his catch that got rid of Keaton Jennings, and now Luke Wells. He's caught well. He's also took a good catch in the first innings to dismiss Luke Wells. It was the same combination, Senny and Leaning. And that's done again for Luke Wells, but it's given his team a very good platform here to try and build a lead and set Kent a target. Here's Senny into Croft. Croft works it off his pads behind square on the leg side, down towards the long leg boundary. Grant Stewart fields. Squad moves on to 172 for 2. Lead to 47 now.
It's a sizable total. Lancashire's minds as well, I was just saying, as they bat on this pitch and go through this innings, that never mind what the lead was, 172 for 2 is a big old total, isn't it? And they've got to work out what Kent might go for to keep Lancashire in the game on the last day.
Short and wide from Senny, and Bohannon looking to cut it. Bottom edges the ball into the ground. Deflects down to the slips and there's no run. Second wicket of the day for Kent. Contrast to yesterday. 9 fell in the morning session, then just 1 through the afternoon session. And just 2 so far on day 3. Senny over the wicket bowls. Oh, that's almost bringing into play Compton at leg slip. Little glance off the pads down to fine leg for 4 runs. Got that man at leg slip. Compton went leaping away to his right hand side trying to stop the ball, maybe even perhaps trying to take a catch, but Bohannon instead gets 4.
Yeah, that's what he's there for, isn't it? But not just there for him to catch, I don't think. But, you can hear the Yorkshire brogue of Jack Leaning exhorting his team on. They're not a tremendously chatty team on the field, Kent, but Leaning is trying to jivvy them up.
Senny balls to Bohannon, who defends from the crease. Gilchrist quickly up to deny the possibility of a run. 176 for 2. Lead of 51, that's at 4 through fine leg, pushing the lead up to and just a little beyond the 50 mark now. 51 in front, 2 wickets down. Final ball of the over, the 48th of the Lancashire second innings. Senny in, short ball. It's in the odd one from him like that. Bohannon gets underneath it and through to Robinson, and there is no run. That completes the over. That standout partnership of 117 runs has been broken. Bohannon and Wells. As Wells the man out for 98. Senny with the wicket. Gilchrist dismissing Keaton Jennings in the morning session. Lancashire captain Stephen Croft and Josh Bohannon, the 2 batters out in the middle for the Red Rose.
So Henry to continue from James Anderson end. Crawley at first slip, leaning at a sort of fourth slip. Stephen Croft yet, sorry, he's faced 1 for 1 so far. He's, as he was in the first innings, doing a lot of gardening. A lot of batting down the pitch with his bat. Full delivery from Henry, squeezed out the offside by Croft. It was Henry that accounted for Croft in the first innings, but that was yesterday morning. It got a vicious rising delivery. Umpire judging he got a glove on it. Through to the wicketkeeper, not much he could do with it. Conditions very different here, but Henry will be hoping to get him quickly. 176 for 2. A good length of delivery. That one turned into the onside, stopped by Compton. The wide-brimmed white hat, the sunglasses on top at mid-wicket. Leaning has just closed up on the to an orthodox second slip position now, next to Zach Crawley. Has taken 2 very smart catches today as the Kent standing captain. There's a point extra cover, mid-on, mid-off. That man on the drive at mid-wicket. Compton, who fields that now, it's knocked in his direction by Crofts along the ground, and a deep square leg as well. Nathan Gilchrist out next to a loaned photographer at deep square leg.
Oh, that's Barry on his little kind of prop-up chair.
Yeah. It's Henry to Croft. Just keeping him pinned on middle stump, that one defended. Having a good look is Stephen Croft, the captain. Malcolm on the emails, kentcricket@gmail.com. Glad to hear you're enjoying the coverage. Those in the ground, can you explain where you're sitting in the media centre, please? It's wrapped him on the thigh pad, that one. Caught him amidships. Well, maybe just more central than the thigh pad. And just going for a little bit of a walk and a puff of the cheeks from Stephen Croft there. Is it top levels? Top level. Always try to work out where the commentary team sit. We are on the top level of the media centre. Is that right? Thank you very much. I mean, the lift doesn't go any further, but there's not a gantry where you can get onto the top of the building here, is there? No.
You can get onto the top of the building, yeah. But
you'll see an array of cameras in front of us. In fact, is where we are as Henry to Croft. Blocks that one out. End of the over. A maiden for Matt Henry. 176 for 2. Also, any thoughts on why this being... Scott's having a wave there.
Oh, we're on, you see.
There we go. Also, any thoughts on why this being the last first-class game pre-England Test matches, why James Anderson is not playing? There we go. Our camera operators are waving now. We're all waving. That's where we are. Absolutely. Top of the shop. Great view here. More or less down the barrel here of the pitch, aren't we, as well? So no James Anderson in this one? Was there a thought of playing him?
I'm sure Lancashire would like to have played him. But I suppose it's kind of decision between Jimmy and England, isn't it, really, as to when he plays and when he doesn't play. Sending in and bowling, and forward goes Bohannon. Another no ball. Umpire Graham Lloyd spinning round to signal a no ball. 178 for 2. So yeah, it looks like, well, obviously Anderson's next cricket will be the first Test match. I don't think I'm giving away trade secrets. I mean, I was with Anderson for the one-day international on Sunday, and I did ask him, and he just said, I think kind of for his where he's at, it just makes sense for him now to be playing in the Test match. Kind of the old phrase of managing workloads, that type of thing. Swings onto the pads of Bohannon, who flicks the ball away through the onside out towards deep square leg for a single. 56 to him now, 179 for 2. Played in the early rounds of the county championship. Jimmy Anderson, he played in the first, I think he played 4 games at the start of the year. Obviously had the Test series in the middle of all that against New Zealand, and that Test match against India, and you've got Test matches against South Africa coming up. So yeah, his next cricket will be the first Test match. Not far off, is it? A couple of weeks away.
Right.
Test match here as well. There's one. Is it Loads? Old Trafford in the Oval, I think. Oh, that just balloons up down towards Compton at short fine leg. But there's no run. It's a much changed Lancashire attack. You look at what was being used at the start of the season. Senny comes in and balls full of length on off stump, and Croft defends back down the pitch, and there's no run. Hassan Ali was with Lancashire for the first 5 or 6 games. Saki Mahmood, Jimmy Anderson. Of course, Kent had Jackson Bird as well at the start of the campaign. Matt Milne's not playing in this fixture. Took wickets last week at Edgbaston. Late cut by Croft. Good looking shot down towards that wide third boundary. Will it reach the rope? No. Run 3. Score moves on to 182 for 2. Croft on to 4. Lancashire players on the balcony. Rob Jones due in next. Just inside the dressing room there, waiting for his turn. Got one slip and a gully, still got the leg slip, short mid-wicket as well. It's taken off the pads by Bohannon. Eased away through the leg side. Jordan Cox comes up to complete the fielding. 183 for 2. That's the end of the 50th over of the Lancashire first innings. Lead of 58. Bohannon 57, Croft on 4. I see one of our viewers yesterday getting in touch with Matt, spotting the biscuit on the commentary table. No biscuits on the commentary table now. It's because I've eaten them all. I'm like a Labrador. Phoebe left a biscuit there, turns her back, and I've snaffled it. 183 for 2. Going to see Grant Stewart replacing Matt Henry. 8 overs, 1 maiden for 31, Henry's spell. Stewart into the attack. Bohannon on strike. Got one slip and the gully. Fine leg. Deep square leg. Deep backward point. Cover. Mid off. Mid on. Mid wicket. Ball defended away into the offside, but for no run. So Bohannon remains on 57 not out. In from the Anderson end of the ground. And Bohannon gets forward. Plays the ball back along the pitch, gathered by Stewart off his own bowling, and there's no run. It is a warm day. Bohannon just removing his helmet and wiping his forehead. Plenty of short sleeves around. Most of the Kent players, think, have dispensed with the jumpers now. It's defended to mid-on, and there's no run. You can see plenty of names and squad numbers on the back of shirts now, which had previously been covered up by the jumpers. 183 for 2. Stewart over the wicket to Bohannon, who's back and across and defending. And there's no run.
Just saying, having Cadbury's on at the moment as a sub for Kent. And as before, by the time I worked out who he's on for,
he's gone off.
He's gone off. That's what happened last time. I was convinced they had 12 on the field for a minute. It looks like Matt Henry has just taken a brief break from proceedings.
Yeah, an 8-over stint, Henry, so maybe off the field for a moment or two. Bohannon again turns this ball to the leg side, and there is no run.
Matthew's been in touch on kentcricket at gmail.com. Thank you for that. Scott's Grand Entrance, the email is titled. Thinking about entrance music.
I'm not thinking about it. You're thinking about it. Not me. Stewart bowls to Bohannon. That's turned to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And it's the end of the over as well, 183 for 2.
Giles from Sevenoaks earlier was commenting on how good the production is here, and I just thought we could add to it. You know, I think though Matthew's gone slightly more downbeat on the music. What about Siegfried's Funeral March by Wagner?
Oh dear.
Thinking about it could accompany his close of play summary. Ever the optimist there, Matthew. But he is enjoying the commentary nonetheless, which is nice to hear. But yes, it's Digger Martin on the building site. We're going for I say we are going for building site puns. Scott's opted out of that. He's opting out of the music, but I don't think there's any reason for that. Malcolm in Folkestone, good to hear from you. With all the fuss over balls going out of shape, I'm sure I heard umpire John Holder in a feature called Ask the Umpire said the rings used to check ball shape should only be used at the start of play. I don't think I dreamt it, but you never know. He says, keep up the good work. Wells has just gone. Okay, that's from Malcolm in Folkestone, presumably a Kent fan. But no, they're definitely using them throughout the day and have been for some seasons, I think.
It's the most used piece of equipment.
It certainly is this year. Hassani to Bohannon. It's a no ball again. Now deep Senny. Like a good delivery, but obviously it's not a fair delivery.
Blimey, he's getting a few no balls, isn't it? Goodness.
He's chunking them up at this point, isn't he?
You might just want to have a quick word with your bowling coach, you know, just pull it back a little bit.
That's his 5th, I think. As I said, 12 in the first innings against Northampton, against Warwickshire in his first bowl for Kent. But then I think only 1 or 2 in the second innings, and they changed ends with him then, and actually had him coming up the hill at Edgbaston rather than down. Here's Senny to Croft. Hits him on the pad. It always looked like it was going down.
I agree.
But he's beaten him. That's a good delivery. Didn't enjoy it, Stephen Croft, but he's not out. That's not the way we decide whether batters are out, I don't think, whether they enjoy it or not.
Could be a new feature, though.
But thank you for that, Malcolm. Yeah, the size ring's definitely being used during the matches and have been all season. This season we've, as Scott says, unfortunately, all too often been talking about it.
What did he call them? Size rings.
Size rings, is that right? Yes, I don't know if that's right or not, but
Right.
I trust our correspondent knows what he's talking about. His ball pushed into the offside, certainly more than I do. Pulled into the offside by Croft, and that's a single. He has 5. Bohannon has 57, 186 for 2. John of Preston, Lancashire supporter. My choice is twofold for the entrance music.
Oh,
Good
goodness.
night now. Scott's very grumpy about it, but I think we should keep going on this. Dance of the Nights by Prokofiev. Players at Preston North End used to enter this music a few years ago.
Sounds quite dramatic, that.
I remember seeing a YouTube video of this music with the ballet taking part in the background. Very effective, he says.
Right.
Was that ballet at Deep Down? I'm not sure, but no reason why not. Senny back to his mark. Bowls to Bohannon now. Bohannon flicks it off his pads. That'll be at least one as Stewart covers ground quickly. Throw coming in. They'll scamper through for a second. Good running. Not the greatest throw either. So Bohannon, committed to the second run, gets applause for that commitment. 188 for 2. Or Ride of the Valkyries by Wagner, if you prefer a dramatic entrance. That's always good, that one. Bit of Apocalypse Now. That was first used in film, I think. But yeah, very rousing, both those. John, thank you very much for that.
Very classical suggestions, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely right. Matt's been on the emails, kentcricket@gmail.com as well. Scott's will be relieved to hear this is not about entrance music.
Oh, good.
It's actually about cricket.
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, Matt changing the subject wildly there on a cricket commentary. But Scott will thank you for that. Is Navdeep Seni to Bohannon. That's hit him.
Oh, dear.
That's hit Bohannon. At pace, he is down, and I think, well, that's hit him in the abdomen, certainly, and he might...
Oh, goodness. Oof.
Oh, I haven't seen the replay. It's hit him where I thought it's hit him.
Yeah.
Has it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Have a minute, Josh.
And Stephen Croft goes over to offer, well, what can he do?
Well, not a lot, I suppose, yeah.
Just wait for him to
come round.
But you'd have to say, at Senny's pace, that is not going to be pleasant. And of course, as we always say on these occasions, what's Stephen Croft doing as captain? He's standing there with a smile on his face, because for some reason, if it's not you, people find it comical, if not hilarious.
Everyone's just standing at a respectful distance, aren't they, really?
Yeah.
Jack Blatherwick's gone up 12th man. Yeah, have a bit of water.
Oh, yeah, the water will help.
That'll do it, yeah.
If only. He just has to... Oh, goodness me. He's in some discomfort there. Perhaps time to turn to Matt's email. Listening with his 3-year-old. Fantastic. Get them while they're young, Matt. Absolutely. Listening to the commentaries. Lancashire maybe, but maybe keep pressure on Surrey, ? From Matt. He says it's been remarkable the way in which Lancashire keep putting out unlikely victories this season. Could be this be another one? Batwell set 300 and see what happens. And maybe a draw or loss for Surrey. That'll be quite a turnaround from a few days ago. A long way to go, says Matt. Great to hear from you, Matt. Thanks very much for that. But yeah, I mean, it's not beyond the bounds of belief here. They've been so dominant today, Lancashire. As Josh Bohannon is picking himself up. He's wiping his forehead. And, 12th man there. He's dusting the back of his shirt off as well.
Lovely.
It's Josh Bohannon, just a grimace, I think it's fair to say, and some pain. But chatting to Stephen Croft now.
He's been hit a few times in that position this season, Josh Bohannon. I'm sure he remembers every single one of them.
Yeah. Not saying it's bad enough from a medium pacer, but Senny is fairly rapid. Bonjour, says Trebon on
bonjour.
on the emails, kentcricket@gmail.com. We're back to the entry themes. Fantastic. As it's Lancashire, surely Scott needs to have Julius Fukic's entrance of the Gladiators.
Right.
I'm not getting the connection there, but yes. I should have read the in brackets comment. So Senny comes in to bowl to Bohannon. Oh, it's hit him again, has he? It's wrapped him on the thigh pad at the very least there. Inquiry from Senny. Bohannon is still vertical, which is great news for him, but...
Good Croft laughing.
I'm sure Bohannon saw that bouncing up towards his midriff, thinking there must have been a thought in the back of his mind, oh no, not again. Who was that was hit? Was it Alex Hales was hit? Was it 2 or 3 times was that in a big bash?
It definitely happened to Liam Livingston.
IPL, Liam Livingston.
Yeah,
maybe I'm thinking of the wrong.
And he made a noticeable groan on the stump mic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. It's Livingston rather than Hales I'm thinking of. Yeah. But crikey, that rears up towards the thigh pad. No more than that for Bohannon, and he is safe despite the appeal from Senny. Bowls once again full. This one's a little bit of a scuff into the onside, but keeps strike as well. Bohannon on to 60. Croft has 5. 189 for 2. Yeah, Trevor, I should have read your comment there. In brackets, I'm only asking so I can hear you say Fuchik. Is that right? It's spelled F-U-C-I-K. It says you're welcome. Thank you for that. I have to say, when I saw the name of the composer, you have to take a deep breath as a commentator and make sure you get all the consonants in the right order.
It's fraught with danger, isn't it?
It is indeed. Teetering.
I'd have given that a swerve myself, but you've done well to tackle it head on. Well done.
David says, from Bolsover, saying, if you want to combine classical entrance music with concrete puns, why not? Why not? Let's throw it all in the mixer. How about something by Maurice Gravel? Though preferably not Bolero, as it would take hours to reach the middle. Thank you very much.
Stuart bowls, Bohannon's in behind it. Defends into the offside, no run.
I have to say, that's a probably underrated mail. That you've got a fantastic combination. Very well written, David. Well, compliments to you. Pearls before swine, I'm afraid. Tony is watching the live stream from Valencia in Spain. No more to say than that, but a good afternoon. Good afternoon to you, Tony, as well. Great to hear from you. Nice to know you're listening and watching.
Lead of 64, Bohannon on 60. Stewart bowls and Bohannon goes back in the cross, defends down into the offside. There's no run. 189 for 2.
It's a parky 28 degrees in Valencia. Just checking the temperature at the moment.
Very nice.
Oh, that's Venezuela.
Oh.
Sure, there's one in Spain, isn't there?
Just a little bit out with that one. Stewart into Bohannon. That's flicked to mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Oh, I shouldn't have even mentioned that because it's exactly the same temperature in Valencia, Spain. There we go. 29 degrees. So in this country, whenever you get a temperature and then it has the feels like temperature underneath, it's always lower. Feels like lower, isn't it? In Valencia, Spain, 29, feels like 30. It's like the humidity, presumably. There we go. Feels hotter.
Bohannon waiting and driving. And stopped by Stewart. Go down to his left off his own bowling, and there's no run. 189 for 2. Lead of 64. Bohannon 60. Croft on 5. He's worked up a sweat. Josh Bohannon. Not surprised. There's a few lusty blows. Short mid-wicket in place, so just the one slip now. Short mid-wicket, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. He turns it to the leg side, but working the ball safely along the ground to Matt Henry at mid-on for no run. 189 for 2.
So tea today, just to keep everyone informed, will be at 4 o'clock, whatever. And we are 53 overs left at this point of the day.
Henry to Bohannon off the back foot. Punches the ball away through the offside. Lovely shot, beautiful timing. All the way to the boundary for 4 runs. That would have felt much better for Bohannon, having received a blow just a few deliveries ago. Plays a gorgeous back foot drive for 4. 193 for 2 now. And Josh Bohannon and Stephen Croft in conversation. Bohannon 64 not out, and Lancashire lead by 68 runs. And these two early stage of partnership, 22 runs after that. Big partnership between Bohannon and Wells was finally ended. First for Lancashire that had reached 3 figures. Those two putting on 117 runs before the dismissal of Wells for 98.
It's a conversation between Matt Henry and Navdeep Saini. Saini's taken the second wicket to fall today. Well, once again from the Statham end here, below the media centre, running away from us. Bowls now to Croft. Good length on middle stump, up to mid-on where Henry fields. His dark blue Kent cap. Sending a short sleeve shirt, long, it's the flesh-coloured tubey grip on his left arm. He's got a bracelet on his right wrist as well. Takes the ball on his left hand. 96 on his shirt. Wipes his fingers on his white trousers. Comes running in upright. Bowls to Croft now. Turns him around a little bit. Ball comes out on the offside as Croft was trying to play it on the on. And from a Kent point of view, you feel their ambitions of having a big say in this, where this match goes, you think you have to get Croft early here. Just shown signs that he's playing himself in at this point. Kent need to get him before he settles for Lancashire. Imperious they've been today, 193 for 2, leading by 68 now. So he just holds on the end of his run. 1 for 64 from his 11, but expensive. Now through to Croft. That's a great delivery. Has that hit anything? It might have just flicked the thigh pad as it goes through. That's a snorting delivery by Saini. I think it's too high for an LBW. I think that's the indication. But has it hit anything else? Has it got an edge as it's gone through? Oh, great delivery. That's perilously close to middle and leg stumps. But I'm not sure it's flicked pad. I'm not sure it's hit anything else. It's gone through Stephen Croft, who survives, though. 193 for 2. Great ball.
It was. It's beauty, wasn't it, from Saini? Got the ball to come back in a bit to hit Bohannon a few deliveries ago, and that one produced the first real shout, actually, for a while, for first appeal, really, from Kent.
Saini to Croft, defending that off stump. No run. It's around the country at Chelmsford. Somerset 275 for 2 now in reply to Essex's 505 for 9 declared. Yorkshire 4 down against Hampshire, 146 for 4, leading by 87 in their second innings there. Gloucestershire have lost a wicket, 38 for 1. Still 124 behind Northants there. You fear for Gloucestershire a bit there, don't you? They are tailed off at the bottom of the division. Northants must be scenting a possible victory there. Saini to Croft, turns it into the onside. But again, can't get the ball off the square at the moment. Saini's pinning him down. Warwickshire 154 for 4 against Surrey, leading by 91, so 91 for 4 effectively in the second innings.
Yeah, Davis the last wicket out there for Warwickshire.
Worcestershire 75 for 5, still needing another 214 on tee. 214 a tee on day 3 against Derbyshire at New Road. Saini now to Croft. Defensive end of the over, a maiden, and Saini will be thinking he very nearly got Croft, but nearly isn't good enough in that over. Middlesex 196 for 4 in reply to Durham's 421 for 7 declared on day 3 of that one. They are 225 behind.
So we've got just over half an hour left here before we get to tea.
Yeah, Kent's over 8 once again is slow. They're 4 behind the required rate. But weather staying fair, we should be going 6:30 and beyond. It's about 7 o'clock yesterday, was it? Just after 7 we finished. Making up the overs. And we were joking yesterday morning, well, we're hardly going to need the extra overs, but now Lancashire would, they covet them, don't they? They want them to build this lead, if they can back through the rest of the day, to put themselves in that position where they can decide when they want to declare, decide what will entice Kent to have a go, or maybe just back Kent out of the game and have time to bowl at them.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? Going back to that conversation we were having with Luke Wells the other day about suggesting trying to bring the opposition into in the match. It potentially further increases a chance of a win. Turned to the leg side by Bohannon, fielded by Jack Leaning, and there's no run. As you were saying, if Kent would view this as being coming here and taking and leaving with a draw, be a good result for them, then kind of batting Kent out of the match and taking away that equation of a victory. If it was to get to that and Kent just batting tomorrow to save the match and then a draw, not be the best way forward for Lancashire. Down the leg side, Robinson takes it. Bohannon remains on 64. 193 for 2. Not seen any spin, I don't think, since lunch, have we? And just dabbed out into the offside by Bohannon for a single. 65 to him now, 194 for 2.
Jack Leaning's just trying to change things up with the field, isn't he? He's taken himself out of second slip and he's shortened the drive for Bohannon at mid-wicket. I wonder if he'll stay there for Croft as the batters change over here. So just Crawley beside Robinson. In fact, he's going to do more. He's going to reinforce that onside for Croft. So it's almost like a couple of slips but in front there, isn't it? At mid-wicket. 2 mid-wickets now.
It's Stewart to Croft. It just deflects down to towards fine leg. I think it came off the pad. I don't think there's any bat on that. No. Robinson seems to be limping as he picks himself up. He stopped the ball, did well, the keeper. I think they would have been awarded as leg byes had it gone beyond him.
I didn't see it strike him there. Somebody, you say, just limping away. But yeah, it's a mid-wicket trap for Kent. They want the one that trying to make Croft think twice about driving through there.
Turn it behind square on the leg side for a single this time, Croft. 195 for 2.
Said it's like this is the game of chess that Jack Leaning is playing now. You put in 2 mid-wickets, so Bohannon is wary of flicking the ball through there. He may think, well, I'll go offside here. There's more gaps on the offside offering there. Then that brings slip into play, or does it? Question mark. Just trying to put something new, I suppose, in the batter's mind at this point.
Stewart in, but that's down the leg side.
Not if he bowls it there.
Taken by Robinson. There's no run. 195 for 2. Lead of 70.
Thanks for your emails today, kingcricket@gmail.com. Been great to hear from you. And Daryl, thank you for your very kind comments about the commentary and the stream as well. It's as a visiting commentator, been great to be a part of, I have to say as well. There we go. It feels like an Oscar speech, so I'd like to thank everybody. I thank the producers and my agent. I made a comment like that in the office the other day at Radio Kent. Someone said, "Have you already got an agent?" I said, "Do you think I've got an agent?" There we go.
Well, you should get one, Mark.
Anyone wants to apply, yeah. But you know what they say, 15% of nothing is still nothing. I'm going to go and do an update for the aforementioned BBC Radio again.
Yeah, we've got about half an hour left. Just the 1 wicket to fall since lunch. Luke Wells out for a terrific 98. Laying a platform for Lancashire here in their second innings to try and push in front. They're 70 ahead now. And Croft gets forward to this delivery from Gilchrist, who returns into the attack. Senny's spell has come to an end. Bowling straight here, Kent. Feels like a little period where they're just trying to target the pads of the batter. Again, they've got the man close in on the leg side, shortish mid-wicket, short cover, leg slip as well. Another one onto the pads of Croft, nudged away for a single. Lancashire 196 for 2 in their second innings to lead by 71 runs. Stephen Croft unbeaten on 7 and Josh Bohannon on 75 with 1 wicket to fall since the lunch interval. Luke Wells out for 98, too shy of a century, but Lancashire building well here, starting their second innings 125 behind, now lead by 71 runs at 196 for 2. And Bohannon drives straight through the fingertips of the bowler. Comes back for a second. It's a 67 to Josh Bohannon. 198 for 2 now, Lancashire. 73 in front. Flicked out through the onside by Bohannon. Strong through mid-wicket. Has been through the course of this innings as well. Brings up the 200 for Lancashire in their second innings. .200 runs from 333 deliveries in this innings. Lead of 75. Gilchrist over the wicket and bowling. Left by Bohannon. There's no run. Yorkshire 4 down at 149 for 4. So they lead Hampshire by 90 runs. Warwickshire 159 for 4. They lead Surrey by 96 runs. Gilchrist in, ball swings away from Bohannon and through to Robinson. That's the end of the over. 200 for 2. 75 run lead for Lancashire. Just 2 second innings wickets to fall. Luke Wells for 98, Keaton Jennings for 14. A little cloudy now. We had quite a big burst of sunshine at one stage, but a bit of cloud cover. Still pleasant enough. Barely a breeze around the ground. Half an hour remaining before we get to that tea break. Playing 2-hour 10-minute sessions, catching up for time lost on day 1. It'll be Stewart to Croft.
Croft pushes this into the offside off the back foot. There's no run as Compton picks up there. So just the 1 slip in and those 2 fielders at mid-wicket. Not breathing down the batter's necks, but close enough for just that chip, that flick into the onside. So Jack Leaning, the captain, trying to put that in their batter's mind. And Croft now straight back at the bowler, one bounce, rears up at Grant Stewart, throws it to Jack Leaning. It's always like to say backyard cricket, that's out. Thumped it into the ground, one hand, one bounce. You played that?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
200 for 2. Not been brought into the professional game. I know that Scott was talking about the free hit from a no ball in 4-day cricket. I think we're way away from one hand, one bounce. Stewart bowls to Croft on the front foot, defending that gently up to Matt Henry. Spirited polish of the ball on the whites. One of our earlier correspondents on kentcricket@gmail.com saying those mixed fabrics, those sports fabrics that these days the whites are made out of, not the best for polishing the ball, but someone needs to tell him. It's Grant Stewart from the James Anderson end, barrelling in towards Croft. Again, defensively to Jack Leaning, another one wearing the dark blue Kent cap. He's been at Kent a couple of seasons now, so I'm thinking, because these Kent caps, as they get older in the sun, maybe with a bit of perspiration, fade to a brown colour. You can see Zach Crawley at slip, in fact, and Daniel Bell-Drummond's both that sort of faded brown colour, whereas Jack Leaning, who's his 3rd season at Kent, is dark blue. I think he's got a new one this season. He is Stewart ends up with the Kent standing captain, Leaning as it's defended back down the pitch. More millinery news as we have it on faded caps, etc. Just picking it out around the ground.
Definitely a different colour to Crawley's there, isn't it?
Yeah. So I think Zach has kept his, whereas Jack's gone for a new one. Perhaps that suggests a difference in salaries, I don't know. That was a joke, everybody at Kent. So Stewart now to Croft. Plays that late around his front pad, but absolutely securely out to square leg for a single. End of the over, 2 or 1 for 2. I don't want to get into those controversies, do you, about who gets paid what in the playing staff? Crikey. Let's tiptoe gently away from that. End of the over, 2 or 1 for 2, lead of 76. Lancashire's days so far.
It is, yeah. Partnership here between Croft and Bohannon's worth 30. 20 minutes until tea. Lancashire leading by 76. 49 overs remaining in the day. Lancashire were able just to sneak a wicket, wasn't just before tea yesterday, wasn't it? Which helped to change actually the feel of the evening session. Denley and Leaning were batting ever so well yesterday afternoon. Got Denley just before tea actually. This is up and over cover by Stephen Croft. Comes back for 2. Hart may have skipped a beat for a second there.
Not in control of that, was he? Through the offside and over the head of Jordan Cox at cover. I'm pretty sure that's not what Stephen Croft intended. He went for that one slightly wide.
$203 for 2. Croft up to 10. Forward in defence this time, Stephen Croft, and there's no run. Very patient not this, isn't it? 31 balls for 10.
Andrew on Twitter at BBC Kent Sport. You can get in touch with us at Scott Reed, READ 16 as well, or at BBC Lancs Cricket on Twitter.
Gilchrist to Croft, again just leans forward and taps the ball out into the offside. Jordan Cox comes up from cover to field, no run.
Andrew saying he's a fan of the Maurice Gravel email, or Gravel's Bolero, as one of our earlier correspondents. David expertly wove a building site and classical music pun together.
That's good, that was
in a Faultless email. Beautifully done.
Gilchrist in, bowls short to Croft, who rocks back and tries to pull it and just drags the ball away into the onside, maybe 3 or 4 yards out towards that leg side, and there's no run.
Christine saying Jack Lean was capped at the end of the last year. Indeed he was. I was just talking about the physical cap that he's got on his head there. Do you think that, are you suggesting, Christine, that's the one he's kept? But a number of them are wearing caps, but that are faded in the sun. But good point.
Gilchrist to Croft. Oh, he just pushes forward and the ball is weaving its way past the edge of the bat. Taken by Robinson, there's no run. Spark a bit of extra life into the Kent team on that delivery.
Just seems like Croft's giving them a bit of hope at the moment. I mean, he's not entirely settled. As you say, he's been very patient so far, Stephen Croft, but...
Last ball of the over. Croft defends again. Smothering the ball out towards Cox at cover. No run. 203 for 2. It's a lead of 78. Croft. It's a gritty, stubborn 10 from 35 deliveries. And Josh Bohannon, 69 not out at the other end. Just the Wells and Jennings wickets today. Wells out for a terrific 98. Too short of a century. Jennings making 14 a little earlier on today. That's where we stand. 48 to go today. 78 run lead. Ooh, we're going to see a bit of
off spin, I think.
Spin, yeah.
Jack Leaning will bring himself into the attack. He's got plenty in the T20 this year as well. Although, as one of our earlier emails said, best to less it out the better, I think, for everybody's concerned. But I wonder as the dust settles on that campaign. Watson and I were talking about that the other day. It wasn't great this year. It's their worst campaign for many years, but they won it the year before. Would you trade? That's the thing. You know, surely winning it. But yeah, such a disappointment after how good they were last year, obviously. But it will be leaning. Well, it will be leaning, but at the moment, Josh Bohannon is got his helmet off, and fielding helmets are being brought on, so that's the delay in play. But yeah, Christine, good point about Jack Leaning's county cap, which is more metaphysical, isn't it? I'm thinking someone like Grant Stewart, who's not been capped by the county, does have a physical cap on his head, which is faded. Leaning is a darker blue. If anyone's still with me, crikey, I almost feel sorry for you. But just waiting for Ben Compton to get suited up. Oh, he's got the floppy hat on as well. He's going to take that off, unless he purchased that on top of the helmet. Not seen that before. Box in place, floppy hat off. What are you going to do? Can you roll that up and put that in your back pocket? Yeah, in the waistband. Short leg, slip in. We'll have some spin from Jack Leaning from the Anderson end, bowling now to Bohannon, who respectfully treats that with a defensive shot back off the back foot to Jack Leaning. Long sleeve shirt on. Number 34 is Leaning. The squad numbering system twirls it in towards Bohannon. Just a smidgen hurried by that, but I don't think he was really in danger. Just got the bat down late. Defends it. Have to look on the pictures here. Oh, it's a full toss. I was going to see how much it's turning. Well, that doesn't work if it's a full bunger. He's chopped into the ground by Bohannon. A great shot. There's no run. So he just blows on the fingers now. Gets into the grip of the right hand. A jog in. Was it now? Not sure we can see very much turn outside the right-hander's off stump. But trying it a different angle of attack. Something different for the batter to think about. Different fielders for company. As he nudges that up to Jordan Cox at mid-wicket. Once again, there's no run. And, Leaning on. Bowling to Bohannon, short, and that is whipped away, crashed away for 4 runs through mid-wicket. Ben Compton had to take almost had to take emergency action, but that will be 4. End of the over 207 for 2, and I was talking about the almost Keystone Cops moments at the end of the Warwickshire game as they rushed through those overs of spin to make sure they were up with the over rate. But Kent are behind here as well, so it won't do them any harm, I guess, to get the spinners on. I thought for a moment Hamid Kadri was going to come on, but he is a 12th man, so rules haven't changed that much. Gilchrist from the other end, yeah. They are 4 down at the moment on the over rate. Gilchrist to continue from the Statham end here.
Yep, well, I'll try and get through, try and make this up a little bit here. Nothing worse than losing points for slow over rates. -6 at Warwickshire, but they managed to make that up, didn't they?
They did make that up in, well, like half an hour, 40 minutes, perhaps even at the very most, yeah.
Here's Gilchrist from the Brian Statham end. Croft goes back into his crease and drops the ball away into the offside for no run. The game earlier this season, Lancashire went to Southampton to take on Hampshire. The Sunday, the final day, was rained off. But we hung around until about 5 o'clock because Hampshire wanted to get on for about 20 minutes because they were -1. But they couldn't get on. Croft off the back foot to defend, no run, so they were doctor point. We hung around and hung around just in case there was a short window in which we could get some cricket and they could get the spinners on and they could claw back a bit of time and avoid being doctor point, but didn't happen. A couple of fielding positions here. Henry and Beldrummond have swapped positions. Beldrummond goes to backward point and Henry's at mid-on. Gilchrist in. And Croft goes back up onto the toes and guides the ball away into the offside for no run.
Yeah, Navdeep's just taking a breather, I think, hasn't he? He's off the field as Kadri fields at mid-off.
Oh, he's on his way back down now. Wandering down the steps. Taking them gently.
Yep. God, yes. That's precious cargo there. Navdeep, careful on the stairs.
Yes. Gilchrist bowling. Croft trying to find a way through that offside, but Jordan Cox is at cover to field. And again, there's no run. 207 for 2. Croft on 10. Lead of 82. 13 minutes remaining before tea. Quite a long final session. We've got 46 left in the day.
Just about to say that.
Short and wide and cut for 4. Croft just allowed to open up his arms here, and if there was a sense of a little pressure building on Croft, released with that, sliced away through the offside for 4. 211 for 2. Lead to 86 now. First boundary for Croft. And adds another run to his total. Beldrummond there, just been dropped back towards the point boundary. Croft takes a single. 15 to him. 212 for 2. 60 overs gone of the Lancashire second innings. At the end of Gilchrist's 15th over, 1 for 58. Leaning, he's going to continue. And we've got about 11 minutes left until the tea interval.
So a couple of emails coming in. Yeah, well, subject of language, I think we'd say. So Alan's on the emails, kentcricket@gmail.com, talking about as leaning bowls to Croft on the back foot, one bounce to Jordan Cox, nicely fielded at cover. Way commentators call some players by just by their surname, and some by both names, or by two names. He's been doing some forensic research on this. I think mostly with you, Scott.
Oh dear.
So the ball into the onside. But yeah, I would say it's a quirk, Alan. If anything, I'm not sure we would realise we were doing it either. So if I say Jack leaning more than leaning, I don't know. As the ball's bowled, reverse sweep attempt by Croft very nearly gets him into trouble. Almost dragged it onto his stumps there. Did Stephen Croft. He's trying innovation. Big grin on his face after that. That obviously hasn't worried him, which is good. Not getting the jitters from that. He's on 15 from 44. Bohannon 73 from 129. Full flight. Straight back at the bowler. I'm almost afraid to mention the players' names that he mentions on the email, Scott, because then he'll be terribly conscious of doing it, and he might either do it more or do it less. I hate to think anyone was listening that closely to me. Ball pushed into the offside, although I suppose that is the job. A misfield by Jordan Cox, but it doesn't cost them any runs. They come through for a single anyway. 213 for 2. There we go, Alan. Interesting. He's even got stats on it.
And I thought I had to get out more.
I quite like it, actually. There we are. As a man who loves his stats, it's defended by Bohannon, back up the pitch, and there's no run. There we go. So 61 overs gone, 213 for 2. Thank you for that, Alan. There we go. I'm starting to, you know how it is. I'm starting to question myself now. And again, on the subject of language, David, great to hear from you. Greetings from sunny Worthing, he says. Nice spot. Although sitting in the garden on the sunny Sussex coast, we also live in Lucca. Is that right? Lucca in Tuscany. Crikey. A couple of lovely spots to be in. I explained to Italian friends I was following English cricket, and they said there's a cricket pitch in Lucca near the River Serchio, he said. We went down there, and guess what? The entrance sign said Lucca Croquet Club. Lost in translation. Close but no cigar. Oh, what a shame. Here's Denley. Oh, this is your over, is it?
Oh, you started. You might as well finish.
Sorry. Denley to Stephen Croft. There we go. There we go. See, I think I've said Stephen Croft more than I've just said Croft, and I've no idea why, Alan. Is the answer to that. If you've got stats on that, I'd be... Well, you can keep them to yourself. No, I'm joking there. Ball, one bounce to the man at short leg. There's also a slip in as well. I don't know why that is, Alan. Crikey, feel like I've gone down a wormhole here. This one's pushed down the outside off by Denley quite deliberately, away from the right-handed Croft, who's on 16, 73 to Bohannon. It's Denley now bowls. Oh, they love that one, but defended quite competently by Croft, and there's no run. I think some dual names just trip off the tongue better as well. They're very satisfying to say. It might be a bit of that. Denley to Croft, pushing the offside. To be very carefully with Denley, of course, because of the Denley meme team. To treat Sir Joseph of Denley with full respect. Quite right too. 213 for 2. Fabulous player. Full toss that one to Croft, or takes it more or less on the full. Back down the pitch, and it's a maiden. I wouldn't say exactly pressure being formed here, but certainly the Lancashire batters quite happy to see off the spinners at the moment. 62 overs gone, 213 for 2. The lead still standing at 88 for Lancashire, who've bossed day 3. Jennings went in the first session, caught leaning bowled Gilchrist for 14, and Wells, too short of his century, caught leaning bowled Seni, the 2 wickets to fall so far.
Tea at the Oval, Warwickshire 179 for 4. So they lead Surrey by 116 runs. Sam Hain batting through the afternoon session, 48 not out. There's leanings in, and that's cut by Bohannon, ferociously away for 4. The lead edging towards 3 figures now. Making himself some room and carving the ball away through the offside. Big boundary that, up towards the hotel. 77 not out, Josh Bohannon. 217 for 2. 92 run lead. Oh, that just brings him forward. And suggestion from Leaning and from the keeper is that maybe there was just a very thin nibble on the bat, perhaps from Bohannon. Neil Pratt says not out. It's flicked away by Bohannon, met on the full. Bell Drummond out in the deep to field. 78 to Josh Bohannon. 218 for 2, 93 run lead. Oh, it's Cry to catch it. Croft is hopping back and looking to try and cut the ball. No idea if he got a little thin edge on that or not, but
Jack Leaning, I think, thinks there was.
Looks that
his
way,
reaction.
doesn't it? It does. Keeper slip and forward short leg. He's dropped short there. Croft will steer it away through the offside. Stuart Fields on the point boundary. Croft moves on to 17. 219 for 2. Ball short again, muscled out through the onside by Bohannon. Bell Drummond Fields. End of the over. 220 for 2. So 95 in front. 79 to Bohannon, 17 to Stephen Croft. Time for another one, certainly, from Denley. Well, I have to get a bit of a riddle on. That's through the course of the innings. Kent, they're in danger of being docked points here.
Seen a lovely tweet from Alessia Russo's brother, Giorgio, who plays non-league football in Kent. Alessia, she of the extravagant back heel for England's third in the semi-final of the Euros last night. And what would your brother do in those situations? He'd claim credit. Of course he would.
Obviously.
Definitely taught her that one too, didn't I, Alessia? He says in his tweet. Wonderful stuff. Defending back on the pitch. That's what siblings are for, isn't it? Of
course it is.
Got to take the credit. He may well have done. She's not answered as yet. Not in public anyway. Denley bowling to Bohannon. Defends it to Hamid Kadri, who's close on the onside there. Bit of a claim for, of course, a BBC Manchester as well as Kent. There, grew up in Kent. Alessia Russo played a junior football and now at Manchester United, of course. Inside part of the bat for Bohannon. See, down on one knee. I think it was just thinking about his options with that shot after he played it. Inside part of the bat, but not in any danger. Leg slip, orthodox slip here. Will cut that one away. Danny Bell Drummond will field at point. And gentle applause there for the 50 partnership as Bohannon comes through. 80 for Bohannon, 17 for Croft. 50 partnership over off 101 balls. 2-2-1 for 2. It's a big old score by Lancashire today. And the contest what we've had. Full toss from Denley. Driven up towards mid-on. Henry Fields, no run. Sorry, 1 run, I should say. Single coming through. 2-2-2 for 2. I'm not doing the Australian accent. Not doing a Benno on that one.
Tempting though, isn't it?
It is tempting, but I know how bad my impressions are, so I'm going to save the audience from that. Last ball of the 64th over for Lancashire. Blocked out by Bohannon. End of that over. Will Kent get through what they want to get it through? Another one if they possibly can. 3:59. Are they in position? Leaning has his cap off. He's taken the ball. Yeah, probably. It's not ticked over to 4 yet, is it? No?
Nope.
No, I think letter of laws of the game. They're in position to bowl at the over, aren't they? So they shall. You shall get the ball.
It'll leave 41 in the final session to be bowled. As Croft goes back and across and pops the ball away into the offside for 1 run. Moves to 19, 223 for 3. Lancashire might well have a lead of 100 at tea on day 3. They're 2 away from that now. And that's short and muscled out through the onside by Bohannon. Another boundary 4 for him. His 13th. 84 not out. And that does bring up the century lead. 102 runs now for Lancashire, with 8 wickets remaining. Bohannon 85. It's 227 for 2. We've got 4 balls left before the tea interval. Neil Pratt's having a word with Jack Leaning, the umpire to the captain. Comes around the wicket and bowls. Left by Bohannon, so he's unbeaten on 84. Croft on 19 not out from 56 deliveries. They've just brought up the 50 partnership, these two. 3 balls left. Smothered away into the offside. And there's no run. 1 wicket to fall in that session. Luke Wells for 98. Caught by the man with the ball in his hand now, Jack Leaning. Bohannon's cutting away through the offside, looking for another 4 here. Stewart chasing after it. Well, he does well, puts the dive in and flicks the ball back. And they've run 3. Good running and a good looking shot. And a good piece of fielding as well. Croft will take 1 from the final delivery of the afternoon session. That is tea on day 3. 231 for 2. Croft on 20, Bohannon on 87. Luke Wells, the only wicket to fall through the course of that afternoon, out for 98. Partnership is worth 60, and Lancashire lead at tea by 106 runs.
the best seats in the house, it matters where you stay.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are
unified. This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.
Welcome back. It's session 3, day 3, here at the Emirates Old Trafford. And 2-3-1 for 2. Lancashire dominant today, leading by 106 now. Looks like Grant Stewart is going to take the ball for the first over after the interval. Josh Bohannon 87, Croft 20. Partnership at, well, handy for my maths, 60 exactly. 2 men to go today. Keaton Jennings for the bowling of Gilchrist for 14, and Wells 2 short of his century, agonising for him off the bowling of Senni. Both of them caught by Leaning, but otherwise that will tell you that it's been all batting. It's been all Lancashire, and that's what they needed to do. Scott Reed to keep him with a chance of winning this game, and they need to win this one and the rest to have any chance of winning the county championship. So trying to press their advantage now as Stewart bowls to Croft, defends it on the off stump, no run. So yeah, Matt Cole and Scott Reed with you. Scott.
Yeah, absolutely. A good afternoon that wasn't for Lancashire. Battered really well, and they've got themselves into a position potentially now where they can try and see if they can put Kent under pressure. And you're right, they've got to win the match. Lancashire, they've got to keep winning the games. They've got 3 left after this. Going to have to win all 3 and hope that Surrey or Hampshire drop some points.
So Stewart to Croft. So again, defensively high on the bat this time. Good length from Stewart. There's a slip, and Jack Leaning, is he a gully? Is he a 4th slip? He's I think that's a gully, isn't it, at that point? He's quite well estranged from Zach Crawley at an orthodox slip position. I'm sure it's not anything personal. Those are the close fielders. There's a mid-wicket and extra cover mirroring each other, mid-on, mid-off. Deep point, that's Daniel Bell-Drummond, hands on head there at the moment. Long leg, deep square, as Stewart bowls. Deep in the crease for Croft, has nudged that into the onside, fielded by Ben Compton, who, despite the fact it's now, well, I suppose you say cloudy, it's not, it's reasonably bright out there. There's nothing, no problem with the light, but high cloud, I suppose, at the moment. But he's still got the sun hat on.
It's not as sunny as this afternoon, though, is it?
No, no.
Bit overcast now.
Bringing you commentary on BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Kent via the BBC Sport website and app. Take us with you on your phone, if you like. Here's Stewart to Croft into the offside. No run.
I don't think he's bowled from this end before, has he, Stewart?
No, that's a good call. First time. Is it deceptive because we're up here, but there's a slight slope upwards from here? Is that right, or is that maybe just the angle we're at?
It could just be the angle.
Yeah, fair enough. Is it pretty flat, this playing surface?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Stewart turns in towards Croft, high backlift to start, down on it now, pushes it into the onside, fielded by Compton, single taken, 2-3-2 for 2, so 1 added to the tea time total. Like a bit of alliteration, that's for sure. Stewart will be the last ball of the 66th over. And most of the talk at tea was, well, what do you think Lancashire will have by the end of the day? Because unless Kent change things around, get quick wickets here, and doesn't seem to be an indication they're going to come in flurries. Stewart bowling to Bohannon, just back of a length. Bohannon deflects it into the onside, and that will be 2 runs. Is he just clutching his side there, Bohannon, as he turned?
Yeah,
sure.
It was a little, wasn't it? He did a few stretches now as well.
Maybe just, he came back. Didn't run the second as quickly as the first, but yeah, just feeling his back. 2, 3, 4 for 2. End of the over. Yeah, lead of 109. Instead, the talk at all the talk at tea was really Lancashire staying in, and what could they make? Could they get 150 to add to the total in the remaining 40 overs left today, quite possibly. I mean, if they really went aggressive, it could be more than that, but it feels like, unless Kent take 8 wickets, frankly, here, Lancashire will still be batting tomorrow to try and set something up for the final day.
Yeah, it'd been hard to predict that after what occurred on day 2. There is Denley from the Jimmy Anderson end. Turned out towards the leg side for no run. Down to -3 on the over right now, so they managed to claw 1 back. Everything got readjusted slightly at tee. It's dragged down towards fine leg for 4 runs, I would think, for Croft. Takes him to 25 not out. Croft just helping the ball on its way down towards the fine leg boundary. A little short and wide from Denley, who bowled from the Statham end before tee. It's a good looking shot. Punch straight for 4. Successive boundaries for the Lancashire captain. .242 for 2, so the lead 117 runs. Croft on to 29. Joe Denley has a leg slip and a slip. Croft just defends back along the pitch and gathered by Denley off his own bowling, and there's no run. And just pushed out towards the offside. A couple of pigeons at the edge of the square there. It's always about this time. Feeding time for the pigeons. I want 1 Croft here, maybe just the 1. Yeah, Compton catches up with the ball. He's flicking it to backward square leg for a single. Croft keeps the strike, so he's up to 30. And Lancashire are 243 for 2. So back underway after tea, and Lancashire have 243 for 2 in their second innings. So they lead by 118 runs. 2 wickets to fall today. 1 in the morning session, Keaton Jennings for 14. 1 in the afternoon session, Luke Wells for 98. Josh Bohannon's unbeaten on 89. Stephen Croft on 30. So Lancashire 243 for 2, lead by 118 runs. Adding to this now as Croft pulls the ball away to square leg for a single. Stewart starting his second over post tee from the Brian Statham end. It's quite a lot to bowl tonight. I think we had 41 overs at the start of this evening session. It's quite a lengthy final session. Had glorious sunshine last night to end the day's play. Bohannon plays a forward defensive for no run. So whether we see something similar again tonight, at the minute it all looks a little murky, but dry and warm enough. .244 for 2. Everyone back underway into their final sessions across the country. So tea has been taken in both the Division 1 and Division 2 games. It's full and on off stump, and it invites Bohannon looking to try and drive it, and he picks out Navdeep Seni at mid-off, and there's no run. 89 not out, Josh Bohannon. 50 and 1 and 2 centuries, of which one of them was a double century, making 231 in a game here, actually. Short and down the leg side, and it has Robinson tumbling away to his left. And there's no run. Looking to add to that run of 3 figures this afternoon. I mentioned this earlier on, that Jordan Cox likes to have a bit of a natter, and he might have some pigeons for company. Well, he's got his pigeons to have a chat to if he wants to. There's Stewart in a bowling. Bohannon goes back and across. And defends out into the offside, picked up by Stewart off his own bowling. Score remains on 246 for 2. Bohannon remains on 89. And the lead is 121 runs. Stewart coming in from the Statham end. Just the one slip in the gully. Yeah, that's off the back foot, and Bohannon drives to mid-off. And there's no run. Bit of encouragement for Stewart, who's coming to the end of his 12th over of the day. And that's work to Cox. Ooh. Hit him on the knee. Gives it a bit of a rub. There's a chat with Matt Henry. End of the 68th over of the Lancashire second innings. Lead is 121. And Bohannon has 89. Croft has 31. Looks like Joe Denley will continue with his leg spin from the Jimmy Anderson end. And the pigeons are pecking away again. Tea time for the pigeons.
There's 2 of them today. There was one rather lonely one yesterday, wasn't there, on the outfield? Yeah. Felt for them. Denley to Croft, who defends that, sort of pivots on the on his bat. Denley then to Croft. Just plays it delicately into the offside on the ground. And takes himself a single. 247 for 2. Bohannon has 89. And we don't get to 89 scratching around, or you have to be a very good player to be able to do it. And he definitely hasn't done that, has he? Almost swan-like as Josh Bohannon hit some lovely shots. But we'll defend this. And there's no run. What Lancashire's approach here is, I mean, you'd think if they were coming out after tea, all guns blazing, that they'd immediately start having a go at Denley, but accumulation, I suppose, is the key. Defending into the offside, no run. They might be, I suppose, left with a couple of sessions tomorrow to try and bowl Kent out the way things are looking at the moment if they keep on batting. It's Denley to Bohannon on the back foot into the onside. No, says Josh Bohannon. Ball to come. Then he's getting through this over pretty quickly. The over 8 is 3 under par now, as it were. Quicker delivery from Denley. End of the over. 247 for 2. And 11 overs until the new ball's available. So Kent could do with getting through these overs quickly before bringing on the quicks. Grant Stewart will keep going from this Statham end. Ryan Statham end. Bohannon 11 away from a century. Yeah, 76 run partnership between Bohannon and Croft as well.
That's accelerated pretty quickly. And Stewart to Croft, who's right forward in defence. And there is no run. Yeah, they'll have a second new ball available to them comfortably before the close of play.
Yeah.
11 overs away, we've got 36 left to go. So Stewart again to Croft. Brings his bat down in defence. Deflects back towards the bowler, and there's no run. Both batters come down for a bit of gardening.
Yeah, at the moment, it feels like that's the only way that Kent are going to start. Or get that cluster of wickets which they're going to need if they're going to have any influence on when Lancashire stop batting. Because this is not working, but there just hasn't been the movement, has there? I mean, obviously, we'll see what happens when Tom Bailey and Will Williams et al. Are bowling on it. But
full ball, which is bringing Croft forward again. Pinches back along the ground. Stewart can't stop it, but Senny does, and he's down on one knee to give it a bit of a polish. The three bowlers there wandering back to their mark. He's got Henry to one side, Senny to the other. Stewart both offering a bit of advice. 247 for 2. Steered away towards deep backward point. Bring Bell Drummond into the game. Croft gets one. Takes him to 33 not out. Lancashire to 248 for 2. Lead by 123 now. Tom Bailey last night saying Lancashire need to score and try and get to 300. Well, that's well within their reach now. Short ball from Stewart. Down the leg side left by Bohannon.
But yeah, pitch it playing as it is now, that's not going to be enough, is it? They're certainly not going to pull the plug at 300. But perhaps he was thinking if there was still some life in it today, if they get to 300, and then they got a good chance of getting at Kent. So he was saying could make it an awkward last day for Kent, presumably, is the thought. But
well, he was thinking, yes. But it's difficult, isn't it, to try and work out how this pitch will play heading into tomorrow. Bohannon hopping up and turning the ball away off his hip towards the leg side, but for no run. To complete over number 70 of the Lancashire second innings, 248 for 2.
Big scores from Bohannon and Wells today. Still no centuries in this match. Wells top score with 98. Leaning got himself 90. Yesterday Bohannon has 89. And Denley persists from the James Anderson end. No short leg in now, just a slip. It's Croft. It's on the back foot. They wanted a deflection out the offside. Jordan Cox is the fielder. It's more from Denley, giving more air. And Croft defence. Denley now to Croft once more. Defends that back up the pitch as well. Very notably, the flags are, well, hardly agitated by the breeze today. It's been plentiful over the last 2 days. Denley now to Croft on the full. They take a quick run. Navdeep Seni can't pick it up cleanly enough to shy at the stump, so they get through on that fast run one. So Bohannon on 89, 2 centuries this season. Averaging just over 51. Denley to Bohannon. A punch into the onside, and they'll come back for 2. Run that first one aggressively, and that'll bring the 2. And the 250 is up. 251 for 2. The lead at 126. Off 425 balls. Wonder if we will see some attempt at acceleration here. The overall run rate about 3.5. That'll probably do them.
Yeah. Well, it will, won't it? Yeah, that's pretty decent.
If this pitch is as flat as it looks when these two are batting, I suppose you don't really want the opposition to have a day at a declaration total, do you? Because almost anything's possible on a whole day's worth of cricket. It may be that they're now thinking, looking at this pitch, Lancashire, can we make it difficult for them over 2 sessions tomorrow?
Yeah, well, 3.5 and over. Carry 35 left. Get some another 120 runs. So looking at in the region of kind of 250 in front by the close of play. If it all was to pan out that way, give them an opportunity to have a burst in the morning and then declare. So happy with how things are bobbing along at the minute, Lancashire. Daniel Bell-Drummond into the attack and bowling. Replacing Stewart. Bowled 3 overs earlier on, didn't he? Just before lunch, actually, Bell-Drummond. 3 over spell before lunch, in tandem with Joe Denley. He'd gone back to Bell-Drummond. Of course, the new ball is 9 overs away, so they'll keep Senny and Henry up their sleeve for a little later on. Balls again, Bell-Drummond full and trying to get the ball to swing away from Croft. Squirts it away towards the offside. Compton Fields, no run. .251 for 2. Bell-Drummond to Croft again, cuts the ball down towards deep backward point. Senny comes round to complete the fielding. Croft moves on to 35, 252 for 2. It's that question as to how the pitch will play tomorrow. Will Lancashire spinners Washington Sundar or Jack Morley? Will they have a part to play tomorrow? I'm sure they will. I'm sure they'll bowl a decent amount. Forward goes Bohannon defending into the offside. Compton Fields, and again there's no run.
Does that bring in the mystery of the roller for Kent? Do you have the heavy roller hoping to make the pitch even flatter? Or do you go for the light roller, Kent, thinking, no, this is all right, we don't put the heavy roller on it and it to break up more? I don't think I've ever talked to captains about use of the roller.
Tonight's the night.
It could be, couldn't it?
Bell-Drummond bowling, and Bohannon is backing across and defending towards the pigeons.
Oh. I think Jordan Cox may well have been distracted by them. One took flight just as the ball was coming towards him across his eye line. The other one's still there.
Yeah, Hardy the other one.
Yeah.
Bit of tough stuff. It's not moving. I ain't budging. I'm here having my tea. Cricket ball or no cricket ball. Final ball of the over. Bell-Drummond to Bohannon. That's pulled through the onside. His man on the deep. Good stop, actually.
It's Denley, of course.
Obviously. It's always
Denley.
back
in as well, wasn't it?
What's he doing out there?
He's got a great arm. You must forget during these county championship games when he's normally pretty close in. Great arm he's got. Well, yeah, good question. What's he doing out there?
In the end, it was just a one off the over, thanks to Denley. 2-5, 3 for 2. Bohannon has kept the strike with that, so he's 92 not out. The lead is 128 with Croft on 35.
And Denley has to run in from the boundary to do some bowling now. He's keeping limber at least. But atmosphere is pretty pleasant out there, isn't it? Late teens, early 20s temperature as Denley bowls to Bohannon. 8 away from being the first batter in this game to make it to a century.
Yeah, 2 have tried, 2 came close. Leaning and Wells.
Denley to Bohannon onto the back foot. Just finds Jordan Cox as he knocks it along the ground into the offside. Good foot movement from the young Lancashire batsman. Denley once more. Good length. Just defended. Denley is getting through his overs pretty quickly, isn't he? Obviously they've got Daniel Bell-Drummond at the other end, so more seam. Over 8 still be a question, I suppose, for them, to an extent. Driven into the offside. Fielded by Jack Leaning at mid-off. Well, that's why Denley has to be out at on the boundary, is it? Because Leaning's taken his position at mid-off. Obviously, while he's bowling, he can't do both. Well, maybe he can. Put it past him.
He's that good.
He is that good. It's the quality of Denley. 2 balls to come. Is Croft pushing it round the corner to backwards square. Josh Bohannon has told him, don't fancy that, skipper. Thumbs up between the two of them after that ball. Communication working perfectly. No run taken to Compton. Last ball of the 73rd over, just 1 off the over so far. Dead bat from Stephen Croft. Oh, Joe Denley showing the footy skills there. Up on the outer part of the foot. He's juggled it up into his right hand. He's quite the footballer. I think independent judges of Kent's pre-game football matches have certainly picked out Joe Denley as one of the stars.
He's a talent, is he?
He's a proper football team. Yeah.
Could get picked up by one of the big teams.
Yeah.
Could be in line for a move to Arsenal or something.
I mean, he was one of those. I mean, a lot of people say, don't they? Oh, I was on the books of this club or that club.
Yeah.
You know, those tall tales that you hear from your mates. But he was very seriously thought of at Charlton. Chose cricket instead. Definitely cricket's game.
Bell-Drummond bowling to Bohannon, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run.
Imagine if he'd chosen football and he missed Denley's cover drive. Oh, Kent fans, maybe not Lancashire fans so much. Haven't seen very much of him over the years, perhaps, but what a loss he'd been to cricket. I'm starting to feel emotional about it, even though it never happened. Oh dear.
Just the prospect of it making you feel
I know,
sad.
it's just making me a bit tearful, yeah.
Bell-Drummond bowls again. Forward goes Bohannon in defence, and there's no run. .93 to Josh Bohannon. Lead of 129. Yorkshire have lost a 5th wicket since tea, so they're 203 for 5, Yorkshire. Lead Hampshire by 144 runs. Just snapping this ball out towards the offside. And there is no run. Freddie Classen for Kent. Back on the field.
Lancashire and the young fans in the uncomfortable positioning then of queasy feeling of wanting Yorkshire to win. Is that right?
Oh, without doubt.
Hampshire?
Yeah, yeah.
How does that sit with you Lancashire fans, I wonder?
All rivalries put to one side in pursuit of the title.
Mm-hmm. You summed it up beautifully in a sentence there. That's the journalist in Scott Reed. He's hit the headline.
Bell-Drummond to Bohannon. And there's no run. A draw wouldn't be too bad, I suppose. Yeah, so Yorkshire 5 down, lead by 145 against Hampshire. Warwickshire are 4 down and lead Surrey by 156.
Yeah, Lancashire and Kent fans will split on that.
I'm sure.
Because Kent fans would very much like to see Surrey beat Warwickshire. at the Oval.
Bell Drummond again. Oh, blimey, that's a...
What the...
That's a delivery and a half from Bell Drummond from nowhere, really. That's what Josh Bohannon's saying. Where's that come from?
See the look on his face there. He's having a good look at that. It's on a good length.
Goodness.
I'm not surprised he's surprised. Ooh. I'd like to think Daniel Bell Drummond gave him a glare. Got to watch that one, mate. Or whatever.
Got that up my sleeve,
I don't think that's quite Daniel, though, to be honest, but handy delivery. Well, that spot is a real jack-in-the-box, isn't it?
Into Bohannon. Chops the ball out towards backward point for a single. 2-5-5 for 2. The facial reaction of Josh Bohannon was just told its own story, didn't it, really? 94 to him now, 35 to Croft. Lead of 130 runs for Lancashire.
I like to think of Daniel Bell Drummond going a bit Clint Eastwood on that. I've done it once, and I'll do it again. Something like that. No,
I like it. I like it. Just at the end of his...
It doesn't sound like Clint Eastwood, but you can try and imagine it as his voice anyway. But well, yeah, that really was a surprise. We were wondering about variable bounce on this pitch, weren't we? Given that it's a worn pitch, and Lancashire hoping for a result on this as well. But that's the first indication of certainly the scene from this end. As this one's cut away by Bohannon, but there's no run. I'm rather worried that Josh Bohannon is going to hit a 6 here and you're not going to be on comms.
Oh, it's fine.
But it doesn't look like he's going to dance down the pitch to Denley at the moment. But when he gets within 4, Scott Reed will definitely take the honour here. 2-5-5 for 2. Denley comes in. Bohannon appears to be in the opposite mood. He's just seeing Denley off now. The third ball. Now into Bohannon on the back foot, cuts that away. Gilchrist throws in, single taken then by Josh Bohannon. He's on to 95. Croft has 35. These two coming together. The only wicket found in the second session, that of Luke Wells going for 98, caught by Jack Leaning, bowled by Navdeep Saini. Denley looking for the breakthrough against Croft. Turns that into the onside. Comfortably, Daniel Bell Drummond fields. And there's one. There you go, Denners. Yeah. Cricket as always. Super imaginative with the nicknames. Here's Denley to Bohannon. Blocks it out. End of the over. 2-5-7 for 2. And Denley, 11 overs, 2 maidens, none for 26. Bell Drummond has none for 9 off his 5 and will continue 5 overs until the new ball is available. The absence of Matt Henry and Navdeep Saini from the attack since tea will indicate. I'd imagine they'll take that pretty quickly, Ken.
Yeah, I think so. We might just be seeing Denley and Bell Drummond taking it up towards the tea interval. No sign of Henry or Saini just yet. Being held back for a new ball. Croft goes back and works it off his pads. Behind square on the leg side for singles. A 37 now to Stephen Croft. 258 for 2. Bohannon on 95, not out, back on strike. Still just with that slip in place. Short ball that Bohannon spins back and attempts to pull. Through to Ollie Robinson. Remains on 95. Bell Drummond balls again. Cry of no is Freddie Klassen. Comes up from cover to field, no run. He'll be back here in a few weeks. Freddie Klassen is part of the originals, I think.
Of course, yeah. Yeah. Oh, pretty well for Kent the Blast again, notwithstanding it was a disappointing summer for them in the competition, but left arm at short order cricket. Very handy indeed.
Oh, Bohannon chopping the ball into the offside that ricochets back down past his stumps. Crawley with his hands on his head at first slip. Bohannon nattering away to Stephen Croft. Out in the 90s at Somerset, against Somerset at Southport a few weeks back, but got his second century of the season at Northamptonshire last week. He's just teased into having a go at this one from Bell Drummond and through to the keeper. There's no run.
Bohannon just gesticulating after that one. I think he's a little bit irritated with himself, is he? Well, he's got a smile on his face as we see the close-up, but just perhaps realising he's flirting with danger outside the off stump.
Final ball of the 76th over coming up. And Bell Drummond to Bohannon, who's back and defending into the offside. Klassen fields at cover. No run. Intriguing over from Bell Drummond again. A few have beaten the bat. Bohannon's still there. Partnership building as well. 87 now. 2-5-8 for 2. Just gone 5 o'clock. Day 3 of this LV County Championship game, live on Lancs TV. Ball-by-ball commentary via the BBC Sport website and the app. Live from Emirates Old Trafford. Joe Denley's in and bowling. Comes off the edge of Croft's bat down towards Stewart. Short third and there's no run. Forward again. Goes Croft, just nudging the ball away to the leg side. The back foot forces the ball out through the offside. Croft. Gilchrist fields. All by himself, Gilchrist, on that cover boundary. Denley in. And Bohannon plays forward in defence. Denley into his 12th over now. He's gone for 27, looking for his first wicket. Smothered away into the offside by Bohannon. Again, there's no run. That Yorkshire have lost a couple of quick wickets, I think. It's played out into the offside, but for no run. Yeah, there were 5 down, now 6 down. I think Johnny Tattersal's gone as well. Matt Renshaw's gone for Somerset. In a game of plenty of runs at Chelmsford. Yeah, Yorkshire now 210 for 6. So 4 wickets left. They lead by 151 runs. Against Hampshire in Scarborough. So So 29 overs remaining in the day. We've got 3 until a new ball becomes available for Kent. Was off the back foot and turned away by Croft to Jordan Cox at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Solid front foot push from Croft. Back along the pitch. And again, there's no run. So yeah, Yorkshire 210 for 6. Lead Hampshire by 151 runs. Warwickshire still 4 down, 225 for 4. Sam Hain 68 not out. Will Rhodes 49 not out, so Warwickshire lead Surrey by 162 runs with 6 wickets remaining. And Croft forward defensive, away into the offside for no run, and the Matt Renshaw wicket for Somerset, he'd gone for 146. Somerset 324 for 3. Tom Abel retired not out on 90 with an injury. I think I read it was a hamstring problem. Somerset trail by 181. Beldrummond short to Croft. Gets himself out the way of that. Has nothing to do with it. And through to Ollie Robinson. There's no run. In fact, Will Rhodes just brings up 50 now for Warwickshire. Two balls left of the Beldrummond over. Again, Croft easing the ball away towards the offside. Freddie Klassen Fields at cover. And there's no run. 34-run lead. Two overs until a new ball available for Kent. So we might get one more, Beldrummond. This is the final ball of this current one. Croft defends away into the offside. There's no run. Picks up a maiden, Daniel Beldrummond. 7 overs, 1 maiden for 10. 259 for 2. A lead of 134 runs.
I like him to quite often, certainly T20, you see bowlers get the spray paint out, don't they, to mark their run-ups. I see Daniel Beldrummond just sneak back to the dressing room, bring the spray paint out and just spray paint where that ball hit that shot off a length and almost took Josh Bohannon's head off. That's a need a marker like that to take any wickets at this point, because it's
land it in this spot if you can.
Exactly, yeah. X marks the spot. 259 for 2. Denley down the leg side, and that is whipped away by Josh Bohannon, and he moves on to 99. Very nearly there. Top scorer in the match by 1 now. Josh Bohannon is teetering on the brink of his third century this season. The lead goes up to 138, 263 for 2.
Yeah, can he do what 2 others have failed in the game? Get to 90 and take it to 3 figures. 90 for Jack Leaning and 98 for Luke Wells. .99 for Bohannon. This might be it. Little push up to mid-on. Darts through for a really quick single. Run out chance, or at least attempt to run Bohannon out, but he's safely through. It's a successive century for Josh Bohannon. And it's his 6th of his first-class career. He's 100 not out, 14 fours and becomes the first player in this match to get 3 figures. And Lancashire move on to 264 for 2. And they lead by 139 run. And Bohannon removes his helmet and acknowledges the applause from his teammates. Century number 2 on the spin. The 3rd time he's got to 3 figures this season. Of course, he did have that double century, 231 in a game here against Gloucestershire a couple of months ago.
So 139 the lead. He made it exciting, didn't he, with that quick run? Denley round the wicket to Croft. Good foot movement, cuts it into the offside. Single taken. 265 for 2.
It was of all the ones he's run, that was probably the most frantic. It pushed him mid on.
A direct hit from Matt Henry as well from mid on. Oh, it's turned, and has it hit anything? I'm not sure, but that has turned and bounced. Wow. Washington Sundar, Jack Morley. I'd like to see a replay of that 3 or 4 times, I think. In the Lancashire dressing room. That was interesting from Denley. Oof, and that one's hit him on the pad. So Bohannon gets to his 100, and then suddenly 2 deliveries, which where have those been, Joe Denley? He bowls now to Bohannon, pads up, and it's deflected away with the front pad, and that is the end of the over. Josh Bohannon goes to a century. What have I started with talking about getting misty-eyed about the prospect of Joe Denley being lost to cricket? Sean the Brewer has been on Twitter at BBC Kent Sport. Imagine Denley being lost to football. No cover drive, no Whitstable worn. Oh yeah, of course. No Dentury and no Denley meme team. It has caused some consternation, my suggestion. Everyone's now worried about what might have happened. Fortunately, the meme team have been on the case immediately, as we see Josh Bohannon replay of him celebrating his century. Quite right too. Talk about Denley, one classy stroke maker to very much another. Josh Bohannon, his 100, top scoring in this match, and Lancashire 265 for 2 from 79 overs. He takes a well-earned break, actually, Josh Bohannon. Just is it a new pair of gloves?
I think so. Yeah.
Just a drink as well. And over to go. Is Matt Henry going to have a warm-up here? I think maybe he is.
Hard to tell,
he's
isn't it?
bowling some warm-ups to Clarkson, but no, he's going to give the ball to Bell Drummond. There we are.
Yeah, Bell Drummond was
a sidestep there. Yeah,
he was stood there waiting, wasn't he? And Henry was throwing a few balls to Freddie Clarkson, but
it's almost forlorn. Can I have the ball? Can I have it back?
Just wait one more over, Matt.
Those bullies, Daniel. Honestly.
.265 for 2. 140 lead. Croft on strike. 39 not out. Safely played into the offside by Croft. And there is no run. .39 from 96 for Croft is hard fought from the Lancashire standing captain for this game.
He hasn't found it easy out there, has he? I don't think.
Bill Drummond again, forward. Again goes Croft. And there's no run. Yeah, not many have they, through the course of the match? No. Plenty of low scores. Across both sides. I mean, the Kent innings had 3 players, Denley, Leaning and Stewart, to get to 270. Lancashire with a couple of 30s to get to 140. 98 and 100 not out so far in the second innings. Croft. And defends, and there's no run. 65 for 2. Three balls left. This probably will be it for Bell Drummond's little post-tea spell. Croft content to defend, just tapping the ball back along the pitch. And there's no run.
The over 8 shot to -1 now, so Kent won't be too worried about that
good.
now.
Done well there.
Bringing Denley on as made things a bit quicker.
It was -4, wasn't it, before
It
tea?
was, yeah. They've picked up. So 26 overs to go after this one, so a good hour and a half, if not more, left of this third day.
Bell Drummond ball short, and Croft swats the ball away through the onside.
It's Kadri out there.
So you've got Kadri and Klassenol. Of course, one.
You're right. I think Navdeep Seni is out there at the moment.
Okay.
If he wants to bowl, he'll need to be back on soon. I think there was an issue, was there, with, not an issue, but Tom Bailey was, I think, prevented by the umpires from bowling at one point.
Yeah.
Is that right? It seemed to...
That's what, that was my guess from it.
And Luke would have to take, because he'd been off the field for a while, so...
This is the last ball of the over. Bell Drummond to Bohannon, leaning back, slicing the ball away through the offside. Compton fielding. And Bohannon comes back for 2. End of the 80th over of the Lancashire second innings. 268 for 2. Lead by 143 runs.
So by a process of elimination, it looks like it's going to be Henry and Gilchrist, because Seni's not on the field. And Stewart's been bowling up until recently, so I'd imagine they're getting rid of that one.
Yep, looks that way.
Hammy Kadri's going to come off the field, is he? Oh, yeah. Hammy, if you're going, can you take this? Oh, by the way, can you take these 2 helmets? Oh, and a jumper. Yeah, don't need these fielding pads. Can you take that as well? Yeah, I could do with a drink. Could you go get us a drink? The skipper says he fancies a packet of crisps. Right, anyway, he's going. I'm not sure. Has Navdeep come back on? No, they've still got Klaassen out there, haven't they? So, no, Navdeep Seni has come back on now.
Ah, there he is.
So they have got Klaassen on. So once again, can have 12 fielders on. Of course not.
Just there's a bit of extra background on Bohannon's centuries for Lancashire. I mentioned that was his 6th for the club. His first in 2019, 174 against Derbyshire here. In 2021, 127 not out against Yorkshire and 170 against Warwickshire. This year, 231 against Gloucestershire and 103 against Northamptonshire. And now 102 not out against Kent.
It's like Denley has left the field for a moment. Klaassen stays on. Henry with the new ball then to Croft, rising delivery. And so kept down well past Compton at third slip, and they'll take a single. Croft on to 40, Bohannon, 41 rather, Bohannon is on. 102 not out now.
Yeah, and I suppose that these two are here for the new ball, aren't they, as well? They've run rate has dropped a little since tea, but these two are here to try and get through this little period with the second new ball.
Yeah, you're right. Almost at 3 1/3 now. The run rate down from 3 1/2. As Henry bowls to Bohannon, drives it, lovely shot. And what we do say about the new ball is it's harder and it disappears off the bat faster, and that rocketed to the boundary. Extra cover drive from Josh Bohannon, 273 for 2 in the 81st over.
That's a good shot, wasn't it? Rattled its way to the rope. There's a bigger cheer in the day, that 4. It was such a handsome looking cover drive, wasn't it, from
lovely thing, yeah. Henry in once again to Bohannon. Leaves that. Look at late leave. Thought about playing it, but definitely has shouldered arms there. Dave from Preston, Lancashire member. Lancs have batted well so far today, but I can't see them having enough time left to score enough runs to enable a declaration and then bowl Kent out suddenly. So a draw, the likely result, unless Lancashire suddenly collapse, says Dave. Sebastian on the emails as well. KentCricket@gmail.com. Is this left outside the off stump, shooting through to Ollie Robinson, but left alone by Bohannon. Good evening, gentlemen, he says. Lancashire fan listening from sunny central Transylvania. Delighted with any cricket clubs there. Delighted with the amazing comeback from the boys and looking forward to how they're going to manage the game from this point on. Thank you very much for your comments on that commentary as well, Sebastian. Very kind of you. Nigel has a different view. Kent fan. Full length delivery on middle stump, defended by a good length on the full length, I would say, from to Bohannon. No run. Think you're being a bit pessimistic. Read the match situation, Matt, says Nigel. Scoreboard doesn't look good at 258 for 2, but Lancashire have to be careful because we're still in the ascendancy here. They're only 130 ahead with a new ball imminent. If Henry Orseni can break this partnership, there's not a huge amount to come. Jones has a career average of 27. I like the way this is going from a Kent point of view. It's going to warm the cockles of the Kent supporters who need them warm today. Single taken. It's deflected down backward of square. 274 for 2. So listen carefully, Kent fans. Lancashire, says Nigel, only 130 ahead with a new ball imminent. If Henry Orseni can break this partnership, there's not a huge amount to come. Jones has a career average of 27. Washington is a bowling all-rounder who should be batting at 7 or 8, not 6. Lavella's a rookie whose highest score in his brief career is 32. Crikey, he's just getting near a character assassination here. And then it's 4 bowlers to come. I'd still rather be in Kent's shoes than Lancashire's. Thank you, Nigel. Putting that into context from I suppose from a Kent view. And Lancashire need to win, I suppose, is the other thing bizarrely in Kent's favour.
Yeah, I think there's some good points, yeah.
They're the ones that need to risk it here. But Nigel's saying, Kent getting among the wickets early here with the new ball.
Yep, 150 in front is... the game is absolutely nowhere near beyond Kent. Of course it's not. That's been the reason why the approach from these two has been as balanced as it has been. Oh, that comes off the edge of Bohannon's bat. That's going to be 4 down to third man. There's 2 slips in place. 4 for Bohannon. Jack leaning at second slip is leaning right forward, almost drooping on with his hand on his knees there. He sees that ball flash to his right-hand side for 4 runs. 278 for 2.
Benny for Nathan Gilchrist's thoughts. I think Matt Henry's getting them right now. Actually, no, I think he's reacted in sanguine fashion there, just having a chat to Henry, who very much as an international bowler has been instrumental in fielding changes for the bowlers as well. Jack Leaning trusts him, and why wouldn't you, frankly, with Matt Henry's pedigree. I think Nathan Gilchrist says, how do I get an extra catcher in? Where do I put them? Henry says gully. He's taken Compton out from mid-wicket. Clarkson goes out at extra cover now.
Here comes Gilchrist over the wicket and bowls and hit firmly into the offside. And stopped by Freddie Clarkson at cover. No run. 278 for 2.
Got down very smartly to that, Clarkson, didn't he? Crikey. That was hit very hard across the cut strips. Made sure he got everything behind it.
This is the... There's 2 in the Kent first innings, and this is the second in the Lancashire second innings of century partnerships. As Gilchrist is in, left by Bohannon through to the keeper, and there's no run. And this partnership is as good as any of them. For the points raised by the Kent supporter there's been in touch with you. I think it's been a superbly managed partnership between Croft and Bohannon. Don't want to put too much pressure on Jones and Washington and Lavelle and Wood and Bailey to try and push the lead further forward. These two have been excellent. Gilchrist bowling to Bohannon. Playing a miss this time from Josh Bohannon. Through to Robinson, no run.
Kent are playing Hong Kong in a second 11 friendly, a 50-over one-day match today.
Tremendous.
At Beckenham. Century for Billy Mead. Yet another run-scoring wicket-keeper on Kent's books.
Gilchrist fires in a Yorker on off stump and jabs the bat down. Bohannon keeps it out, and there's no run.
Yeah, well done from Bohannon, that wasn't it? Good delivery from Gilchrist.
Final ball of the over. And he's chopping that ball away down towards deep backward point. Cox spins round, scoops the ball up. Good piece of fielding. Sends it in towards the keeper. And Bohannon runs 2. Good running from Bohannon and Croft. Squeezing 2 from that final ball of the 82nd over. 113 now, Josh Bohannon. 280 for 2. Lancashire lead of 155 runs. 24 overs left to go tonight.
Striving for the breakthrough here. New ball in their possession, 2 overs old. The first one today only lasted, what was it, 7 overs?
Yes.
So the ball change. Henry from the James Anderson end. 3 slips in behind Stephen Croft. Gets the defensive shot into the offside. It's fielded by Gilchrist. An extra cover. It's been a rotation of Kent fielders taking a little break now because Hamid Kadri is on. But Denley's come back. As Henry bowls to Croft, bowls him. Very much disturbs the middle stump. And good length delivery has rearranged the furniture. And it's 280 for 3. Matt Henry getting his first wicket of the innings. And Stephen Croft going for 41 from 104 balls. He had to work really hard for that innings as well, for those runs. 3 fours, but 280 for 3 then. Matt Henry showing the class that he has there, sticking to his guns, and a new ball. Seeing a third breakthrough for Kent today.
Yeah, that coming back in and breaching Croft's defences. Good delivery. A great deal Stephen Croft can do about that. Henry striking, breaking a good partnership, 109 runs between Stephen Croft and Josh Bohannon. 280 for 3. And new ball working for Kent and working for Henry is a terrific delivery. And Croft would do well to keep that out.
Yeah, Rob Jones coming out to the middle. Obviously just a single ball of the first innings. It was 2 and 2 balls for Navdeep Saini at that point, wasn't it?
He was, yeah. He was on a hat-trick, wasn't he, after that?
Scott,
LBW, wasn't he?
Scott's got an update to do, so have I. I think this is an opportune moment to break.
Yeah, tricky this for Jones coming out because new ball's just been taken. And it's 2 and 2 for Saini in the first innings. Dismissing Wells, and then the very next delivery, Rob Jones. Out for naught. First ball. So he's out there now. He's got 3 slips and a gully behind him. And he's got Matt Henry with a new ball. He's just got one to nip back him. And Rob Jones gets forward and defends away into the offside, and there is no run. Had that wicked spell, didn't he, Matt Henry, yesterday? Forward goes Jones in defence, and there's no run. Kent will be desperate for him to conjure up another magical little spell of bowling. Couple of forward defences from Rob Jones. He's going to get his run, get himself going in this second innings. Henry in, bowls neatly in behind to defend it. That'll walk out towards square leg. 280 for 3. So 155 is the lead. A few butterflies in the belly for Rob Jones. Here we go. This could be it. Nicely done. Hammered away through the covers. 4 runs. 284 for 3. And Jones gets himself going in the match. First runs. Sure, he got some encouragement from the Kent slip fielders behind him. And he's drilling that delivery away for 4. 284 for 3. 159 in front. Gilchrist then continuing. I think Senni is out there. He is. Gilchrist has got the new ball from the Brian Statham end. Oh, bit of width here, and Bohannon hammers it away through the offside. 4 runs for Josh Bohannon. 117 not out now. 288 for 3. Gilchrist bowling a little wider of off stump this time, left by Bohannon. So a lead of 163 now. Bohannon beaten, expensive looking drive. Flashing drive from Bohannon. Playing a miss taken by the keeper. 288 for 3. Bohannon 117 not out. It's a deep square leg and a long leg. Yeah, Josh Bohannon, 118 not out now. Lancashire 289 for 3. Rob Jones alongside him, unbeaten on 4. The wicket of Stephen Croft for 41, breaking a partnership worth 109 between Croft and Bohannon. Lancashire lead Kent by 163 runs at 288 for 3. So make that 289 for 3. Single taken by Bohannon. Gets Jones on strike. Final ball of the over. Oh, it's deflected past the keeper. I'm not sure Jones has got any bat on it. It's going to go for 4 byes. And just a little flick off the pad. He tried to get something on it, Jones, there. Just to help it on its way. Robinson couldn't get across the ground to stop it. So 4-leg byes. Lancashire to 290. 3 for 3. The lead moves on to 168. Jones remains on 4. Josh Bohannon, 118 not out. We've got 22 overs remaining in the day. New balls work so far for Kent, dismissing Stephen Croft. Henry's hoping it will continue here.
As he comes in, a bouncer first ball to Josh Bohannon. These microphones are tricky things.
They are, aren't they?
You have to have them near your mouth, apparently, to speak into them.
So,
yeah. Every day is a school day for me. There we go. How long have I been doing this? Too long, shout the listener. Back to Henry, this ball in relay then. There's 3 pigeon. Henry. There's no run. Catching it 1 bounce, straight back at him. 293 for 3. But Kent fans, I hope, galvanised by Nigel's on the emails assessment of a possibility of a quick run of wickets here, putting Kent perhaps back in control. They've got to get past Bohannon first. And that's a lovely shot through the onside. That is scorched to the boundary. All timing, wristy through mid-wicket. The Pigeons were very brave. They probably didn't even see it was going that fast, as they didn't move. Kent Fields didn't have the chance either. 4 runs, 297 for 3.
So strong, isn't he, through that leg side? We've seen so many 4s through mid-wicket. Anything that's drifting onto his pads, he's putting away, to the point where they were having kind of 2 mid-wickets in place at one stage to Bohannon. But he's so strong through that leg side. Glorious shot.
Henry over the wicket now to Josh Bohannon. It's a defensive shot into the offside. There's no run. There's Jordan Cox. Fields it. Shines the ball. Throws it to Nathan Gilchrist, who is very much interested in the condition of the new ball. 297 for 3 as Henry comes in to Bohannon. Bouncer. To say it, Bohannon's height. Not sure that was hittable. No complaints from Josh Bohannon though. He's at 122 already.
This is 7th 4 through mid-wicket in this innings for Josh Bohannon. 43 of his runs have come through mid-wicket.
Great work on the wagon wheel by Scott Reed there.
Thank you.
That's the quality you get, you see. Henry bowls to Bohannon. It's a better ball, an off stump. Bohannon defends it. End of the over. 85 gone. 297 for 3. Lead at 172 now for Lancashire.
Bit of bad light in the game between Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire. So stop play there with Gloucestershire 135 for 5.
I think we're going to be okay here, aren't we?
Should be fine, yeah.
Any cloud is wispy and very high here, so pretty bright conditions.
Of course, there's no floodlights there. That game's at Cheltenham as well, isn't it?
Of course. So yeah. 21 overs left in the day, so probably be up near 7 o'clock again, maybe a bit after today, making up the overs, but we lost a lot on the first day. This could be an exciting contest, yeah, given the amount of overs there are left in the day and a bit we have.
Here's Gilchrist to Jones, 3 slips in a gully. And Jones gets in behind and defends it. Got himself up and running, Jones, with a lovely punch through the covers. Got a big roar from his teammates down below us in the dressing room and amongst the supporters. He's popular, Rob Jones. And they were cheering his first runs. First ball duck in the first innings. 3 slips behind him. With Gilchrist from the Statham end. And Jones gets forward and defends. And there's no run.
Gilchrist seems to be bowling at a good lick, coming back after a long spell out with injuries. Played a couple of second 11 games to get some overs under his belt, but he only bowled 6, did you say, or something like that in the first innings?
I think it was
but
6, yeah.
Took 2 wickets, but at the moment trying to find something with the new ball here as he comes in.
Ball's full and Jones drives. And Henry fields at mid-on. No run. Yeah, 6.2 overs, 2 for 26 for Gilchrist in the first innings. Senny, 16 overs, 3 for 63. Henry, 18 overs, 5 for 45. Jones on 4. Here's Gilchrist in and bowls. It's wide and left. Robinson hands it to Leading at second slip. Jones has a little walk down the pitch.
Just looking around this Emirates ground and beyond, in fact, there's a lot of tall buildings to our right there. So we're looking towards city centre that way, are we?
That's it.
Yeah, makes sense, of course, but
it's quite clear, isn't it? See the buildings pretty well. Gilchrist to Jones, it's left and through to the keeper, no run. You've not been for a wander into the city centre yet?
I haven't yet, no. Actually, I was came up to Salford for a conference a couple of weeks ago, and but that was the start of the Euros, and whoever organised the sports conference on the day when England, on the evening when England started their campaign at Old Trafford.
Ah, that'd be busy then.
So yeah, hotel rooms very much at a premium.
Back of a length delivery to Jones, who tries to ride it.
Yeah.
Get the ball off him, flicking it out towards the leg side. And jogs through for a single. Keeps a strike as well, so 298 for 3. Jones 5. Bohannon 122 not out. The lead is 173 for Lancashire.
Yeah, it was Manchester West, that was, halfway between the city centre and Salford, but plenty of building work there as well. More apartments going up. But yeah, very clear evening, this one. See her out. Henry bowling in 298 for 3. Jones faces. Oh, good shot. Lent on that through the onside. Senny goes after it. Picks up the comeback for a comfortable 2. And that's the 300 up. 300 for 3. Lead of 175. An important message comes through for Scott Reed. We'll hear more about that. In due course, 300 off 517 balls. Henry 1 for 59 so far. Second ball of this 19th over. Ooh, that's hit Jones. Yep, that's hit him.
In the Bohannons?
Yeah, in the Bohannons. That shit will henceforth be known. It's not knocked him over.
No.
That, but he is taking a breather. So I shouldn't laugh. I don't know why.
People do, don't they?
I mean, he's just... Yeah, he's just going to have to take a a breather. Josh Bohannon, I'm sure, will come down and sympathise.
Well, he can, can't he? Yeah,
Sure.
he definitely can. He's got the... He's been there and done it. Worn the bruises for it.
I was going to say, I don't think you get a T-shirt for it, but Henry, that's a great ball outside the off stump. Keeping low, just coming back towards the batter, but Jones judges it well enough that it's not going to hit the stumps. Through to Ollie Robinson. Henry trudges back to his mark. Thrown underarm to him from by Nathan Gilchrist. And in comes Henry now to Jones. Defends that back along the ground. Feels an attacking one at the moment. 3 slips. Crawley leaning. Compton with a sun hat on. Bell Drummond at gully. John Cox at point. Gilchrist at mid-off. Sort of hybrid mid-off extra cover. Mid-on is Stewart. Denley at mid-wicket as Henry comes in. Cut away by Jones to that man Cox at point. And a ball to go of the 87th over. Lancashire 175 ahead on 300 for 3. Josh Bohannon 122. Rob Jones has 7. Henry has the last wicket to fall. First one with his second new ball. And Jones turning this into the onside, but can't get it past Denley. End of the over then. 300 for 3 here on BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Kent via the BBC Sport website and app. And of course on Lancs TV as well. Scott Reed.
Leader 175, thanks Matt. At the end of that over, what have we got left? 19? Yeah, 19 to go. And Bohannon 122 not out. Matt will take a break. Luke Wells is going to join us actually, which is lovely. For a few minutes or so. I'll have a chat about his 98. That's Gilchrist. He's bowling to Bohannon. That's left and through to the keeper, and there's no run. Hi, Luke.
Hi.
Hi.
Scott, how are you?
I'm marvellous, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad at all.
Thank you for joining us.
No, not a problem. It's a pleasure.
Well battered.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Cheers.
300 for 3, lead of 175. And that's flicked out towards long leg for a single to Bohannon. Lead of 176. Firstly, on your 98 then, Luke, how much did you enjoy that? But is it bittersweet that you didn't get 2 more?
Yeah, of course, you know, you always want to get that 3-figure score, but at the end of the day, you know, I was more concerned about the situation the team's in. So to try and set a platform like that, I was really pleased with. You know, I think we're under pressure. We're on the back foot in the game, and, you know, to help set up a platform that we are now at 300 for 3. Great shot there from Jonesy. You know, I think we're in the box seat now after, you know, firmly being on the back foot previous to today.
Yeah, it's been some turnaround today, hasn't it, with the bat for Lancashire?
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, conditions have obviously changed. They changed yesterday. The weather's, sun's out, pitch is behaving a little bit more friendlier today. Hopefully, from a Lancashire perspective, it starts to deteriorate now.
Jones flicks this one off his pads. It's a glorious shot for 4. Out through square leg for Rob Jones, who moves to 11. 305 for 3.
Yeah, great shot from Jonesy there. I think, you know, he would have been nervous going out there, second new ball, and he got off the mark with a beautiful cover drive, which would have settled the nerves straight away. And he's played a couple of really nice shots there, and another example of a great piece of batting, straight out the middle of the bat, square leg for 4.
It's a huge cheer when he punched that for 4 to get off the mark, wasn't there, earlier on?
Yeah, exactly. I think whenever anyone is on a, you know, a pair or baggage as we call it, you're just desperate for them to get off the mark. So to get off in such emphatic style was awesome. Lead of 180 now. 305 for 3.
Goes again, Jones, but picks out Senny at mid-off for no run. So just take us a little bit out to the middle then, Luke. You said the pitch has changed a little bit today?
Yeah, I think that was in evidence yesterday as well. You know, I think day one with the overhead conditions, the moisture and the pitch, you know, a bit of drizzle, and that sort of carried on to before lunch yesterday. There was still quite a few wickets fell. And as soon as the sun came out, you know, conditions changed pretty quickly, to be honest. You know, they were able to capitalise that and build a couple of partnerships together, but we know we stuck to our task really well. Probably so far the pitch hasn't taken as much turn as we expected. But, you know, we've got ourselves in a position now that Kent are going to have to get a very good score in this fourth innings to try and win the game. You know, we've still got a lot of work to do, but like I said earlier, we're now in the box seat, so you know, it'd be interesting to see how much this pitch now deteriorates. You know, it was a used pitch coming into the game. It's had quite a lot of cricket on it now. From a Lancashire perspective, we want the cracks to open up, and you know, we don't mind if we start seeing balls misbehave a bit more now, because you know, we need to force a positive result in this game, especially with the context of the season and where we're at in the table.
Is there the odd sign that might happen as Henry starts afresh over to Bohannon and there's no run?
Yeah, I think it's sort of, we spoke about it this morning as a batting group about how, you know, at times the ball does do something, you know, different. Quite a few have bounced, but you know, it doesn't happen regularly enough to worry about. In between those sort of balls, whether it hits a crack or I'm not quite sure. In between, it's played really well today. So, you know, as a batter, you just try and put that last ball out your mind if it does do something funny, and keep going.
Bohannon will just nudge his next delivery off his hip through square leg for a single. So it's 306 for 3. The lead is now 181 runs, and Josh Bohannon's 124 not out.
And you know, Crofty came out there and he got a pretty good ball there. You said it nipped back quite a long way. Whether that's just normal new ball bowling, whether it did hit a crack, I'm not quite sure. But he spoke about how the rough's increasing now. So the more signs that we see that this pitch is deteriorating, the more positive it looks now from a Lancashire perspective. Now that we've got ourselves into this fantastic position.
181 in front. Jones back on strike. Couple of slips and a gully. It's a short ball. Oh, blimey. Beats the dive of Robinson. And down towards the boundary for 4 byes.
That's a very, very good short ball, that, from Henry. It's one of those, I think Jones looked to sway out the way initially, and then it sort of nipped back and swerved back towards him, so he had to sort of duck as well. Pretty dangerous ball, that.
He just kind of kept following him, didn't it, really?
Yeah. No, you know, Henry's a class bowler in general, and he does have a slippery bumper, and you know, he's bowled a lot of overs this game already, and you know, he's still bowling bumpers at a reasonable heat, so proper international quality on show. Yeah,
we saw that, didn't we, in that magnificent display of bowling yesterday, that first hour. I mean, yesterday's morning session was something to behold, wasn't it, really? It was crazy stuff. As Graham Jones plays 4 in defence and there's no run. Did 9 wickets in the morning?
Yeah, it was mad. You know, I went over for a net, actually, at the start of play. Quickly had to cut it short as so many wickets were tumbling. But, you know, back to Matt Henry, I think he's been outstanding for Kent, hasn't he? I think he's been here for 2, maybe 3 years now, and I think his numbers, I don't know them, but I'm pretty sure they'd be ridiculous.
Balls to Jones, who looks to cut and slices the ball over slip, over Crawley's reach, down towards the boundary. Gets 4. Jones. Score moves on to 314 for 3.
Yeah, positive shot from Jonesy there. Obviously a little bit of fortune, but you know, the old adage, if you are going to flash, you know, flash hard. From a Lancashire perspective, I've really enjoyed Jonesy's intent that he's shown out there today. He's come in, he's looked to put bat on ball. He hasn't gone out there, you know, all timid and within himself. He's looked to hit the ball. More often than not, when you come out with a positive frame of mind, you're more likely to make, you know, better decisions as a batter anyway. So he's rewarded for a bit of bravery there.
2 slips waiting. Henry coming in. Final ball of the over. Nudged back along the pitch by Jones. There's no run. 314 for 3. So a lead of 189. What have we got left? It's 17 in the day. Loads of cricket today, Luke. Goodness.
Yeah, there is. I think this is the situation of the game that we hoped and planned for to get Kent into. You know, that they came in with the 4 seamers, you know, 2 part-time spinners. In the first innings, you know, the seamers were able to bowl their spells, have quite a bit of rest. There was rain delays, there was lunches. You know, they were able to rest overnight as well. So we never quite got them into position where they had to, you know, back up spells repeatedly. Today, obviously, they have, and we've been able to cash in on that. Yeah, so hopefully we, you know, now we're in this position. I think we want to naturally go through the gears, as they say, and if we can score it 3 to 4 runs and over, try and give ourselves as big a lead in a, you know, without playing reckless cricket. But you know, it's never easy bowling teams out at Old Trafford. And at the moment, it doesn't look like it's deteriorating too much, this surface. So we're going to need as much time as we can to get these 10 wickets.
Yeah, so it must be a real balancing act, that, for a captain to get that right. You want time to try and win the match, but then you want to get in front. You don't want to kind of potentially bat them out the game. There's lots of things to ponder. Yeah,
no, when it comes to thinking about declarations and things like that, it is a difficult balance to make, for sure.
Change of bowling. Gilchrist out of the attack. Senny comes in and bowls and fires one in down the leg side to Bohannon, who kicks the ground, perhaps in a bit of frustration. Then it felt like he missed out on one. Through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, I think, you know, what are we at? Lancashire 189 ahead now. You know, it's difficult to say exactly, but you'd think you'd want at least 250. From now, we should be looking at a 300 lead. And, you know, see what Kent want to do. I'm not entirely sure of their position in the table, what they would want to do, if they would go for the chase or not.
Senny over the wicket and bowling. And Bohannon steers the ball away through point for a single. 314 for 3.
But obviously, from a Lancashire point of view, we know exactly what we need to do. You know, we need to keep winning where we are in the table. So whether that means we sort of have to dangle a carrot with the chase or not, or whether we bat to a point where, you know, we can't lose the game, it's going to be an interesting situation. But right now, we've earned the right to try and get as far ahead as we can in as short as time as possible. Yeah, the way the game has transformed, you've got that now under your control, haven't you, really? It's just cut away by Jones down towards third man. Compton's in the gully, leaping for it to his right-hand side, but 4 runs for Jones. Score moves on to 319 for 3. Yeah, a really good shot there again from Jones. He wasn't that wide. Sort of created the angle for himself. It was probably only about 5th stump. You know, Kent did take the new ball. Sometimes the hardness of the new ball can backfire for the fielding team and make it a little bit easier to score. And it looks like with the added pace of Saini, he's got some fantastic wicket-taking balls in him, that's for sure. But you know, he's can be quite expensive, as he's gone for 69 runs in 12.5 overs. I think just got to keep going from a Lancashire perspective. Jones to 19, couple of slips waiting. Oh, that's glorious from Jones. He'll enjoy that. Hammered through straight mid-off for 4 runs. Beautiful shot there. You know, he's really looking positive this afternoon. Classic sort of back-to-back shots. One back foot cut and then straight down the ground. He's come out with so much intent, and it's brilliant to see. It's exactly what we needed as a team, and I think it's exactly what, you know, Rob Jones needed to get him going. You know, he's 23 of 27 balls, and fantastic start to his innings. Lead of 198, so it's edging towards the 200 mark. There's 4 more, yeah. Onto the leg stump, and Jones flicks it off the pads. And boundaries free-flowing at the moment for Jones and for Lancashire. 327 for 3. Yeah, Saini there, just drifting down the leg side. Just hasn't quite been able to maintain the pressure as he did in the first innings. you know, Kent will be disappointed where they're at right now. I know Jack Leaning will be desperate to try and contain this scoring rate. At the moment, hasn't quite been able to do that. Jones playing some beautiful shots.
27 not out. Lead of 202 now. 3-2-7 for 3 with 1 ball left of the over. So 2 slips in the gully, deep square, fine leg.
Oh.
It's a good ball that beats Jones through to the keeper, and there is no run.
I think that basically exemplifies exactly what we're talking about with Saini here. I mean, he's bowled 3 boundary balls, and then last ball of the over looks an absolute perler. Almost gets the wicket. He's always got a dangerous ball in him, and he's got that extra yard of pace as well. So they're always a wicket-taking threat.
In terms of your last few weeks, Luke, you're pretty happy with how things are going? Or?
Yeah, there's been a lot going on.
There hasn't
I forget where I've been and where I'm going, to be honest, half the time. You know, it's playing sort of all formats, something I did a bit of last year and hadn't done previously at my old county Sussex. So it's been brilliant. It's quite tiring. There's a lot of games, a lot of high pressure games. You know, finals day, and everyone knows what happened there. Switching between formats. You know, every game, you know, because Lancashire, we're in such good positions, you know, obviously we almost won the Blast and we're in a good position in the Championship. Every game is really important. So there's not a minute to breathe out there, you know. Every game is a really important fixture.
Bohannon waits as Henry continues. That's driven to mid-on for no run.
Which, you know, is exactly what you want as a player. You know, I think to be challenging for trophies is what it's all about. You know, something I wasn't able to do, unfortunately, at my old county Sussex, but, you know, since coming here, I mean, obviously coming so close last year to the Championship, but then again so close at finals day.
Henry balls it short, and Bohannon looks to try and pull it through to the keeper, no run.
And then knowing where we are in the league with Surrey and Hampshire playing such good cricket week in, week out, and we, you know, trying to force results every game. We're desperately trying to put ourselves in positions where we can try and force a positive result. So it's been great to contribute. I've really enjoyed playing. Obviously very pleasing from a personal point of view that I've been able to contribute.
Henry balls and left by Bohannon.
You know, I think just trying to pride myself on contributing to wins, really. You know, not so much thinking about averages or anything like that. See, they're great to know it's going well, but, you know, it's more important to try and put in a match-winning performance. That's what really matters, to be honest.
2 balls left of this over. Short again, and Bohannon does drag it out from outside off stump, out towards deep square leg. Bell Drummond fields. Bohannon gets 1, moves to 126. 328 for 3. Lead of 203 runs. And well, you mentioned those other 2 games. Yorkshire 238 for 7. Lead Hampshire by 179 with 3 wickets left. Warwickshire 4 down still, 270 for 4. Lead Surrey by 207 runs with 6 wickets remaining. Here's Henry from the Anderson end. Balls to Jones, who plays forward in defence, and there is no run. But it's what you want to be involved in, I presume, isn't it? This is what you want. You want to be in and amongst it, trying to win games, trying to keep being with those teams at the top.
100%. You know, that's what it's all about, to be honest with you. That's why you do all the hard work in the winters, and, you know, the cold, wet winters, running around athletics tracks and gym work and pre-season games and all the rest of it. You know, ultimately, it makes it all worth it when you're trying to compete for trophies. You know, we genuinely still have an opportunity in the Championship this year. You know, if we can force a result here and results go our way, we can gain ground pretty quickly. But, you know, Hampshire and Surrey are 2 quality teams, and they keep finding ways to win at the moment.
Here's Senni over the wicket to start a fresh over. Flicked off the pads by Bohannon towards square leg for 1 run. 329 for 3.
it's another great innings from Josh Bohannon, isn't it? I think his recent form has been phenomenal. You know, he got that massive double ton earlier in the season, and then by his own admission, you know, struggled a little bit for a few innings, but it's just a measure of the quality of player he is and the mindset he's got, that he sort of never panicked. He knew that things would turn around, and you know, when he gets in, he really does keep going, doesn't he? He's a phenomenal record already in his career. Another great innings so far today.
Top three's in pretty good form this season, aren't they?
Okay, it's been going okay.
Jones playing forward. It comes off the edge of the bat, beyond leaning at second slip, down towards third man for 4 runs. 50 partnership, that. 53 off 54. And I think Jones has kind of given a real bit of momentum to it as well.
Yeah, exactly. You know, just nick past the slips there, but you know, things do tend to go your way when you're playing with that positive intent. And looks like he's moving really well out there. His footwork's looking really good, and you know, when you play in that positive manner, you earn the luck. So, no, great start from Jones.
Lead of 208. Any balls.
Four more.
Chopped away down towards that wide third man boundary. Compton at gully trying to stop it. I think that's his 8th 4.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know, they've brought the field in to Jones. Obviously, they think, oh, from a Kent perspective, they really want to put Jonesy under pressure. So they sort of put the deep square leg back and the deep point back for Bohannon, bring everyone up for Jonesy. But the way Jonesy's striking the ball already, you know, he's making the most of the gaps that are available to him, and you know, he's going over a run of ball. It's brilliant.
Lead of 212. We've got 14 overs left today, making up time lost on the first day. 96 overs to be bowled tomorrow. Plenty of cricket left to be played in the match. Lancashire 7 wickets in hand, leading by 212. It's 337 for 3. Lancashire batter Luke Wells with us on commentary for the time being, as it's flicked away down towards the boundary by Jones. Thinking about a second, decided against it. Scooped up down on the fine leg boundary by Grant Stewart. So just a single. Jones to 36 now, 338 for 3.
Yeah, and you know, something that's been really noticeable since at my time at Lancs so far is, you know, there's been a few games where we have dominated from the first to the last ball, but there's also been some games where we've been put under some real pressure, and that was last week as well. We conceded a first innings deficit of over 100 runs, came back and won the game.
Wide this time and cut by Bohannon. Drummond Fields just a 1, 339 for 3.
And you know, even at Southport the week before, Somerset got a good total on the board, and you know, a lot of teams wouldn't have been able to get anywhere near a position where they might be able to force a positive result. But you know, Lancashire went out there and got over 600, 700, and Keaton Jennings got that magnificent triple century. And you know, again today we bowled out for 130. Here we are leading by 200. It just shows that, you know, we really are a team of fighters so far.
Final ball of the over, a 4 defensive from Jones, smothering away into the offside. No run. End of the over, 339 for 3, lead of 214 runs. We've got Luke Wells up in the commentary box with us. We've had Josh Bohannon mic'd up at one stage this season, Luke, which was quite good fun in Southport. I think we're going to try something else, something different as well now. Do you fancy speaking to a Lancashire fan?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It depends if he's got something friendly to say or not.
Well, I can soon cut him off, so don't worry about that. Glenn Ackerman is a Lancashire supporter who I think, if all this is going to work, he's going to join us and ask perhaps a couple of questions to you, Luke. Glenn, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
You can.
Yes, we can. Hi, Glenn.
Happy days. Hi, Glenn.
How are we doing? How are we enjoying today? Much better day today, Luke.
Fantastic day. You know, as I was just saying, to think that we were bowled up for 130 in the first innings, and here we are leading by 214 was still a lot of cricket to be played. It's exactly what we wanted to do, and it's just sort of a measure of where we're at as a team. You know, we never think we're out of games. So yeah, we're going to put ourselves in a. Yeah, exactly right. Thank you. Hopefully, force a positive result.
How England have been playing lately. sort of a bit touch and go first innings, and then absolutely smashing it second innings. So hope we can follow their lead.
Stewart replacing Henry in the bowling change from the Anderson end through to the keeper, no run. Glenn, how long have you been a Lancashire fan? Where are you watching and listening to us?
Well, all my life. I'm Lancashire born and bred, so it's been 50 years now. I'm currently in the loft at home in Blackburn.
Lovely.
A little makeshift work from home office. But, I play my cricket over at Paltley Fylde near Blackpool for YSCC.
He'd have 214 here, 339 for 3. Stewart running in and bowling to Bohannon. That's driven up towards mid-on. Oh, it beats the dive of mid-on. May reach the rope. Henry's chasing after it. He'll catch up with it. And they're going to run 3. Another 3. There's been loads of 3s in this match. There's 3 more to the total. 342 for 3. Lead of 217. Glenn, so what have you made of Luke's season and Lancashire's season?
It's been an interesting season, especially the start. And one of the questions I was going to ask in relation to a lot of talk at the moment with a lot of cricket being played and Stokes retiring from the 50-over game. There's a feeling that if we were playing 5-day county cricket, 3 of them draws would have been Lancashire wins.
Stewart in and bowls left by Jones through to the keeper, no run. So what, you like the idea of 5-day county cricket? Is that your point?
Yeah. What's the sort of feeling in the dressing room? Will that be a bit like Stokes is saying, too much cricket, or is there any interest in that in the dressing room?
Well, you're definitely right in saying that there's been a few games where we potentially would have forced a result if we had the 5th day. And a few of the wins we've only just won. You know, we always feel like we're fighting the clock quite often.
It's punched into the offside by Jones for no run.
So obviously to have that, the surfaces here at Old Trafford, you know, they're proper international standard pitches. You know, they definitely hold together for 5 days. And you know, last year as well, there were a few games that went right down to the wire. I remember Yorkshire in particular here.
Yeah.
You know, we won with about 3 overs left or something. There's been quite a few. Gloucester at the start of this year got the last wicket with a few overs left to go. It just makes it a lot stressful, very stressful. That 5th day might make it a lot less stressful, those victories.
Stewart bowls and Jones looks to drive, no run.
It was at the Yorkshire game that you referred to. It was the first game back for fans after COVID. How have you enjoyed getting a few supporters back in the ground?
Oh, it's been great. You know, we've got healthy smattering of fans here today, and you know, in particular in T20s and the home quarter-final we had, and the support we get, and even in other grounds as well. To be honest, there's been some serious turnout across the board, really.
This is left alone by Johns. No ball signal though by the umpire, and the score moves on to 343 for 3. Well, Glenn, thanks for joining us in your loft. I hope you're
pleasure.
Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Don't slacken off. Your boss is watching.
So thanks, and well done, Luke. Keep going, mate.
Thank you, Glenn. Cheers. Thanks very much.
Well, that was a bit something different, wasn't it?
Yeah. Enjoy it.
Little interaction with the fans. Final ball of the over coming up. 344 for 3. Lead of 219. Here's Stewart bowling to Jones. That's worked her way through the offside for a single, and Jones moves on to 37. 345 for 3, and this partnership has been busy, and Lancashire in a position of a lead of 220 runs and still 13 overs left, and it will, the way it's shaping up, Luke, clearly a conversation which can be had at some stage overnight tomorrow morning with regards as to how that Lancashire see this game progressing.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, it's a good problem to have if you're trying to discuss how to go about a declaration. So we'd much rather be in that position than chasing our tail, only defending 150, 160 odds. So it's a nice problems to have. It's interesting, Glenn, there, fan talking about going about the game as like England are. Maybe we bring a bit of Bazball or a bit of chapel ball, I don't know what you call it, into the Lancashire style of play.
What would chapel ball be? Quite intrigued by that.
I don't think anyone would know. I mean, you know, we have jokes in the changing room about if you can't explain anything that goes on the cricket field, just say Bazball. It's the explanation for everything. You know, something strange happens, somebody plays a strange shot.
Bazball.
It's Bazball. It's the only explanation. So.
It is rubbish, that phrase, isn't it?
What made me laugh is that the England boys don't even. It's not even an England thing. I don't know who coined it, but it's catchy.
Well, yeah, I suppose so.
It's entertaining, isn't it?
Has it? I'm going to get. Can I say a serious point to you? Ask a serious point to you. Has it actually had what's been the general chat amongst players? Because we see Daniel Bell-Drummond into the attack now, and Jones drives to mid-off for no run. Especially when Ben Stokes came out and said, "We hope this kind of sends a message out to county cricket as how we want England's Test team to play." Has there been much chat about it or not?
Yeah, obviously there's been chat. I mean, we spend so much time together, we chat about absolutely everything. But I think I'm obviously not entirely sure exactly what Bazball means, but it's, you know, for somebody like Johnny Bairstow.
Drummond in. That's flicked out towards backward square leg by Jones. He's gone through the first quickly, but will just be the one.
You know, unbelievably talented player, and he's come out, and I suppose what that environment's given them is the freedom to play, not the fear of failure. You know, sort of what I was talking about earlier. The different context was someone like Rob Jones has come out here today. You know, he could have he's coming out there on a pair, could have easily walked out there and been a bit timid, careful. He's gone out there and you know, he's got a bad ball and he's no fear, and he's whacked it through the covers for 4. He started moving well, moving positively, playing his shots, and he's 30 out of 41 without playing anything particularly reckless. So I think the whole mindset shift has gone from a fear of getting things wrong to, you know, the positive spin, the positive option. And when you've got a team of, you know, clearly you've got such quality in there, with Root as, you know, the main player in that, it's only going to help trying to take the pressure off guys. And it's the same at county level as well. You don't want to. The game is pressurised enough naturally. You don't need more pressure on top of that.
It's Bell-Drummond bowling to Jones, to Bohannon, who defends into the offside, no run.
You know, it's an unbelievably difficult game, and there's pressures all the time. So you know, I would say the majority of players, you know, need that pressure taken off them somehow. There would be some players, you know, on the county circuit that sometimes need a bit of a shove and a bit of a push to, you know, up their work rate or things like that. But 90% of players.
Bell-Drummond balls again, defended again. Oh, they get through for a quick single though. Cheeky from Bohannon. Oh, great pick up and throw from Emery, to be fair to the keeper's end, but they have got through for a very sharp one. Bohannon moves to 132 not out, 3-4-7 for 3.
Great running there from the boys. And yeah, so I think just anything you can do to try and take pressure off and promote that sense of positivity, because you're almost more likely to make better decisions from a batting perspective if you're thinking positively than if you're very timid, very scared. And when you're batting in that mind space, very rarely are you going to make, you know, good decisions for long periods of time. So I think that's probably what it means, I think, is playing good, positive cricket.
Final ball of the over. Jones drives. It's a good stop by Senny at mid-off. And there's no run.
I think it was an easy single there in the end, but turned down. I think Bohannon wants to strike this end. Seeing the ball well.
Lead of 222. It's a 347 for 3. 12 overs left. And this partnership going along quite nicely. Can you hang around for a few more minutes? Or
absolutely. No rush.
I'll bring my colleague in, Matt from BBC Kent, to come and join you for a few minutes.
No,
it's not exclusively all Lancashire.
It's been a bit Lancashire-centric, hasn't it? Oh dear. Technical difficulties. Oh, Stewart's to Bohannon there. He's got the ball just to nip back, and a little bit of a play and a miss outside the off stump there from Bohannon.
Turns out Luke can do it all, so we don't really need to be here at all, Scott. As it turned, no, he's gone anyway. Luke, great to meet you. And yeah, good knock today.
Thank you.
Enjoy yourself?
Yeah, it was good fun.
Was it not easy to do, I suppose, necessarily, but Stewart bowling to Bohannon, up on his toes, played back at the bowler, and there's no run. 3, 4, 7 for 3. But I suppose overall it's exactly what you wanted this day to be, isn't it, Lancashire?
Yeah, exactly. From a Lancashire point of view, you know, we were definitely in the back seat in this game. Kent held all the cards, and, you know, it was on us to go out and get the score together, and, you know, to score at the rate we've scored at as well. From a Lancashire perspective, has been brilliant.
Yeah, 11.5 overs to go of the day, or available certainly down the leg side. Good stop from Ollie Robinson, tumbling from the Kent keeper. So 3, 4, 7 for 3, the lead of 222. I heard the start of your chat with Scott saying you're not quite sure what Kent's ambitions will be. There's a negotiation to come, perhaps, then, overnight or into tomorrow.
Well, yeah, I don't know if there will be a negotiation with Kent by any point, but, you know, from our perspective.
Stewart bowls to Bohannon. Drops into the offside. They go for a quick run, well run as well. Bohannon taking cover, doesn't need to. Stewart sees that he's home safe. 3, 4, 8 for 3. But yeah, sorry, more about what you'll set, Kent. Do you need to tempt them, or do you bat them out of the game?
Exactly right, and that's going to be the main discussion, really, because you know, we need to try and force a positive result. So whether you leave them 320, 300 in 90, 80 overs, something like that, or maybe more, I'm not quite sure at the moment.
Stewart bowls to Jones. Pad first, he's asking. Turned down by the umpire.
Maybe sliding down leg side, that one.
Going down a little. Wasn't the most convincing appeal, I can tell you that, but
no.
a shout worthy, maybe.
350 for 3, you're going to appeal for almost anything at that stage. So.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have all had long days in the field this summer, haven't you, with pitches flattening out a bit, perhaps, and the ball will be not quite as potent this year?
Yeah, I think it's definitely been the case at Canterbury as well, isn't it? Looking at some of the scores, has been harder work, for sure, for the bowlers.
Stewart to Jones, keeps a little bit low, that one. Out into the offside, still manages to get bat on it, and a single as well. So 3, 4, 9 for 3. I mean, I heard your interview, I think, after day one, you were talking about this being hopefully a result pitch for you, and you need the result, obviously, to push towards the top of the table. Any sign it's breaking up? Any help for the spinners or seamers at this point, though?
Well, yeah, it hasn't misbehaved too much so far, has it, really? And I think we were surprised at the lack of spin, to be fair. We were expecting it to spin a little bit more, obviously coming into the game with 2 spinners. But so far, it's held together pretty well.
Drummond continues from the Brian Statham end and has cut away by Jones, just opening the face. He'll be run down towards deep third, and they'll take a comfortable 2. That's the 350 up. 351 off 571 balls. Jones has gone really well after his golden duck in the first innings. 41 from 45, rattling along. As you were saying, does his confidence no end of good, but obviously the coaches will back him as well.
Exactly. Should say as well, sometimes pitches, they can change when the other team's under pressure.
It's Drummond to Jones, dropping that into the offside, fielded by Gilchrist, single taken, 352 for 3.
Yeah, very often, you know, a team would go out there and get a big score together. The bowlers will think the pitch is flat, and you go out there as an opening batter and the ball starts doing everything, and you think, well, I'm not sure it is flat, lads. It's just, I don't know if there's any science behind that, but it does happen quite a lot. So, you know, from a Lancashire perspective, the more balls we see misbehave now, the more positive a result looks.
It's Drummond now bowls to Bohannon. 133 on the board already for him. Drives it out towards Saney at mid-off, and there's no run. I suppose from a Kent point of view as well, I mean, I'm not going to speak for them because Jack Linney, Matt Walker will know much more about this than me, but I guess a draw isn't the end of the world for Kent at this point, sitting mid-table, obviously looking over their shoulder at the relegation zone. But wouldn't they love a win as well? I suppose that's in your thoughts, that they may just go for it tomorrow, thinking they might get close enough, but that's all to come. Pulled away by Bohannon. Good stop actually there by Hamid Kadri, who's on as a sub. He gets a low 5 from Matt Henry.
Yeah, and I do think that is something that we're going to have to factor into our declaration. You know, if we don't get bowled out, that is, things can change pretty quickly. But if there is a declaration, it will have to be factored in. You know, the fact that Kent don't have to win. So you might have to dangle a carrot there, risk losing the game to win the game.
It's Beldrummond bowls to Bohannon. Again pulled away, not given much room by Beldrummond, but it's gone out towards the square leg boundary. Denley fields. Once again, pinpoint accurate throw from the deep. And it's 3-5-3 for 3.
I should say as well, I think there's a Kent connection. Obviously, my family, my father played for Kent for, how many years did he play there? Maybe 6 years or so after Sussex. So I have great childhood memories of running around the county ground at Canterbury.
Yeah.
Not so much watching Dad play, more playing myself. So
this is straight back at Beldrummond. There's no run. 3-5-3 for 3. Was it inevitable you go into the family business? Was that your ambition from quite early, or?
I think it was. Yeah, it definitely was. It was never forced upon me as a child. You know, when you're around it like that, I suppose it's not inevitable that you're going to enjoy the game, but you've got every chance, don't you? So I remember playing on the boundary at the Neville ground, and me and Christian Marsh, Steve Marsh's son, Steve Marsh, the ex-Kent captain and wicket keeper, playing for hours and hours.
Stewart to Bohannon, just defending that into the offside. But it won't run to you letting Kent win, obviously, at this point. It's not gonna it's the connections. No.
Yeah, I don't think it quite goes that far, to be honest.
It's a big score for Lancashire today. That's Rob Jones does a bit of gardening at the far end, just looking. One or two have found a bit of variable bounce today, haven't they? Stewart to his edge and gone. Nicked it through to Wally Robinson, who throws the ball up in the air in delight, but quickly Zach Crawley comes across to Josh Bohannon and pats him on the back. A shake of the hand as well. It's a breakthrough for Kent, but immense respect for the Kent players and of course this Lancashire crowd for what Josh Bohannon has done today. 134 from 239 balls. 18 fours in that. One of the major reasons why they built this second innings lead now of 228. Let's just listen to that applause for Josh Bohannon. Raising his bat as he goes, quite rightly too. Shouts from the balcony below, from the dressing room, I'm sure. He'll be giving him a warm hand as he comes back. 18 fours, as I said, 18 boundaries for Josh Bohannon. He hits the ball very sweetly when he hits them, doesn't he?
Yeah, terrific player. You know, he's building an unbelievable first-class career already. You know, he's averaging in the mid-40s after quite a substantial amount of games now. You know, just when I first joined the club, the one thing he was desperate to do was score more centuries. He had quite a lot of 50s and not as many hundreds as he wants. And you know, the last 2 seasons he's really got some big scores together and double hundreds in there as well. So he's a fine player, and that was a fantastic innings today, showing all the quality he's got and why he's you know, close to England recognition at some point, hopefully in the future.
Well, I'm not sure how long I can stay here, but I'm going to have to go at the break of innings. It's been great to talk to you, Luke, but my time here is short. I've got to give an update for BBC Radio Kent. Scott will come back in as the field's being organised. Washington Sundar to come in.
Take a seat, Luke. Definitely. Stewart bowling. That's driven by
straight through.
Washington Sundar. Gone straight through Daniel Beldrummond at cover and out towards the boundary. First ball face. He punches away through the covers for 4. He's up and running.
Yeah, Beldrummond would be disappointed with that. As all the Kent players, he should have stopped that, to be honest with you. Whether he's a bit stiff from his bowling spell, I'm not used to bowling too many overs, I don't think, Beldrummond, but lovely way to get off the mark there from Washington Sundar.
Viewed as an all-rounder, Washington Sundar, then, kind of rather than just kind of frontline spinner, very much an all-rounder here for Lancs.
Definitely. We definitely signed him as an all-rounder, for sure. He's shown that class in international cricket.
Defends it back down the pitch and there's no run. I was unsure last week at Northants, wasn't it? As well, the way that he got the team over the line with Will Williams.
Yeah, just showing some composure there, and you know, he's still a young man, but he comes across as a very experienced player. He's obviously got match-winning quality with both ball and bat, and I remember watching him playing for India against Australia and getting runs against Australia out there in Australia. So he's clearly a quality player.
On strike, and it's a short ball from Stewart, short and wide, and taken by Ollie Robinson. 3-5-7 for 4. The floodlights are on, and for the first time in the day. It's not as sunny as it was this time last night. It's a beautiful end to the evening yesterday, but got a little bit cloudy now, so the floodlights are on. So I've got 9 overs left.
Well, that's the reason Bohannon nicked the ball. The ball starts doing a little bit more under lights. We don't know, but...
Stewart in to Sundar.
Close.
Big appeal, big appeal. Shaping to play it to the leg side, Washington Sundar. Stewart was convinced. Last ball of the over as well. Umpire Neil Pratt wasn't. 3-5-7 for 4, so a lead of 232 runs.
Yeah, look, quite close from our viewpoint up here. I haven't seen it on the screen yet. Well, that was just swinging a bit too much and going down the leg side. Not too sure, but obviously given not out.
See it back on the replay now.
Oh, it's pitched outside leg.
That'll do it then.
Yeah, it's pitched outside.
A shake of the head from the umpire. And the lights come on. Is there a sense that it does a little bit more or not? Is it?
It definitely does.
Okay, right.
I've no idea why.
Strange, isn't it?
To be honest, I don't really understand why it does more when there's clouds. But it does. It's just...
Bell Drummond bowling to Jones. Let's work back down the pitch. There's no run.
We need some sort of meteorologist, groundsman combination to explain to us why this happens. But it's evidence in the scores. You know, first day, clouds. You know, I suppose, a bit of moisture in the pitch. You know, it was very difficult for batting. Suddenly the sun comes out. I suppose the moisture dries up and different game.
Bell Drummond over the wicket, balls forward because Jones is pushing out into the offside, no run.
You know, lights wouldn't change moisture content in the wicket, but it definitely, whether it's a visual thing or not, but it always feels like it does a bit more under lights.
Jones 42 not out from 49 deliveries. 357 for 4, lead of 232. What a really good game of cricket we've watched over the course of the 3 days so far. Could be in for a terrific finish tomorrow. Jones trying to work it down towards fine leg, but just deflects to the keeper, Robinson. There's no run.
Yeah, it's been a good game. You know, Kent they've put together a strong bowling attack for this game as well. You know, 2 high-class overseas signings in Henry and Saini, and Stewart and Gilchrist to back them up. But 2 very good bowlers in their own right as well. So, 4-pronged seam attack. It's been quite hard work.
Bell Drummond in, driven by Jones on the bounce back to the bowler, no run.
You know, having said that, like when the conditions do change, without that frontline spinner, does make it difficult when you come in with 4 seamers. You've got to keep bowling the guys over and over again. I suppose that's why Bell Drummond is bowling the overs a spinner would normally bowl here, I suppose. But he's doing a pretty good job, to be fair.
Into his 11th over, gone for just 19. No shape away from Jones as he leaves it and through to the keeper, no run.
He's probably been the most economical out of all their bowlers, to be fair, Bell Drummond. He's hit a pretty good area. He hasn't been afraid to use his short ball, whether it's a batter who's turned into a bowler who's trying to give some short balls back to everyone. I'm not quite sure, but he hasn't been shy to use it. It's a little bit more on it than you'd expect, to be fair.
He got one to fly at Bohannon, didn't he, a little bit earlier on? It's flicked away by Jones out towards square leg. Compton's chasing after it. Jones gets a single.
Yeah, you can see also, by the way, Rob Jones is running between the wickets here. You know, he's really running that first one hard, trying to come back for 2, and it's another example, a really easy way to have a positive mindset. It starts with your running. You know, really trying to turn 1s into 2s, especially when Kent have been out there now for 98 overs and quite tired now. Might be opportunities there to keep ticking the scoreboard over.
3, 5, 8 for 4. So we've got 8 overs remaining in the day. I was playing those additional overs today, 104, making up for lost time on the first day. Rob Jones on strike. Here comes Stewart from the Anderson end balls, and Jones plays forward in defence. He ends up down on one knee.
Yeah, it just kept a little bit low. I think in general this game, balls bowled from the James Anderson end have tended to keep a little bit lower. The balls bowled from, what is this, the Brian Statham end. You know, if there has been anything variable from this end, it's usually been more extra bounce. It seems to have carried on throughout the innings.
Stewart over the wicket. Oh, again, that shoots through towards the keeper.
Not sure if that was an accidental York or if it kept low there, but as I said earlier, from a Lancashire perspective, the more balls that we see misbehaving, you know, it's the only time as a batter. You know, Glenn Chappell said it earlier on the balcony, you know, it's the only time as a batter you might get an absolute Jaffa that bounces miles where you start smiling about it.
Stewart to Jones. Gets a single here, pressed into the offside. Moves to 44, 3, 5, 9 for 4. Yeah, you're kind of happy with that when the lead's 234, not when the lead's 10 this morning.
Exactly right. Exactly right. But that just shows you that the ebb and flow of the game, you know, we've been able to turn this game round very well. Kent most definitely on the back foot now.
Both sides coming into it on the back of good wins. Kent went to Warwickshire last time out. Turned that game around, actually. They were up against it after the first innings of the match. Went on to win the game. Forward goes Washington Sundar in defence, and there's no run.
Yeah, it really will be interesting what leadership group, obviously Stephen Croft standing in for Dame Villas as captain this game, and Glenn Chappell and Carl Crowe think will be a good score to declare on. It's going to be an interesting conversation because, you know, we do, from a Lancashire perspective, do need to try and force a positive result.
Stewart to Washington. That's flicked away off the hip. Down towards long leg for a single. Moves on to 5, 360 for 4. Yeah, there's not much margin for error now, really, for Lancashire. 3 games to come after this fixture this week when the Championship returns in September. Starts with the Roses match, doesn't it, as well, which should be good fun. But there's not a lot of wriggle room, in truth. Got to keep winning.
Yeah, that's it. So, you know, 235 pitch at the moment doesn't look like it's deteriorated too much, so I don't think it's enough at the moment.
Stewart to Jones, leans back and cuts the ball. Tumbling stop just backward of point by Crawley, and there's no run.
You know, it's hard work to bowl teams out here at Old Trafford, especially in the 4th innings. You know, as I was talking about earlier, we've won a lot of games right at the last minute. Often we feel like we're against the clock more than we are.
That Yorkshire match you mentioned was that case, wasn't it?
Yeah, the Yorkshire game, the Gloucester game this year. There's been others as well where, you know, on paper it looks like a very comfortable victory, either by, you know, an innings and so many runs or quite a few wickets or whatever. But in truth, you know, we're only 10, 15 minutes away from drawing the game. So it does take time to bowl teams out. And, you know, this was a used pitch coming into this game. We thought it might deteriorate a little bit more than it has. See, 360 for 4 is an unbelievable effort from Lancashire to get to this point. But, yeah, we do need to try and force this result and see the ball go up and down a bit more. Be interesting here to see how much Denley spins the ball.
Yeah, this would be intriguing. He's into the attack from the Statham end. Bowling, it's full to Washington Sundar, who tries to force the ball away, just squirts out towards the leg side for a single. To 361 for 4.
You know, to be fair to Denley, he's bowled pretty accurately today. Sort of a good bowler. You probably still consider him a part-time bowler, probably similar to myself in some respects. You know, sort of not a front liner, but someone hopefully can do a job from this team.
Tosses this one up. It's full toss in the end to Jones.
It's a death, that first full toss he's bowled. I think he bowled accurately.
It took Rob Jones a bit by surprise too.
Yeah, can't quite see how much the pitch is spinning as of yet, those ones.
Denley in and bowling, and again it's on the full and driven away for 2, I think. Yeah, Jones will come back for a second. Edging towards a 50, Rob Jones here. 46 not out.
Yeah, hopefully this innings will do him the world of good. The positivity he's shown, hopefully it's a blueprint for the rest of the season for him.
Denley in balls, forward in defence he goes, no run. 150 so far this campaign, which was batting with you, wasn't it, at Edgbaston in that win on the 4th day against Warwickshire.
Yeah, he played really well that day as well.
Denley in, he goes back this time, cut the ball, but picked up at short third man by Gilchrist. There's no run. You mentioned your bowling, Luke. I want to ask you about that at the end of this over. Because you, unless I'm seeing it wrong, which is, and there's every chance I am, you've got a touch of the Liam Livingston's about you, haven't you? There's Denley's in and bowling, and that's worked away by Jones out towards square leg for a single. He moves to 47. Score moves on to 364 for 4, a lead of 239. A bit of leg spin, a bit of off spin this season.
Yeah, I have been trying to mix it up. I think, you know, in my career as a whole, I have flicked between leg spin and off spin in the past. I think, you know, when I first started playing first class cricket, I was an off spinner, average one, to be honest. And then sort of eventually realised I bowled leg spin as a kid, as a youngster, so I went back to leg spin. So I felt it had more potential. I still consider myself a leg spinner. You know, I am bowling more off spin as a variation, especially in T20 cricket. Not quite doing the job with the off spin in the 4-day game at the moment.
Stewart to Jones, that's pushed into the offside, no run.
But yeah, I think it's part of what's got me into the team in the T20s this year is the ability to bowl off spin and leg spin. Sort of playing a more all-rounder role at times, playing more as a bowler really. Has been a couple of times about to 8.
You quite enjoyed that?
It's been great just to play.
Yeah.
Like we said, you know, competing for trophies. I mean, it's been unbelievable.
Stewart bowls and Jones will ease it away off the hip down to long leg, just for 1. Takes his total to 48 now. 365 for 4, lead of 240.
Because obviously at Sussex I didn't play hardly any T20 cricket really, especially not as a bowler. I think I bowled 1 ball in playing a game against a Sri Lanka touring team. I came on when they needed 3 to win, got cut away for 4 by Dilshan. And that was the 1 ball I bowled in about 11 years there. So no, to come, you know, that's what comes with a fresh start. You know, fresh eyes looking at you. You think, you know, why can't he do a job?
Stewart around the wicket, balls, and Washington snaps it up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
You know, and it's something I genuinely wouldn't have thought would have happened before I came here. The fact, you know, I was just to be being part of finals day, being part of a successful team in the T20 format. It's just been, you know, I feel like a 22-year-old playing the game again, to be honest. It's because it's been great.
This is hammered through mid-on for 4 by Washington Sundar.
Terrific shot there. Wristy on drive, dug it out, raced away to the boundary. Look at that. Beautiful shot. It's got classic. I don't know what it, again, I don't know what it is about subcontinent Indian players. The wrist work when they hit the ball, you know, when you bowl straight to Sundar, the way he flicks the ball through the leg side, and even that on drive, you know, he used his wrist to get power onto the ball there.
Over the wicket comes Stewart, and this time it's defended back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Something that comes so naturally to subcontinent players. The surfaces they play on, potentially, but just evidence of what a fine player he is. You know, 10 off, run a ball 10 so far, a couple of beautiful boundaries. Scoring at a good rate.
Going to be around for the one-day cup as well, isn't he? For Lancashire, which is a exciting prospect as well over the coming weeks. Just squares him up a little bit, but it defends up to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, I know. Have a player of his calibre come in for what is, you know, due to the schedule, I suppose, you know, the second competition at the time.
Yep.
To have a player of his calibre come in is awesome. You know, last year we were due to have Shreyas Iyer, you know, Indian superstar player. Washington's another superstar. His following is huge on social media, and you know, really popular player back in India, and for good reason. He's obviously a class player, and you know, to be able to get these players in, especially for that 50-over competition, where potentially more of the young guys going to play. You know, young Jack Morley, another spinner, can learn off him. Help us in the middle order with the bat as well. Sundar, it's great to learn off people like this.
Here's Denley bowling to Jones. It's a good delivery.
Evidence of some spin there from Denley. Really good ball. Spun past the outside edge. Rob Jones, again, good signs from a Lancashire perspective.
Jones remains on 48. Denley in again. He's right forward this time, Jones, and pushes it back towards the bowler. No run.
I'm sure Sundar won't mind seeing that perched at the non-striker's end.
Lead of 2-4-4. Drops the batter, Jones, again off that front foot, deflects back along the pitch, no run.
Have you just got an inside edge on that one? Look pretty straight. So when you see one spin past the outside edge, you sometimes can be prone to the LBW.
And just turned away into the onside by Jones, no run.
Good over this so far from Denley.
This, isn't it?
He's bowling very well, bowling straight. Some are spinning, some aren't, and that's always when it's most difficult to face spin.
Slip in place, Denley in. And Jones reaching for it, bat in front of his pad. Drummond comes up from cover to field, no run.
That one spun nearly outside half of the bat, so very good over so far.
Last ball of it. And turned out towards mid-wicket for one, so he remains on 48. 369 for 4. Lead of 244 runs. 4 overs remaining in the day's play. Under floodlights at Emirates Old Trafford. Got Luke Wells with us. Can you stay for another one?
Absolutely.
Perfect.
Why not?
With the third day edging towards a conclusion, and then all set up hopefully for a really good fourth day. I'll be honest with you, Luke, I'm sure I'm not on my own. When 9 wickets fell in the morning on day 2, I didn't think we'd be here on Thursday, so
it just, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily agree with you, to be honest. Disagree with you even. You know, having a morning net this morning, I knew there was a lot of work to do to get back in this game.
He's leaning in and bowling at and Sundar with a swing and a miss.
He's really gone after that. Spun from the wide footholes there. Leaning, running back to his mark. As there are actually 3 overs down on the over rate, Kent, as well.
Appeal for LBW. Oh, he's given it. And leans back, arms outstretched. And umpire Neil Pratt raises the finger. And it was fun while it lasted for Washington Sundar. Played a couple of beautiful shots for 4. He's gone for 10. LBW. Lancashire lose their 5th wicket. 369 for 5. So a lead of 244 runs. And Washington Sundar, well, he'll be intrigued by watching Denley's previous over. And he's contributed with 10 runs in the second innings. But he knows his main role in the match now is going to come tomorrow, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, exactly right. I think interesting call there. It was definitely straight. I suppose the only question would be the height of that. Whether it was flicking the top of the bails or going over, but umpire Neil Pratt, so you're giving that one out. But yeah, you're exactly right. I think Washington, Sundar and Jack Morley are going to have a big role for us tomorrow. Still a few more runs Lancashire need to get here to guarantee safety in the game. 244 ahead. I think Lancashire would want to get, you know, over 300 in 300, 320. I have to pull out after half an hour's batting or so tomorrow morning, maybe something like that. Give the openers only 10 minutes to get ready. It's something that, you know, people think about, but opportunity for Lavelle here to get a little score.
Yeah, George Lavelle keeping wicket in the match. Now Dane Velas with that finger injury which he sustained last week at Northampton. So Lavelle, the new batter.
You know, that's why cricket's such a great game. There's always games within games. You know, George unfortunately got a duck in the first innings. Only 3 overs left.
Trying to get his first run here. Yeah, here he goes. Just a little flick away through mid-wicket for a single.
It's always what you want as a batter. Make sure you get off a pair. Everything after that is a bonus, I suppose.
370 for 5. 245 the lead. And it gets Rob Jones back on strike. Slip and a leg slip. Here's leading. Balls to Jones. Pushing into the offside. No run. Robinson, who's the 3rd wicket-keeper of the match for Kent. He's sprinting out to field the ball. It is a bit gloomy now. The floodlights have taken effect, certainly. You can see the shadows. And Jones off the front foot to defend.
Well bowled there from leading. Running back to his mark.
Not surprised.
Captain desperate to get these overs back. Jonesy trying to take his time.
In and bowling. This will be a run for Jones. Might flirt with the idea of a 2. He's going to do, yeah. He's going to come back for 2 for a 50 for Rob Jones. 2nd of the season. Big intake of breath and a smile on his face. Well battered. 50 not out from 73 deliveries and 8 falls. 372 for 5.
Brilliant innings there from Jones. You know, having got the low score in the first innings, you know, desperate to do well for the team. You know, he cares so deeply about Lancashire cricket. You know, you wonder whether he wants it too much sometimes, but to come out there and play with so much positivity, it's been beautiful to watch. Beautiful to watch. From a Lancashire perspective, I suppose.
I'm glad you're on commentary for Jones 50 with 3 overs left. Luke, thanks for coming and joining us for. Well, it was an hour. I told you you'd be here for 10 minutes. So
okay.
I'm quite pleased. I'm quite pleased you've stuck around for an hour as Lavelle defends his next delivery. What do you reckon? Could be good for a good day tomorrow?
Yeah, either way, it's going to be a really good day. Let's just hope this pitch keeps spinning and keeps going up and down. That's what we want to see from Lancashire point of view, for sure.
272 for 5. Thanks, Luke. Luke Wells making 98 for Lancashire earlier on today. And part of that, the bedrock really to lay down the platform for Lancashire to build this lead. As Lavelle goes right back off into the crease and defends into the offside for no run. The lead now is 247. I'm going to bring Matt back in from BBC Radio Kent for the final few overs as well. Denley bowls. Lavelle drives away through the offside. And gets through for a single, so he moves on to 2. Score moves on to 373 for 5. Brings Rob Jones back on strike. 2 balls left of the over. There's Denley in. Jones off the back foot. Plays that along the ground to the bowler for no run. Final ball of the over, then 2 left tonight. Denley to complete his 16th over. And Jones cuts the ball out through the offside. We'll come back and add 2 more to his total. Matt Henry sends the ball in from that deep point boundary. So Jones is unbeaten on 52. Lancashire are 375 for 5. The lead now exactly 250 runs. And 2 overs to go tonight, Matt.
Great to hear from Luke Wells there. Really enjoyed that. I'm sure the listeners did as well. Didn't get a chance to dig into his dad and his uncle's Kent Past, of course, played for both Kent and Sussex.
Oh,
Aaron and Colin Wells. But
you're back on for
there
that.
we go. No, that's fine. That's fine. I was in and out with updates. So leading bowling to Lavelle. Little push into the onside. Nudges it to Jordan Cox on the onside. There's no run. But, yeah. Fascinating stuff from Luke Wells. Listened to him for hours there. Talk about England, about T20, about coming back to Lancashire as well. Scott's just doing a quick update now. You won't feel a thing, listener. 376 for 5. Leaning over the wicket, then to Jones. He nudges it leg side, square of the wicket. Stewart fields it, but there is a single. 377 for 5 then. 3 to come of this over. Short leg in and a slip as well. Lavelle sees it off, back up the pitch, no run. Leaning, literally running back to his mark. Comes in once again, they're trying to quicken their over 8 Kent. He's on the jog, is Jack Leaning. For a long day in the field. To lift the toes up there. Last ball of the over. Penultimate one. Straight back at the bowler and there's no run. Leaning's on the run again. Stewart runs past him. Leaning's got the ball. Then he gets to this near end. 377 for 5. The lead of 252. Luke Wells saying 300 plus. They want to be ahead. So they'll bat for a bit tomorrow morning. We've seen a 50 from Jones today. Of course, that fabulous 100 from Josh Bohannon. 98 from Luke Wells, you just heard from Denley. It's pushed into the offside by Jones. And there is no run. Denley too is jogging back to his mark, trying to get the over 8 nearer level. Balls once more to Jones. Oh, that has turned and bounced. And Jones looks askance at the pitch after that one. Well, that'll be good news for Lancashire, looking at that. Ball fizzing off the surface from Joe Denley, who I think would accept that he's not a frontline spinner. Short leg goes in. Jordan Cox runs over to grab the fielding helmet. 377 for 5. Denley, third ball of this over. It's blocked out by Jones, but yeah, just a little indication that one or two are doing something. Be massive encouragement for the Lancashire spinners to try and win this on the final day. Denley outside the off stump and shoots a little bit, but left by Jones, going away from the right-hander. 2 balls the day to come. Well, only one if he takes a wicket with this one, I suppose, Joe Denley. I should say. If anyone's being pedantic out there. Floats in on the leg stump.
I'm sure they are.
And Jones just offers the pad to it and blocks it straight back. Impact a well outside leg. There'll always be someone saying, no, 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 no. Over the wicket then. This is the last ball of the day, and cut into the ground by Jones, who ends up with 53 from 81 balls. George Lavelle on 3 not out. 377 for 5 at Lancashire are 252 ahead. And after yesterday, when there were all sorts of wickets falling and Kent built a lead of 125, who'd have thought that today we'd be looking at just 5 wickets going down the whole day. 106 overs this innings has lasted. I wonder how long Lancashire will bat for tomorrow. Can come off a little bit leg weary, I'd imagine, after that day when they probably thought they might be off by tea and looking at a winning position perhaps. None of it. Lancashire have batted superbly throughout the day, and some weary limbs will be rested by Kent tonight, ready for the restart tomorrow, 11 o'clock. A long day in the field for Kent. a very profitable one with the bat for Lancashire. Applause for both sides at the end of day 3 here.
Yeah, fascinating few days, and Kent, I'm sure, will look at it and see how Lancashire have batted today and believe that no matter when Lancashire declare tomorrow, that they'll at the very least be able to bat through and save the match, if not chase some runs down to win it themselves. So I think it's set up really intriguingly for the couple of days we've got for the final day we've got coming up. And Lancashire have turned it round superbly. That is without doubt. To start 125 behind on first innings and to get to the close of play day 3, 2-5-2 in front is a fantastic turnaround. But I'm sure Kent will look at it and say that there's no reason why Kent can't, at the very least, bat tomorrow and earn a draw, and perhaps even try and win the match if Lancashire give them something to try and chase that is chaseable. But we're here for a 4th day, Matt, and I don't think any of us thought that would be the case at lunch on day 2.
Well, it's a delightful place to watch cricket. And fantastic company as well, Scott, I have to say. So, yeah, looking forward to it tomorrow. Yeah, all up for grabs.
Good stuff. Right, we'll be back with you then tomorrow morning. Another late-ish finish, 7 o'clock finish. But what a final day potentially we have in store. I'm sure we will. Luke Wells was great for him to join us, said just that. So the close of play on what day are we on? Day 3. 377 for 5. Lancashire in their second innings on a day where Luke Wells made 98. Josh Bohannon making 134, and Rob Jones 53 not out overnight. A lead of 252 runs with 5 wickets remaining. Matt and I will be back tomorrow morning. Commentary by the BBC Sport website and the app. Join us live on Lancs TV from myself and Matt, and from Luke for joining us as well. It was great. We'll bid you a good evening.
best seats in the house? It matters where you stay.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are unified.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.